There we go. All right, officially live. Welcome, everybody, to day three. I want to start off with something that unfortunately we missed at the very, very tail end of day two. As we were doing our sign off, we got a big ass super chat from James Boris. It was for $50. And so I wanted to make sure we started today's show with that because it came in like 5 seconds before the stream ended. And I was like, shit. I saw it like right when I clicked end stream. So I apologize, James. We were talking. I guess you could say about some of EJ's formative Bears fan memories at the end of the stream yesterday. And James Wars $50 says, I still have great memories of having season tickets in 99 at Old Soldier on the 45-yard line, 26th row on the east sideline before personal seat license prices out of keeping our tickets. Miller, McNown, and Miller handing off to Enos. Woof.
Cade McNown, boy, I don't even want to say Bears legend, Bears mistake.
Bears participant.
Bears participant. Yes, that's the kindest way to say it. It's funny that he sent that in because Cade McNown, I didn't used to study the draft. I didn't even really study the NFL. I was a casual NFL fan for that period of my life. I liked the Bears. I watched them. I didn't know the entire league. I paid attention, but not closely. And for some reason, when the Bears picked Cade McNown, I was like, not going to work. Never going to work. It was like, you don't know anything. And I was like, no, I had watched a little bit of him. He was a UCLA guy. He's a left-hander. And I was just like, I don't think it's going to translate. But again, I didn't know anything. That's 15 years prior of studying the NFL in depth. And it was just a gut feeling. And, it worked out. That was the way he didn't work out. It worked out that the feeling was correct. But certainly one of the early kernels of my descent into what brings us to day three of the draft, which is, honestly, I said yesterday, I think good teams make their money. Good GMs make their money on day two. And we saw a lot more variance on day two than we saw on day one. Day three is where good GMs save money because you need to fill the roster. You need tight end 3. You need special teamers. You need your backup linebackers. You need a couple of those guys to hit. And there are guys all over the board today that can do that. So front offices shift. One big shift from day 2 to day 3 that we're going to see is risk tolerance goes way up on day 3 because nobody cares if you miss on a 5th rounder, right? If you gamble on a player that has any number of concerns, whether they be medical, play concerns on tape, off-field concerns, whatever it is, the tolerance for risk skyrockets today. After the 4th round, all bets are off. You can pick pretty much anybody you want. And, if they work out, you're a hero. If they don't work out, nobody's going to remember.
One of the teams that I'm really fascinated to watch today, and it's one that we watch every single day 3, is the Niners because I typically haven't liked a lot of what they've done early in drafts. But if you're looking at the 5th round, that's kind of saved them for years and years and years at this point. Like they got George Kittle in the 5th. They got Talanoa Hufanga in the 5th. I believe Jerry Greenlaw was a 5th. Diamador Lenore was a 5th. Like they kind of clean up in the middle of day 3. I don't know what happens to them on day 1 and day 2. Although I will say they did pretty decent on day 2 yesterday, getting DeJon Stribling, Romello Height, and Kalen Black. A lot of people saw all 3 of them as reaches, but I understood the justification for the roles that they were trying to fill. They have 4 4th rounders today and a 5th. Yeah. Nothing in the 6th and 7th. But they have 5 picks in the first 90 minutes today. So key cog in the draft today.
Jets have 3 as well. There are a bunch of teams that have been stacking picks in this round. And when you look at the board, especially with how day 2 went, which had a lot of unexpected, I think the most unexpected trend, at least for me, maybe not for other people, was that the Y tight ends flew off the board. And something I saw on social media this morning that makes a lot of sense to me is, again, it's copycat league. We've been saying it about the defensive tackles, right? We've been saying that teams have been pairing defensive tackles because they saw what worked and took teams to the playoffs and to the Super Bowl. Everybody's looking at what Seattle did with their tight ends and going, we want one of those. And that's why Burkitcher, Roush, all the Kazmarek,
Claire.
all went all went off the board yesterday ahead of some other tight ends, including Raritan, who went off a little bit later again because of injury concern, but he is a true two-way tight end. So 4 of those guys went off, and a lot of the fan bases, I said things about Roush. I was like, but everybody's looking at that and saying, we want that guy, right? We need that guy, and they're putting their money where their mouth is, which is early picks, day 2 picks.
Connor Sewell for 1999. Appreciate you once again, Connor. Day 3 degenerates. Let's go. Loving how the Raiders are cooking so far. Also, help us resolve a stupid argument with Cure. Do rabbits walk on 4? Do they walk on 4 legs?
Well, they hop, which is what he's talking about. So it's 2 and 2.
I guess define the word walk.
Yeah.
Are they mobile on 4 legs? Yes. Do they walk? No.
I love the trepidation with which you said that.
I do know a zoologist. I should text them about this.
You need to ask a zoologist about a rabbit? Go touch grass, buddy.
I just want to know, it's like, do we consider what rabbits do walking? Or is that just short jumps?
Yeah, that's right. Anyways. So, yeah, everybody's looking for their A.J. Barner. Again, A.J. Barner was a tight end coming out of Michigan who had a lot of blocking chops and, again, some of that underrated pass catching. He has become a better pass catcher in the NFL than I ever gave him credit for sure. And that's what people are looking for. They want that combination, the guy that can stay in line, seal the end on run plays for them, and then go out and threaten a defense 8 to 10 yards and, maybe farther in the case of some of these guys. But those are the guys that went first, and the highly mobile rest of the tight end class that a lot of people are higher on are going to go today, 4th, 5th, sometimes into the 6th. So I was a little bit surprised by running back as well. No Emmett Johnson yesterday, no Mike Washington. Washington,
those guys I could kind of understand just because like the boomer bust nature of it.
Yes.
Emmett, I did think was going to go.
Especially in the scarcity of this running back class. We talked about it after Jadarian Price. There was a real shelf, and I think the next player on the board is Emmett Johnson. Great two-way threat out of Nebraska, very consistent, and I thought he's a solid enough player in all facets, pass game, run game, pass pro, very productive, highly, highly productive player in this class. And I thought because of the scarcity, somebody would take the chance on day 2 because they didn't want to wait to day 3. I was incorrect. He will go on day 3. I think somebody's still going to get a very strong value with Emmett Johnson.
Don't mind me. We got a super chat from Kel that said, "Is today the day that Brett descends into a mad haze of absinthe and Malort?" I'm trying to see if I have the Malort behind me.
Oh, God. Oh, boy. Well,
I may have saved myself by accidentally putting it downstairs.
Accidentally. I love that. Mine's accidentally in the garage from the one time we had it on the stream, the absinthe. Yeah, accidentally in heavy air quotes.
Hey, man, I can't help that I already started packing bottles for my move next week.
Nope. You are off the hook, bud.
I do think I do have the absinthe back there, though.
Oh, God.
I probably shouldn't have said that. Probably shouldn't have admitted that I have that handy.
You know who's going to be thrilled about that?
The entire
my daughter.
House.
No, my daughter. Her favorite bootleg video of all the 500 videos we've put out is the short clip of you doing absinthe. She watches it probably once a month.
I think that was during the Bears stream where I was like, I'm going to do a shot every time they score, and they were terrible, and they put up like 40 points on Washington.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Shirley for $2 says, "Is Taylon Green the next Lamar? Please say yes."
Oh, no. No. Like, this is where different things play into draft evaluations, and people just hook onto them. One is size, and this is for all positions, not just quarterback. He's really big. And I'm like, yeah, but can he play? We've seen lots of big guys that can't. We've seen lots of smaller guys that can. Speed or just general, I'll say athletic traits, right? RAS scores, whatever. Oh my God, did you see he jumped out of the gym? It's like, yeah, but he couldn't find his ass with both hands. Like, that guy doesn't know how to play football. And the other one is I think athleticism is the one that really comes into play here because Taylor Green, one of the most athletic players in the draft, not certainly as a quarterback, but in the draft. But Lamar, also wildly athletic, but was a very developed passer at Louisville. And nobody would give him credit for that. And the last fight that I almost got in was about Lamar. It was 3 years into his NFL career, and there was some guy sitting at the bar still saying, "Hey, did you runner?" And I was like, "Hey, man, time for that's over." Like,
was this
done.
like post first MVP, where it's like he's the fucking MVP of the league?
Yeah, and this guy's still parroting all the crap that he heard, which was wrong at the time. Even when Lamar came out, he ran Earhart Perkins at Louisville at a high level. Like,
yeah. You ran the Patriots offense.
He was a very good passer, right? And everybody's like, he just runs. I was like, no, he's crazy athletic. He is probably the best running quarterback when he came out in the league. But that doesn't mean he is also not a passer. And again, people fixate on one thing. Oh, he's so fast, he must not be able to throw. No, Lamar had both. Taylor Green, very fast, not as good of a runner in terms of what you need to be a runner in terms of vision, escapability, all those things. Lamar's scores in all those things are far higher. And then we get to the throwing. And you're like, yeah, if he becomes the next Lamar.
If he becomes the next Lamar, he would have already gone if he was even in that discussion.
I hope he becomes a viable NFL player because it would be fun with that skill set. Like
the last guy who was supposed to be the next Lamar went second overall to Washington.
Yeah. And we will see, but I do not believe that Taylor Green is the next Lamar for multiple reasons.
Cure for 999 says, I will not be lied to. Bunnies hop, not walk. If a rabbit started walking at me, I'm running the other way as fast as possible. But are you running on all fours?
I was going to say, especially if the rabbit starts walking at you on two legs, then we're, Alice in Wonderland stuff. You got to go.
Ben for 499. I've seen a few people hate on the Jacoby Lane pick at 80. Would y'all be able to explain why you're higher on him than consensus? I didn't realize that people didn't like the Lane pick at 80. Like, it's probably the top of the range, but we're talking about a 6'4", silky smooth receiver, catches everything, like, love his body control, great dude in the room. Who was it? Who was that wide receiver 3 with Denver? Who was the absolute glue guy? He was 6'5". Tim
Patrick.
Tim Patrick.
Yeah.
That kind of receiver. He just kind of holds the room together. I would spend the 80th overall pick on that. Absolutely, especially in this class.
Somebody in chat says these guys like every single pick. Oh no, we do not.
It's more so we do enough work on these players where we can understand where a lot of the teams are coming from with them. We acknowledge half of them at minimum are not going to work out, but we understand why the picks are made. We can disagree with a lot of them, but generally speaking, we understand why they are doing what they're doing. It's just like, I wouldn't take in Proctor 12th overall, but I understand, they like size there and they believe in their coaches. I can understand it.
Yeah, Bears were looking for speed. They took Xavion. Like, what?
Again,
that's
not what the guy I would have gone with.
Right. We understand what Ben's looking for in the offense. I do not love that pick. I am on record. I think it's pretty clear. I think that was a horrendous reach. I said the same thing about Ruben Hippolyte. I was like, hey, the player might work out. They definitely need depth at linebacker. I don't think that's the guy. That is a horrendous reach. And I made this point this morning in one of the chats I'm in. There are two kinds of reaches. One is because consensus board is not consensus for everybody. Obviously, teams have their own boards. But the reason consensus boards work and are generally pretty accurate is because there's multiple hundreds of inputs, right? Wisdom of the crowd, right? So you can go 25, 50 spots above that and say, hey, we believe in this player. We think we saw something that nobody else did. That's fine. Like, that's being true to your board. That's being true to your scouting process. And we've seen a lot of successes from that type of behavior. Then there's the going against not some indicators, but all indicators, which is we're saying everybody else is crazy, 200 plus point difference where everybody else, the analytics, production scores, scouting, you name it, goes, huh? Like, what are you doing? And those are the ones that if you do them repeatedly, again, if you want to take a dart throw on the guy you think is the next Tom Brady, cool. Do it once every 5 years. If you do that every single year, 150 to 200 plus difference in consensus. And again, spend a pick that you don't need to spend. Nobody was spending a day 2 pick on Xavier. You cannot convince me anybody was going to run that card in.
Nobody.
He was consensus 286. Even if you think he's consensus 200, you have 2 picks coming up in the 4th. You could do that. You take him day 3, right? You do not need to take him where you took him. So we don't love all picks. There are players we like and see the potential for, and then there's bad process. And I don't think anything gets us quite as irked as bad process. And what the Bears did with Xavier is bad process. He could become a great player. They said they're not even going to play him in the mainline offense, right? They picked him as a returner in the 3rd round. And I'm like, okay, he's got great return skills, and you didn't get a lot out of your return game last year. I understand that. You don't need to do it in the 3rd round. You could have done it in the 4th. Probably could have done it in the 5th. You picked up a pick in the 5th. You could have. I bet, again, different timeline, sliding door moment. Bears don't take Xavier. If we were running through today, he's still on the board in the 5th pretty easily. I don't think anybody's jumping off. And you could spend that more premium pick on a different player. So we do not like all picks. We especially don't like bad process.
I mean, Miami did the same thing. And it's been a roller coaster with Miami, right? Proctor was early at 12, but at least, it wasn't 70 picks off. It was, I don't know, 15 picks, 10, 15 picks off. But then they came back, got Chris Johnson. We're like, okay, we're in on that. They got Rodriguez in the 2nd round. We were totally in on that. Caleb Douglas at 75.
Okay, here's a fun one. Matt Harmon did 31 wide receivers for reception perception. Our buddy Matt Harmon, if you're not familiar with him, does great work on wide receivers. You should be familiar with him. Yahoo Sports reception perception. He did more receivers this year than he's ever done. He did 31. And that wasn't one of them. So he was like, I'll get to him tonight. I promise. If they get drafted in day 2, we have rules. I will do the scouting report for him. But again, he did 31. I had 28, and he wasn't close for me. He wasn't in the next batch either. So again, that is it 150 points off consensus? I don't know. Might be. It's getting up there. Is it 200? No, it's not 200. But it's way earlier than most people would have thought. Again, we believe in the player. We saw something. Okay, it's at the extreme end of that range-wise. I get it. When you go 200 plus, you are completely off your land. You're just not following anything.
What's great about it, though, is they came back 20 picks later and got Chris Bell at 94. And it's like, I could have seen Chris Bell go at 75. So, again, it's a roller coaster. They did Will Kazmarek at 87. You brought up the tight ends going. My buddy John on the Ohio staff. Again, Kazmarek was at Ohio before he transferred. And so I asked him, I was like, what's your take on him? Said elite run blocker for a tight end, and he was solid hands-wise. Not the most splashy pick, but he's going to do a lot of dirty work. Very good for what Slowick runs. So it's like, again, they're going for scheme fits, very specific roles. Their board in Miami is just very different than everybody else.
Well, I mean, very much the same in the peaks, right? We talked about the players we love. Chris Johnson, right in line. Rodriguez, right in line. If they didn't pick him there, they certainly weren't getting him. And then, then there's the valleys. And the valleys is where it's very different. But they've had high points, and it's almost alternated. It's like, yeah, no, yeah. So we'll see how it all works out. Because, again, if you hit on 30 to 40% of these guys, you're at or above NFL average. So
yeah,
they're not all going to work out.
The Ravens are considered the best drafting team in the NFL, and their hit rate's like 35%, which to me, I disagree with the notion that they're the best drafting team. I mean, they've done very well so far this year, but 35% is what's considered top tier.
Yeah, and it's a very difficult thing to do well.
Yeah. Let's see, where was Elohim for $4.99. Morning Bootleg fam. I just saw the video of Onyadam climbing up a building this morning. What? I'm excited to have him opposite Zach Allen. Go Broncos. I need to see this video.
I have not seen the video. I saw the super chat come in. Not one I scouted, but I liked his I liked his tape when he was on a football field, and that was enough for me. I didn't need him climbing a building or jumping out of a pool or anything else. Yeah, very good player. Again, he was picked well above consensus, but not. I can see the fit with him. I actually don't mind that pick at all for that very reason. You put him and Zach Allen in the middle. Good luck.
Did you have Regis over him or him over Regis?
I had him and Regis right next to each other in the same tier, like literally touching. Yeah.
Roughly. I mean, they went pretty close to each other.
Yeah. Well. Regis went not many picks later, and that made me feel better about the Anyadam thing, if that makes sense. Because I was like, I saw those players very similarly, and the league also saw those players very similarly.
Christian Doyle for 999. Another draft, another year of taking 3 days off to hang out with Brett and EJ to watch guys get drafted. Wouldn't miss this. Thoughts on Malik Muhammad and Colby Young, two of my favorites. I happen to like Malik, I think, more than EJ, and I think it's
Correct.
because, and again, it's really just me having faith in the tools. We're talking about a long, rangy corner that really probably fits best as somebody who's just going to bail over and over and over again and play his deep third and cover three, but he's got so much range. He's really competitive at the catch point. Like, you put him in that kind of defense where they're just going to major in cover. I mean, every defense majors in cover three, but I'm talking like straight up traditional cover three. I think he could be really, really effective. I'm trying to think of probably maybe Tampa. I think would be a good fit for him. Not that they desperately need him, but that would be a good fit. Who runs more cover three than honestly, DA would like him in Chicago.
Don't get that dirty notion out of your mouth.
I like him. I think he's a good player.
I know you really like him. I like the tools. The tape was underwhelming for me. It was not bad. Let's be clear. I'm not like, I'm out on this guy, take him off the board. I was lower than consensus on him, and I'm fine with that. I was listening to a little bit of the recap of the Athletic Football Show this morning. They were talking about players that they were either surprised went or were surprised were still on the board, and they weren't terribly surprised. Dane said the same. And, again, Dane gets things right and Dane gets things wrong. It's not that Dane is the absolute Bible of Draftum. The Beast is an amazing product, and he does more work.
It's the closest thing we have to a Bible.
It is the closest thing we have to a Bible, but like everybody else in this industry, he is not infallible, despite spending more time than literally anyone I know on the draft. He was like, yeah, I was kind of underwhelmed by the film. The tools are great. And I was like, yep, that's pretty much how I felt. I watched him on tape, and then I was surprised by how athletic he was in testing, because I didn't necessarily see all that translate to the field. Didn't think the instincts were amazing. They were good. Again, he's a solid player. He's going to go today. He could have a very successful career, like you said, in the right system. Overall, I'm not running for that guy on day two. Like, I'm not surprised he's on the board for day three.
He's the kind of guy who his film was boring because he just wasn't tested. He was 37th among corners in this class in total targets on the year. I think he was close to 50th in terms of first downs given up. He only gave up 9 first downs the entire season. That's like, for the amount of games Texas played, that's one every, game and a half?
Yeah.
So he wasn't tested, so it's boring, and you're watching him do the same thing over and over again. It's like, I'm playing over the top of the receiver. I have eyes on the quarterback. If you try to throw it at me, I'm going to break on it. I got a ton of range. Like, the film just kind of lulls you into this sense of nothing's happening. But for a corner, I'm like, it's kind of good that nothing's happening.
Yeah, it is odd when you get those players. We talked a lot about the tight ends, and it's like this with corners, sometimes safeties, but mostly corners and tight ends. When you do get a player that wasn't utilized a lot, like, it's not that they didn't get snaps. They got snaps, but just not a lot happened with them. You watch a tight end, and again, he maybe had 25 targets, and you have to sort of over-index on those targets because it's literally all you have. And corner the same way. Like, if they're in coverage 300 times and they only get targeted 15 times, is that because they were basically denying the throwing lane, which is very good? That's awesome. Or is it just because they were sort of the floater mid-third corner? They were playing like palms or cloud, and they just it sort of went to other areas, right? And that just happens with some players, and you kind of have to read between the lines and go, well, what will happen when it's his guy? Do I think he'll rise to that occasion or not? And that's the extrapolation of being a draft analyst, is not everything's perfect. You're not going to get to see all the kinds of reps you want for every player.
Hold on. Edard Ogiglione, 2678 for Ted. Thank you, Edard. Hey, Brett and EJ, watched you. I apologize if I completely butchered your name, by the way. I really am sorry if I did that. Hey, Brett and EJ, I watched your guys. Wow, I'm fucking this up, boys. Hey, Brett and EJ, I watched you guys live on both day one and day two. I can't read today. Bear down from Italy. Question for both of you, but especially for EJ. Who would you like to see the Bears pick on day 3? I'll start and then I'll let EJ go. Literally any defensive tackle. Any of them. Yeah. Bring me Caleb Proctor. I don't even care if it's like Landon Robinson. Give me anybody.
I care if it's early. Let's be easy with that. Caleb Proctor would be great. Grayson Halton would be great. There are a ton of defensive tackles that I like left. Xavier Harris, again, I heard his medicals were cleared with a team, both short-term and long-term. He would be an amazing addition on day 3. Darrell Jackson Jr., Demonte Capehart, somebody we talked about. That would be a little bit further down. But again, Proctor, Halton, Harris, Jackson, Capehart. I would even take a wild Nick Barrett pick in like the 5th. That would be fine. Or Dante Corleone. Like Dante played a little bit hurt last year. He's already had that. He's already had that addressed. If you look at the 2024 tape, you're getting a steal if you pick that guy in the 5th, or if they trade back again and have a 6th. So Tim Keenan would be super fun, but that would be a later pick for me. But man, he's only good at one thing, but man, is he so good at it. I love that. So yeah, DTs would be great. I'm kind of out on edge at this point. Feel like that crop has been picked over to the point where it's too much of a dart throw to me, and I think there's other value. It's hard for me to say receiver because I had said certainly throughout this entire process, I really thought Ben was going to take a receiver. He wasn't going to be able to lay off. I didn't think it was Xavier, and Xavier I think is going to age like milk left out on the counter, because
I will say
the
cope from Bears fans is the LSU practice footage that came out of him like beating Delane in practice, which is like that's great. Did he do it in the games?
Right. That's like still photos of Ben for me. Like, it's not what I'm focusing on. I just think with that many players still on the board, that I like so much better. Brandon Thompson, like if you'd pick Brandon Thompson in his avian spot, he does the same stuff. He's a returner. He absolutely can smoke people speed-wise. He's in that 4.2, low 4.3 range. He played outside. He played inside. He actually played way more snaps outside than he did in the slot. That's pretty surprising with a guy Brandon Thompson's size. Just a ton of players. Jeff Caldwell. If you'd taken a wild Jeff Caldwell dart throw there and said, we're gonna develop him, he's a crazy physical talent, I would have been fine with it, right? And, guys on down the board, Josh Cameron. Josh Cameron would have felt way early, but I still had him above Xavier on the board. So just a lot of people that I think are going to have very good NFL careers, especially Bell and Lance, that are going to make that pick hard to look at, I think, in pretty short order.
See, Jeremy's gone, Bell's gone. Well, the first Bell's gone. Skylar's still available.
Yeah.
Hurst is gone. Lance is available. Elijah Surratt's available. Speaking of, we did get a super chat on Surratt from Ryan for $5. Do the Raiders hate Mendoza? Why are we drafting a 4th/5th edge over receiver? Elijah Surratt better be a Raider. This coming round is probably the round for him, and I think the Raiders knew that. I think that there was a big edge run early on day 2. Yeah, and I think everybody kind of knew that was coming, so it was kind of get one while you can. I mean, Kieran was part of that edge run. I thought they did well to do that. Like Crawford, to me, if I was doing a full board, Crawford way over Surratt. So I think Surratt, like today's the day I kind of expected him to go anyway. Yeah, I could see him being the pick. You mentioned Jeff Caldwell. I think Jeff Caldwell could be a Raider today. Like, absolutely.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of fun. I'm not surprised by Surratt. He's another player like Muhammad, but in a completely different profile. He was super high profile this year, obviously playing on the national championship team, playing with the number one overall quarterback drafted. Um, he's a very solid player. He is a good, solid football player, but he doesn't separate. He wins, but he doesn't separate. NFL doesn't tend to typically invest in players like that high. They will take them on day 3, and they do play a lot of times for many years in the NFL, sometimes moving teams. But like, I think Elijah Strott's going to be a good pro, but I'm not surprised that nobody like sprinted a card in for him in the 3rd round. Like, he's just not that type of player for me. I do think he'll go today. I would not be surprised if it was to the Raiders. And I do think he'll be a solid, not spectacular wide receiver in the NFL.
JGR 499, how would you rank the Patriots draft so far? I'm a big fan of Raritan. So let me refresh myself on who they took because I'm still learning these classes. So they did Caleb Lomu at 28, which a lot of Patriots fans didn't like. I completely understood it. They needed a long-term tackle answer, especially because they're getting A.J. Brown. I'm assuming they're getting A.J. Brown for a trade. So like receiver wasn't top of mind for me. It was tackle. And after Caleb Lomu, there was very few tackles left in the draft that I thought were like startable players. And I don't think that they thought they would get any of them in the 2nd round. They took Gabe Akis at 55, and then they took Raritan at 95. All of these are Patriots type players, right? You're getting a starting tackle for the future. I'm assuming Will's going to stay at left. Lomu's going to be your right tackle in waiting. Akis is like that big, heavy-handed, powerful edge that the Patriots have always liked. And then Raritan is a true wide tight end that only fell to 95 because of injury history, but like he's a 3-down true wide tight end. No complaints for me so far.
No, very solid. And again, you can see the vision, right? It's not necessarily, oh, we like all these picks. We like the players. If if percentages hold, at least one of them is not going to work out, even though they're high round players. But in terms of where they landed, where they got picked in the process, how the team got to that, it all makes sense. Does that mean they're all going to be great? No, absolutely not. Does it mean they're all going to work out? No, it doesn't. That's not the way it works in the NFL. Does it make sense right now in terms of what they needed, where they picked them, how they balanced their board? Yeah, we can see the vision there.
Wow, a couple big super chats I want to get to right off the bat. Quasar for $50. Appreciate you, Quasar. Thank you for the love. As always, appreciate all the work you put in and the great analysis year round. Hopefully, that's the one what the fuck pick from polls this year, as I like the first 3 picks. Any inkling on what the Bears are doing with that $10 million they opened up Friday? That, to me, is the intrigue.
Yeah.
I have no idea why they randomly did that on day 2.
They didn't randomly do it on that day. This is a very busy time of year for teams. They're not just like, oh, let's talk to the accountant and move some money around like 2 days before the draft, unless there's a reason. And I don't know what the reason is. I'm fascinated to see. We talked about it on day 1. If you weren't here for that, Max was the first name that popped up. Obviously, they were very in on him. I don't necessarily think it's Max. Highsmith is supposed to be on the move. That would make sense to me. And again, you were like, Highsmith, great at 25. No, I'm not doing it for the first pick, but like we're well past that at this point. You're either giving up a 2027 or a player or both. I think we'd probably be good with that. Chicago still needs pass rush. We don't know what they're going to do with it, but I'm with you. That is the fascinating piece of this. Is there a DT out there? Is there an edge rusher? Those are the places. I mean, I don't think it would be for a linebacker, and they've pretty well addressed secondary. I mean, it could be for a corner somewhere, but it doesn't feel like that. It feels like defensive line is the crying need, and you just randomly open up $10 million. If Trent was still available, maybe that would be a thing, but he's re-signed now with new money for the Niners. So I don't know where it's going, but it's highly curious timing.
I have no idea how dumb this sounds. I mean, I do have an idea. It does sound pretty dumb, but walk with me here.
Okay, I'll walk with you.
Is Chris Jones gettable? Like, would the Chiefs let him go?
And it would be for, I don't, again, Poles came from the Casey organization. He knows what Chris Jones was, and he knows the value. Chris Jones has declined a lot, and they would still want a lot. He's still a premium player. His contract is wildly expensive. He is not a spring chicken. I hope they don't. I don't think. I know the window is open with Caleb. I get it. That would be a big swing, and one that I would like less, because it opens your it's like grand opening, grand closing, right? Yeah. Your window opens and then it slams shut in like a year and a half, because you're going to have all this money invested in an old player who is probably going to drop off significantly. And I would rather go after a younger guy like Highsmith, who's going to be expensive. I get that, but gives you a 2 to 3 year window runway, which might be double what you're getting with Chris Jones at this point. So I don't think it's crazy because of the linkage. It wouldn't be my first choice. How's that?
So Raiders did a pick swap. We have a couple more super chats, but I'm going to get to those right after the Raiders pick. They did a pick swap to give up a 2027 seventh to go up one spot to be the first pick of today.
What happens when you get to stew on it all night?
Part of me thinks Bills had multiple offers. They went down to the Raiders and be like, make it worth our while to go. Like, we don't want the guy that you want. Just give us something. We'll give him to you. I'm sure there were multiple offers. There usually is for the first pick of every day.
Sure. Everybody's had a chance to go, man, our guy's still on the board. What's it worth to us? And if it's only a seventh, that's not a ton of commitment. Like, it's the going rate for sure. But yeah, next year's seventh. Next year going to be a very good draft. Some of those seventh round picks are going to hit. But again, overall, as a percentage, how many seventh round picks hit? It's extremely low. Not saying they're worthless. I'm saying to go up one spot, that's a fine cost. I'm not worried about it, especially if they are convinced that their guy's on the board and they spent the entire night staring at his name on the draft board and went, man, we got to go get him.
Is this the Elijah Surratt pick?
It could be. I would think that's kind of right down the middle in terms of value. Obviously, it gives Fernando a target that he's very, very comfortable with. But there's a lot of other talent on this board. The thing I was struck by looking at the board today of who's left is, McCoy, we know his injury. Keontae Scott, most likely off-field, could be injury. Don't know. We haven't found out about that. Keith Abney's there. Surratt, Dennis Sutton. Kyle Lewis is kind of like Keontae Scott in the fact that I think the league just kind of doesn't really know what to do with those guys, and that pushed them down. Connor Liu, who was saying, everybody was saying is center one. I didn't really see it that way, but a couple of centers went off the board. True centers went off the board. He's still there. Mike Washington, we talked about, boom bust. Garrett Nussmeier, injury concerns. Sam Hecht, a very good center, but again, I think a round 4 center, so he's in the right place. Zachy Wheatley, the safety from Penn State, again, I think a fourth round player for me, but very, very good. You like Muhammad, Kamari Ramsey, Grayson Halton.
Oh, finally went.
Right. Yeah, they said now's the time when we're okay with the risk.
There was I'm trying to remember who it was that I read it off on stream yesterday. And they were basically saying the first 2 rounds are fully guaranteed contracts. Once you're past pick 65, so into the 3rd round, that's when the only thing that's guaranteed is the signing bonus. And so they're not really financially tied to this pick. Again, many people have reported that he's likely going to need the bone plug in his knee replaced. It's probably going to knock him out for a whole nother year, and he might, at best, be a 1 contract guy. We're talking about the top of the 4th round, extremely talented player. The drills during his pro day apparently were a complete mess. But again, that's more tied to knee than anything else. It's a lotto pick. You gave up a 2027 7th round pick to go up 1 spot for a lotto pick that if it hits, you're getting a really, really good corner. And but let's be honest, the potential hit rate of Jermod McCoy is enticing enough that the realistic hit rate of anybody else at the top of the 4th round, like, to me, that's a worthy gamble. Emphasis on the word gamble.
For sure. I mean, we're talking about a guy that, depending on how you had him ranked, was anywhere from the 12th overall player to maybe top of the second round, but not any farther. Again, notwithstanding injury, you're just looking at tape and skill and demonstrated ability on the field in 2024. So if you're talking about the 12th to 30th or 35th ranked player in the draft and you're getting him at 165, yeah, you're basically tossing a chip on the table in Las Vegas and saying, yeah, put it on, black 10, like, let's go.
King Oscar for $50. What's up, gentlemen? Got a big raise this year and spreading the love.
Oh,
We appreciate you,
let's
Oscar.
go.
Also, congratulations on the raise. Any tight ends left that you think Kevin O'Connell will absolutely pound the table for today? I got one. One just came across my desk, EJ. So there's going to be a lot of Cincinnati kids.
Right. Yep.
That go in this draft. And Joe Royer from Cincy. Very intriguing, high upside tight end. Tries as a blocker, gives effort. He doesn't have a whole lot of pop because he's still trying to figure it out. But he's got the size that you like. Again, he's a big dude, really athletic, like a true seam ripper. Like he is a loose athlete for a big body tight end. Wins with fluidity and quickness. 6'5", 250. I think he can be more than what he is right now. And again, we're talking about a day 3 high upside tight end. I think Kevin O'Connell will love that as a project.
Yeah, and he was all conference. He was very productive for Cincinnati. They focused their offense around him, even with the receivers that they had, and there's 2 that are going to go in this draft. Another guy that they could be looking at for me would be Daquan Wright, the Ole Miss tight end. I think he is wildly undervalued, and he is a threat. Like if they are looking for a tight end that's going to threaten a defense, Daquan Wright would be the choice for me. Like Royer, Dallin Bentley from Utah, I think sort of, again, in that underutilized mold. If we're talking about big guys that, at the tight end position who can move people, Bentley can do it. He's not great at it yet, but he has the potential to be the type of tight end that everybody raced to take in day 2. And then down the board, Josh Cuevas, who followed Kalen DeBoer from Washington to Alabama and was utilized there. But I think a lot of people kind of just got lost in the wash in that Alabama offense. And then Matthew Hibner from SMU.
I didn't get to Hibner.
Hibner's fun. Like, you might watch him after the draft, depending on where he goes. Again, fit's going to be important for him, but he is a receiving threat. They had 2 good tight ends on that team in SMU. They had RJ Maryland and Matthew Hibner. Hibner was my favorite of the 2, and he flashed on tape. There's some things there that for a day 3 player, not this round probably, but coming in the 5th or the 6th, if I'm a team that needs a tight end and has, again, some blocking types, some solid guys, but no flashy types that can, threaten a linebacker matchup, Hibner would be my guy.
My amazing representation, Jason, for giving us this opportunity. All the international fans of the year, you guys are amazing.
Man, the accent's different in the Bronx these days.
In the NFL draft, the New York Jets select Terrell Jackson Jr.
Oh.
Florida State.
Massive, strong ox of a nose tackle. One of my favorite. Again, I understand he's seen as a one-dimensional player, but God, he is good in that dimension. If you watch the Jets defense last year, especially post-Quinnen trade, they were getting blown off the ball on the interior. He's going to fix that. He is a force in the middle. Kind of reminds me of remember when they had Snacks Harrison?
Oh yeah,
on the inside. Like that's the kind of presence he's going to bring for them.
Yeah, I can't believe that he's Darrell Jackson's kid, the wide receiver that played for Seattle. I first heard that and I was like, because I'd seen him before that. Like, I was like, what'd they put in the water? Darrell Jackson, very good wide receiver in the NFL, in the Mike Holmgren era, but not at all physically framed like his kid. His kid is something else physically and does show some pop on tape. Yes, primarily a run defender, but when he does get through, or like these highlights, chasing down a screen, he is not what I would call fleet of foot, but he is quick for his size. I don't want him, running like outside the numbers to try and track somebody down. He's not that kind. But when he defeats a guard and it's 3 steps to the quarterback, he's He's got big, long legs. He gets there in a hurry, and he's very good at getting his targets on the ground. So I love this pick. Jets are cleaning up so far. They had a ton of picks. I really like their draft so far.
It kind of is a tradition where we love the Jets draft in April, and then we get to October, and we're like, why aren't they winning more games?
Why is this happening again?
Like every year we love the Jets draft. Every year.
I've had some like years, but they have not been one of the teams that has been really wild. But when you look at that stack that the Jets have put together, it's hard not to like that class. Those are solid players, and they're solid values too.
Jude Bowery went to the Bills. Fell this far largely because of injury concerns. He had some medical flags. I'll say that. Very high upside tackle, kind of up and down on tape, but like the ups were really, really intriguing. He doesn't have to play right now, which is what I like. Like he can be their swing while they just kind of like develop him. But as far as like upside and giving them both insurance in case somebody goes down, but also potential answer for like the post Dion era, whenever that happens to happen, you could do a lot worse than the upside of Jude Bowery at the top of the 4th round. I thought he could have gone easily on day 2 were it not for the medical flags.
Yeah, he would certainly have been part of that second tier of tackle run for me. I think the medical flags push him to day 3. But again, as soon as you get to day 3, a lot of those inhibitions drop about any kind of concerns. Daryl Jackson Jr.'s missed tackle rate, 7.7. Third lowest in this defensive tackle class. So he has long arms, strong hands, and when he gets to his target, he gets him on the ground.
FBS Gandhi for $49.99. Appreciate you, Gandhi. Might be the first time I've ever said that in my life, but appreciate you, Gandhi. Morning, gents. A distraught Bolts fan here, sipping on the last of my bootleg bourbon. Can you sell me on Slaughter over Pregnon/Dunker when the Messidor pick screams win now, which doesn't line up with picking a center of the future / guard convert? They wanted athleticism. They wanted first step explosion. Like Slaughter is an excellent athlete. He's also really big for a center. Like he has the frame of a guard, so I understand the convert. But if you're looking at him on tape, it's very easy to see him in Mike's offense, which is very wide zone heavy. You're really looking for athleticism, explosion, pop. Like you're not really looking. I mean, I'm not saying he can't maul people, but gap scheme heavy systems really look for just like wide maulers like Avila, those types, whereas Mike is really looking for kind of dancing bear types. That's what Slaughter is. He didn't come with the same medical flags of Pregnon. And then Dunker, I thought you could have very easily argued for him in that system as well, but Slaughter does play under more control. Dunker's kind of a wild man where you almost have to like keep him in control. Like where it's like, okay, the flashes are really good, but sometimes he will kind of overrun his angle. He gets almost a little bit overeager. He's a lunger sometimes. I think Slaughter, I could understand him being somebody who is less mistake prone, even if Dunker might have a higher upside. But even then, Slaughter's upside as an athlete is still pretty damn good as well.
I am saddened for multiple reasons.
Why is that?
Caleb Proctor is a Cardinal.
Ooh.
So
that's a good one.
Love the player. I'm not sure he's going to get maximized in their system, but I'm holding out judgment on that. The thing I'm most sad about is I lost 2 beers by 4 picks.
That's rough.
That's a bad beat. I said he was going off the board by 100. He goes off 104. So again, I'll pay up. I already contacted the winners and said, yep, looks like I owe you a beer, but come on, 4 picks, get out of here. And third, he's not going to be a bear, which is a bummer. Now, he's not necessarily Dennis Allen's type. Dennis Allen does like penetrating defensive tackles, quick guys, and Brian Bresee, folks like that. But he likes them a little bit bigger than 280, and Caleb Proctor's 280. I don't care about that, especially not if he was going more to a Mike McDonald, Jesse Minter offshoot defensive system. I think he would have been
where they like
very
to
good.
use the undersized athletic guys
and move him around. Yeah. And he has tons of athleticism. So he would have, and he's pretty strong at 280. Like it's not just, oh, he's a little guy and he has to win with, snap timing and first step burst or else. Like he shows strength on tape. And again, reflected by the fact that he goes off the board 104. He's basically a top 100 player.
What I find interesting about it, so they took Nolan last year. Again, Nolan coming off a pretty devastating injury. And then they took Darius Robinson in the year before that. Now you got Proctor, still got Dante Stills. They have like 4 guys that are the same body type. They are just loaded with 3/5 techniques. I'm really curious to see how they kind of rotate all these guys together because they all play very similar roles. But when they're in nickel, I'm wondering if they're going to have different ones for early down nickel versus late down nickel because they can.
How many flavors of nickel do you have, and do they come back and grab one of these, absolutely mountain of guy defensive tackles to be their, early down run stopper or down eater?
Are you not an Andrew Billings guy anymore?
Not anymore. No.
Which is fair.
No. I mean, when healthy, he was effective. I'm not going to say a force. He was still, I'll say average, but when you average out the time that he missed and him being average, like, he's not keeping me from picking anybody even this year. So, yeah.
Oscar followed it up with, the Jets are worse than a poverty franchise. They are a Sisyphean franchise. Everything they do is hopeless. They always draft great players, but they're the wrong players. Great coaches, but the wrong coaches. Same with GMs. Tell me you're a Jets fan without telling me you're a Jets fan.
Only we can say this because they have heard us. Yes.
Yeah, you're not allowed to say this. We are.
No, that's right. You don't get to say that about my team. That's my favorite type of fan that defends their franchise to the end, and the first chance they get, they turn around and just absolutely rip their guts out. You're like, okay, that's
AKA
yep, I get it.
Every Steelers fan.
There's a lot of franchises like that for sure.
Today, with the 105th selection, Los Angeles Chargers select Brennan Thompson, wide receiver.
Speed.
Yeah, and returnability.
That's clearly
as well.
a Mike McDaniel pick. He loves guys that run absurdly fast.
Yeah, this is some piece of Jalen Waddle. I am not saying, to be clear, that Brennan Thompson is Jalen Waddle. He is not. But there are flashes where you go, oh, yeah, I know how that's going to get used. Again, I think most people think Brennan Thompson, just because of his size, oh, yeah, he's definitely a slot primary receiver. Not true. In fact, like substantially not true. Brennan Thompson ran 348 outside slots and 50 or outside shots from outside wide receiver and 53 from the slot. So basically 350 outside, 50 in the slot. He is a guy that can run from either position. Again, 5'9", 164, not that different frame-wise from Waddle, who is smaller than you think, but crazy fast. Everybody thought he was going to be the guy at the combine that was in contention to break that record, but he's not just a fast guy. Like we talked about yesterday, he's not the knock on these guys used to be, oh, he's a track guy. That was the backhanded compliment about receivers that ran fast that couldn't catch was, oh, he's a track guy. Brandon Thompson, not a track guy. He's a football player, and he's a good one. And I think Mike's going to have a lot of fun with him. If we're talking about landing spots that make me feel better about a player, this is one of them.
If he catches 2 balls a game, but they're both for 25 plus yards, worth the pick.
Yeah,
like
and
his one job is get me explosives.
Yeah, and if he catches one underneath and breaks a tackle, which he does, and then goes another 12 to 15 because he's outrunning your, third safety who runs 4.5 and he runs 4.2, it works the same way. So they don't all have to be, big balls over the top from Herbert. They could be underneath throws that he turns into big gains.
Houston Texans select Fabechi Wiwu, guard from Oklahoma.
Oh, that's early. What do you think?
Definitely is early for me. I am fascinated by the process. They're like, okay, we're going to bring back Ed. We're going to pay Wyatt Teller. We're drafting Keelan Rutledge, probably to be our center. spending another fourth rounder on a guard. Like they very clearly are tired of having a really, really shitty interior offensive line. Like
Yeah,
this
they
is
are
the
fixing
shotgun
it.
off season of all shotgun off seasons.
Yeah, 100% feel that way. Big guy who can really move. Like my favorite thing about him on tape is the first 2-3 steps. Now I don't necessarily love his foot placement, but it doesn't much matter. He still gets around the edge for a guy his size. The mobility was definitely something who, people who are excited by him. And when he gets there, he delivers impact. I like that as well. Yeah, does have anchor. He's big enough. The way he anchors is interesting to me. He kind of goes straight line as a tall guy. So he gets engaged, and instead of sort of bending and, dropping his butt and locking his knees out behind him, he goes like this. And he basically just becomes like a 2x4 lever. And not a lot of people move him. It's unorthodox.
He digs. That's the thing.
It's interesting. It's like a different style. Stylistically, it's just different to watch. But if you're just looking at the result, does the defensive tackle collapse the pocket, put a dent in it, move him? Like not more than about a step and a half, which is premium. That's really good.
Abnormal length for a guard as well, 34.5-inch arms. Again, length isn't everything, especially the closer you get to the ball, length really isn't everything. But the one skill set that I noticed with him that I like was how he refits and kind of uses that length to his advantage. Like he might kind of lose initially, but when he comes back under and then locks out, because he's going to be longer than most DTs. Like most DTs do not have anything close to 34.5. Like that's a position group that you commonly see like 32s, especially with like the really big squatty body nose tackles. So when he is able to refit and lock out, that's what. But and again, that also plays into you saying he digs in. He's kind of a guy that wins late in the rep, not early in the rep, which can be precarious in the NFL if you're going against like really good 3 techniques that win early in the rep and then they don't even give you a chance to recover. But in the 4th round, as far as I'm concerned, it can't possibly be worse than what they were dealing with for their left guard situation last year. And now he doesn't have to play; he's behind Wyatt. So.
Yeah, and one of the players I looked at in this draft and thought yesterday we talked about an offensive lineman and we said fix multiple things. Like he was one I looked at and thought there's a few things like the footwork on the poles, some of the hitting deeper targets on like man stuff inside between the tackles. Outside, he actually hits his target really well for a big guy his size. But I was like, no, to me, if I'm an offensive line coach, the tools are so enticing and there's not a laundry list of stuff to fix. There's like 2 or 3 things. And if you think you can fix those, and all coaches do, he is a worthy dart throw. So while I might say it's only a little bit early for me too. I said early, but like only a little bit, maybe around.
So I talked to Keegan, who's obviously one of the most plugged in OU people we know. And he's thinking center.
Interesting. The long arms would help him a lot.
He's built like a guard.
Yeah. And the long arms would help him a lot at center because he can keep his head up. He doesn't have to pull his shoulders as far down to snap with those long arms. And a lot of centers, including some centers that went yesterday, have like 30-inch arms or 31. So having 34, an extra 3 inches, allows you to keep your angles better. So.
Bill Berto the Great for $7 Canadian. Appreciate you, Bill Berto. Curious what you guys think Dolphins possibly saw in Caleb Douglas. Fast man runs fast. that's kind of what I think.
I don't know. And I'm thinking, again, we're trying to develop a profile. They have a new front office. They have a new head coach. They have a new GM. And obviously the GM worked at a previous stop. And you can never really tell how much input they had when they were like an assistant GM. What maybe certain positions were their specialty, maybe certain days, later in the draft, maybe not at all. Maybe the coaches had way more input. Maybe the general manager or the owner had way more input. Can never really tell like what part of their fingerprints of, his previous team, the Packers, he had what architecture he built there. So we're trying to develop basically like a new dossier on him as the guy making lead decisions in the building. And I try and look back and say, okay, like what did the Packers do at wide receiver? What were the things that they really liked? And then I look at him and I'm like, I don't know, man. Maybe we just need to start a clean sheet on this one because I'm not sure is the honest answer. I don't know.
I am scrolling to get to Fabechi. Where is he?
Is he in a different category?
So
Did
that's
they-
the thing is he played every spot at Oklahoma except for left tackle, so he might be hiding somewhere.
Yeah, that's
on
the
the
thing is
position
sometimes when you're looking for what you think is an inside linebacker, it's under edge, and sometimes when you're
Oh, here we
looking
go. It's
for-
under tackle.
Yeah, and there are just again some sites put them where they played, some sites put them where they think they're gonna play.
First of all, Minna, I love you. I'm David. I'm representing the Niner Empire Germany, the Niner Empire organization, and the faithful from all around the world. And I have a special message to all the other 31 franchises here in front of me. See you on the road, in your stadiums, and our 49ers invasions. Let's go! With
Nice.
the 107th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, San Francisco 49ers select Grayson Horton, defensive
All right. They are fixing their pass rush this year. Romello Height and Grayson Holton. Speed. Like they have their wave of run stoppers. They're going to roll these guys in on third down. And Holton is awesome. I love him. My comp for him, shades of Nandi Madubuike. I think he's going to get used the exact same way. I think you can use him kind of similarly to how they used Amenahu in the past as a three technique, even though Holton's more built like a three technique. But like they would use Amenahu as like their kind of fastball inside. Man, you put him next to Nick Bosa, the stunts they can run together. This is nasty. I love this pick. See, the Niners, again, day 3, this is their wheelhouse.
They're not going to make as many choices that we dislike on day 3. That's for sure. I'm fascinated that Proctor and Holton went off the board 3 picks apart because they were the 2 in this draft that had that archetype, penetrating, 3-tech, burst. Holton less so, but Proctor more so, slightly undersized. But that's how they win. They win with first step quickness. They win with hand usage. They just out quick guards. Holton, as we talked about yesterday, still has good strength.
The 2026 NFL Draft. The Denver Broncos select Jonah Coleman, running back.
There it is.
Oh, boy.
The EJ Snyder special.
Yeah, Jonah, they're gonna love him. Sean's gonna get such good use out of him. He's thinking he got a steal, and I'm having a hard time arguing with that. So the number 1 bullet point, thick, compact. Yeah, you're gonna look and you're gonna see, oh, he's 5'8". Oh, wait, he's 220. He's almost as wide front to back as he is shoulder width. He is built extremely tough and can take an NFL workload from that. I know a lot of people are going to say, oh, he missed a lot of games with injury. He did miss games with injury. But when he's in there, extremely tough. And one of the more versatile backs in this class. I really like the way he runs the football. If you're talking about running back stuff, things that are running backy, you're talking about vision, you're talking about foot placement, you're talking about all that stuff. He's better at that than a lot of players in this draft. And he's really good in the passing game as well. One of the most productive pass catching running backs in this draft. And they're going to use that a ton in Peyton's offense, like a lot.
Valkyrie in chat says, bro's built like a cube.
Oh, 100%. Like standing next to him, he is so solid.
Thank you so much on behalf of everybody from the International Fans of the Year, because this city has given us everything. Thank you. I want to give a quick shout out to Arrowheads Abroad, my bro Tom Childs as well, who couldn't be here, but thank you so much for everything, man. And just literally the whole International Fans of the Year, my brothers and sisters down there. Thank you so much. So let's get on with it.
Yes, please.
Sounds like he had a good time in
Rich.
Pittsburgh.
109th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Jaden Kennedy, defensive back, Oregon.
There's your nickel. After trading away Trent.
This is a player who I said right before the Oregon Pro Day, I watched him again, and I was like, why aren't more people talking about Kennedy? And I reached out and I reached out to 3 analysts in particular and said, what's your take on Kennedy? Like, I watched him again last night, getting ready to go to Oregon. I really like him. And they said, I think he might have just been one of those guys that got lost in the portal. Like, he transferred, he didn't get as much usage at Oregon. So the recency bias. But when you watch his film, he is an absolute dog. He is good in coverage. I don't care if you play him as a safety. I don't care if you play him as a nickel. He lined up as all of those at Oregon. You see anticipation. You see instincts. He's athletic. He's not the biggest guy, but he plays really big. I think this is a great spot for him. I know a lot of Chiefs fans might be looking at this and saying, oh, he got overdrafted. Like, I didn't hear his name. You got a good one, Chiefs fans. Kennedy is versatile. He's effective. He's very solid. Like, he's very stable, which is what you want in a defensive back.
He
I
can
really
challenge
like it.
Kader Kohu for that nickel job right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you're looking at a secondary. You got Mansour Delane, and then they took Noel Williams last year in the third to be an outside press corner for them. Your slot's going to be either Kader Kohu or Jaden Kennedy, and then you got Alohi at free safety and Shamari Connor at safety. Like, I still think they could upgrade at safety, but guess what? There's a lot of safety still on the board.
Yeah, no, you could play Kennedy at safety, and I would be fine with it because he has reps not only at Oregon but previously in his tape. He didn't just play nickel; they lined him up at straight safety, and just one of those players that kind of got lost in the wash a little bit. Not a lot of people were talking about him. I ended up talking to Doug Farrar about him, and Doug did a workup on him. I know on Athlon Sports, and said, "Yeah, I'm in." And I can certainly see why it's a player that I was, again, higher than consensus on, but apparently not higher than the NFL on because he went in the 4th round. And I think that's a worthy place for him. I don't think that's like way too early. And I definitely don't think he was a day 2 player with guys that were on the board, but a strong value. Again, good GMs. Brett Veach is a good GM. Make money on a day like today, because if Kennedy works out and ends up getting a second contract with you and you drafted him in the 4th, let's go.
Jets just traded up.
Yep, I see that. And again, one of the teams that has the most ammo. They had 3 picks in this round, so they can do this all day long because they have a lot of picks next year too. It's not like they're mortgaging their future for this one shot. They have so many picks they've collected from all their trades.
I'm trying to find the trade terms.
Yeah, that could be rougher. Your fingers are going to get a workout
follow on
today.
Twitter that will have the trade terms fairly quickly. Garofalo was doing it well on day 1, day 2. Haven't seen him really doing it day 3.
Yeah, he's poolside today. Day 3's for the hardcores.
He did his bit.
Yeah.
Let's see. What did they give up?
Okay. Jaden Kennedy had 346 snaps in the slot and 128 at free safety at Oregon last year. So we're not talking about a guy.
For them.
Yeah, you're not talking about a guy that is going to be in unfamiliar territory if you play him as a sort of straight classic 2 high safety. But if you roll him down to the slot in a 3 safety look, he's also very, very comfortable. That's where he spent most of his time.
So 120 or 110 and 199 for 128 and 140. Okay. So Jets on the clock.
I love that pick for Spags. I really, again, if we're talking about landing spots, and we talk about this all the time, usually with quarterbacks, but I really do think this is one of the discussions that's made its way around, NFL media is landing spot is so important. We used to say, oh, it's like 10%. Then we said, oh, it's like a quarter. Then we said, oh, it's like a third. Now, in a lot of spots, it's like, nope, 50% is where this player ends up, because if they end up in a good fit with a coach that understands them, that's a huge plus. If they end up in a bad place where the coach didn't really want them and doesn't know how to use them, that's a terrible thing, and they can be pushed down in the beginning of their career. That means for a lot of these late round guys, they're not going to have a career. You're not going to get 3-4 shots as a 5th or 6th rounder if you land in a bad spot. Whereas if you land in a good spot, your value is going to be elevated. You're still not going to get paid like a 1st or 2nd rounder because draft status follows you. But landing spot is so important, and Kennedy landing with Spags makes me feel better about him, just like Brennan Thompson landing with Mike McDaniel makes me feel better about that pick.
So far, the Jets draft class, good Lord, David Bailey, Kevin Sadiq, Omar Cooper Jr., D'Angelo Pons, Dale Jackson Jr.
All bangers.
And they're about to pick again.
Yeah. And they have one more pick this round, or did they trade it? Did they trade it away?
Remember. I got to look it up.
Okay. No, Jets are having a hell of a draft. Like,
could be linebacker.
Yeah.
Somebody to groom under DeMario, like Elam Zor.
It could be a great many things. Again, they have a lot of picks, but they also have a lot of needs. Oh, okay. There's your dart throw. Hey,
I mean, 4th round.
it's not Carson Beck.
It's not Carson Beck at 75.
It's not Carson Beck at 75. Remember this. Now,
so they just really, they don't want to go through another year of the possibility of Brady Cook or Bailey Zappi starting. Not that Klubnik is much better than that.
Yeah, there's some reps on Klubnik's tape, especially from earlier in his career. He is one of those guys that suffered from that, where he had better years early on and then sort of plateaued, flattened out, or even declined. And so everybody was waiting again for that, what everybody thinks is the natural curve of continued upward progress. And it kind of got rocky in the middle there and plateaued and didn't look as good. And so people were like, oh, what happened to Cade Klubnik? When he was really playing at somewhat similar, if not slightly depressed level. But this is a player we've seen up close. We saw him throw at Elite 11.
Yeah, and he got outthrown by the high school kids.
Well, he got outthrown by 2 of the high school kids, that's for sure. And
yeah, one of them starting at Cal.
Yeah, and Dylan Gabriel.
Dog walked him.
Well, I mean, again, there's not many of those guys. So I did come away thinking, hey, he's a mid-tier quarterback, but you're talking about a 4th-round pick that does not have to start, that, again, your coaching staff believes that they can get something out of. And there are reps on tape that make you think that that's real. Do I want him to be a frontline starter for the Jets? No, and neither do they. They took him in the 4th round. Is he one of the better quarterbacks in this depressed quarterback class? I mean, outside of Fernando, who we're not talking about.
Depress is the word to use.
Depress is the word. Everybody's got issues. Even Ty Simpson, who went early, there are questions about.
The AFC West champion, the greatest team of the West, but also my country, Mexico, to make the next announcement. With the 111 pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Cage Casey, guard.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
guard.
got a guard run going here.
Yeah, they said guard, but they're listing, of course, his college position at Boise State was tackle. But Cage was another one. I was like, I'm not sure I see it at tackle. Like, if somebody wanted to give him a chance out there, I understand it. But yeah, I think really looking at motion here, this is Sean Payton looking at, hey, do we have a guard that can get outside with that frame and wall people off? And I don't hate it, but again, Broncos cleaning up on round 4. We've already got Jonah. We got Cage.
Well, they didn't really have any options if Powers or Miners go down. Like their backup guards, you got Calvin Throckmorton. Like your best. So, I'll take a shot on a tackle convert to guard. To be our swing guard potentially in the future. Like, they don't really have any offensive line needs, but the thing is, a team that doesn't have offensive line needs can have offensive line needs very quickly as soon as one guy goes down. Especially if one guy going down means that you have to move other people around. All of a sudden, one weakness becomes 2. Like, I don't think it's ever a bad idea to invest in O-line depth in the 4th round.
No. And it does, however, hit kind of another shelf for me with offensive tackle talent, and I am going to list Casey as a tackle because that's where I had him listed. So now I'm like, if you want somebody who's left, and here we go.
The run is on.
Yep, get whoever's left. So Drew Shelton, the tackle from Penn State. This is team saying, if you don't get him here, you're just literally not going to get him. There will be none left. And it's because the NFL is starved for functional tackle play. I'm not talking about stars. I'm not even talking about like midline players. I'm talking about not get your quarterback killed. And they will do anything with what they pay for quarterbacks. They will do anything to protect them. And that means, hey, if we have to draft a guy that probably if we were just in a vacuum looking at his film and trying to give him a grade, a round grade, Drew Shelton's not above a fifth for me. No way. They have to take him in the fourth because if they don't take him now, there's going to be none. There's literally going to be none.
It's the same thing they did with Johnny Cornelius last year of like after Guyton and Steele, and even then, even with Steele's not the same player he was 3 years ago. Like, they don't have any tackle depth in Dallas. Like, they're just going to keep doing dart throws until they hit on one of these day three guys that can ideally become the successor to Terrence Steele, which I think that they've kind of needed for a couple of years now. But also, again, if Guyton goes down again, if Steele goes, like, they got nobody. It's Nate Thomas or Johnny Cornelius. Like, you can kind of survive, but again, I'm going to keep investing in backup tackle until we have one that is legitimately startable.
Right, because somebody's going to go down. Somebody's going to get an ankle sprain. Somebody's going to get a concussion. Like, it's going to happen. And then what? And if you're starting literally a tackle you got off the street, a street free agent, and you have a 50, 60 plus $1 million quarterback, and they get absolutely smoked because that guy can't play, it's not worth it. So I have 2 tackles left on my board that I'm interested in. Again, rounds kind of out the window at this point. I'm not going to say they're this round tackle or this round tackle because
it's just
guys,
get them while you can.
Like, it's get them while you can, and it's Carver Willis from UW, who had some really good tape, is incredibly strong and has a couple issues, but I think they're fixable. I talked through him specifically. I spent about an hour on Carver Willis after the pro day. Sent film to somebody, said, I watched the film, you watch the film, we'll come together and talk about what we saw. And there are a couple of flaws, but I think they're correctable, which is what you're looking for on day 3 in tackles. And the other one that I just got a chance to do the same thing with is Lili Falamoe from Wake Forest. He's really smart. He's not necessarily the most physically gifted. He is strong. He's got good, quick feet, good, quick hips. And you see a lot of things on tape that the guy I was watching it with pointed out to me that he knows what he's doing. Watch him right there. You see that little hesitation? He knows if that guy's coming. No, he's not coming. He's releasing. Like, he is well schooled in angle play as a tackle. And that can work, right? That can overcome a lot of your physical limitations. If you know where you're supposed to be and you can get there, before the defender, even if it's a half step, it's going to give you that advantage.
Geometry.
Yeah,
you have to make their angles harder. That's your whole job as an offensive lineman.
100%. And he's very good at that. There are things that keep him from doing that, but it's not up here, right? He does have to clean up his steps. He's one of those guys that does take like a step and a half and doesn't really move his hips.
Yeah.
It's like, now we got to get motion out of that first step. But if we do, you're going to hit that guy out here and you already understand the angle and the leverage you need when you get there. So if you hit him earlier, you're going to win. Like, is he super powerful? No. Is he really fast? No. But he is technically proficient and he's mentally smart as an offensive lineman. And that, to me, is quickly becoming worth it as a pick today, because the tank's running dry here for tackle.
I think Demetrius Crownover is going to go pretty soon here. Again, just based on
Burke.
tools.
Burke's going to go, Travis Burke, because he's just mean.
Pounds will go. Isaiah World will go. Brian Parker's going to go. Are you a JC Davis guy?
Do you think Parker's going to play tackle? Interestingly, I didn't get a chance to ask you about that.
I think they'll give him a shot, but most likely he won't end up there.
I think he's going to be a center.
I can see that.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a center. I think center will be better for him. Again, I'm with you. Borderline tackle. If somebody gives him a shot, fine, but I personally wouldn't hold out a lot of hope for that. Doesn't mean he's not going to make it, obviously.
I think it's one of those draft him and figure it out in camp.
Yeah, right. And you can give him that shot, and if it doesn't work, move him inside quick and get him schooled in pass calls. And we got smoke machines and lights. Let's go.
Oh, Jalen Farmer. Nasty.
Yeah.
Super physical. I I am curious to see what this means for their scheme, because I thought he was kind of more Ramsey as far as like we are getting downhill.
Yeah.
Very much I'm going to get my hands on you and jump you and just overwhelm you with power and physicality. I don't necessarily see him as a wide zone guy, which obviously, I mean, Jonathan Taylor is one of the best wide zone runners in the NFL. So if they really want to lean into, I mean, inside zone is fairly similar to duo. It's actually almost.
Is it inside zone or is it duo?
Yeah. So if we want to really lean into inside zone and basically just say like, hey, Jalen, go kill that guy, I could see that being a pretty good fit for them. Like, he is just so physical, so strong. Not the most agile, not the most graceful, but if we just want to win the bar fight, Jalen Farmer.
Yeah, Cowboys back on the clock again. And I have to say that the guard pool is not depleted. There are some guards I really like left. Tackle pool is quickly running dry.
Hello people, how are you doing? I am Mark Aguilar from Mexico City. It's a really special moment for me and to have the honor of mentioning our next Hall of Fame player that will join this season with the 114 pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The Dallas Cowboys select Devin Moore, DB, Florida. Thank you.
Oh, corner.
Early for me, considering the corners that are still on the board.
Yeah, I know
Again,
you
I
didn't like
understand
him
the
as much.
concept. He is a big-ass corner. They want him to play outside. I'm not putting him inside, especially, you already drafted Downs. You have Bland. Like, he is a tall, long dart throw at corner for a team that already has a bunch of tall, long corners. They're just gonna. But again, out of the long corners available, I would have gone Prysock here. But I understand the concept.
Yeah, I like Devin Moore a little bit more than you do. Again, he's definitely a day 3 player for me, but I saw reps on tape where one of my favorite things is he does get his head around in pass coverage. That's a big one for me with corner. You know that. And a lot of times when you're talking about long corners, they tend to be linear. They tend to be fast in a straight line, but they don't cut very well. Now, he doesn't cut sharply very well. He doesn't make like 90+ degree, out and in cuts very well, but he does move well. He's kind of, we talk about with running backs all the time, curvilinear movement. Like he keeps his speed running through curves pretty well, and he's got decent speed. Again, frame, length, definitely a thing.
Baltimore Ravens select Elijah Surratt.
There it is.
There it is. Okay.
There's your big slot.
The
in
Ravens have been craving a wide receiver, and they get one, and it again builds out their wide receiver room. This diversifies the skill set. They did not have a guy that could do what Surratt does successfully. They tried it several times, but I think Surratt is going to be, another throw. I hope he works out. I'm going to hold my chips on that one because the Ravens haven't done a great job developing players at that spot, but Surratt, very polished, very just professional wide receiver. Like, he approaches the game knowing what he has to do from a physical standpoint, from a scheme standpoint. He gets there, he makes the catch. Does he separate? Nah, not typically. Does he win? Yes, he does. So he's one of those guys that you just kind of have to, Lamar's going to have to get comfortable throwing the ball up to him and saying, typically when I throw this guy the ball, he wins whether he's covered or not.
Chat, do we have the Falcons-Cowboys trade terms?
I am very interested in what the medicals were on Billy Schrouth's knee at this point, because
Probably not
Billy
great,
Schrauth-
or else he would have been gone.
yeah, he is a starting guard for me if he is healthy. One of my favorite films. We watch a lot of tape to get ready for the draft. A lot of tape. One of my favorite films through the entire process was Schrouth versus USC. That is an absolute snuff film of offensive line play. He was amazing in that game, and he got hurt at the very end of it, and that was the end of his season. Talked to him at the combine a little bit. Like, Billy Schrouth has starting guard capacity in the NFL. I have no doubt about that. I just need him to be healthy because, man, I realize that game is not every game, but when you see all the things he demonstrated in that game in one place at one time, you're like, yep, that's what an NFL starter guard looks like. So I hope that he's healthy. Yeah, one of my favorite films of the entire process. Wow, I have never seen that many letters in the back of a jersey. We have 2 full rows. International Fan of the Year.
Cowboys got 114 and 137 from Philly in the 20 for 23. Oh, okay. Traded the 114th pick in the Sydney round for Dally. Philly traded it to Dow in the okay. So I'm just gonna force this trade through. How about that?
I'm just gonna force this trade.
I'm just gonna force it.
You know what happens when you force it? The key snaps.
Yeah. Now Elijah Surratt. Now Bucks. All right. Ooh, Bucks took Keontae Scott.
There we go. Dude, he and
so
Payne
Keontae and Ruben playing together again?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
They saw what happened when because again, Miami used these guys in concert a lot. They would put Bain on one edge and Scott right off his hip and basically dare defenses to understand who they were going to stop, because Keontae Scott, absolute force going forward. Just about every highlight you're going to see is with his eyes towards the quarterback, playing around the line of scrimmage, explosive, big hitter. Love the way he plays, and the fact that he gets to play off Bain's hip again. Let's go. That's a ready-made, like, Trev's got to be going out of his mind right now. This is a great pick for their defense. It's going to give them capability to do things that they haven't really done well in that defense for a couple of years. I was going to say,
they have a bunch of guys that were good nickels.
Yeah.
But now, okay, we can put Parrish outside and Morrison outside and McCollum outside. We have a bunch of guys that can play outside. We have Keontae as our true nickel. He's still got Tyke, who can also play nickel, but they like him better at safety. Antoine at safety. We just have 6 guys that can all do this.
Yeah.
You're never going to be
bigger.
hurt.
He's bigger than most of them. He's taller than most of them. Not McCollum, but bigger than Tyke for sure. He's taller than Winfield. Might not be heavier. But he's got size, and his trigger around the line of scrimmage is special. Like, he is an absolute devastator. I'll bring it up for how many stops he had, but it was a ridiculous amount. Keontae Scott had, where is he?
Texans traded up.
Yeah.
Oh no, back. Texans get 123 and 204 for 117. Okay.
Yeah. Keontae Scott, most stops of any, again, we grouped all the safeties, nickels, stars, slot defender, hybrid, whatever you want, into the same sheet. Of all of those guys draft eligible, Keontae Scott had the most stops with 36. For reference, Caleb Downs had 35. And he's generally regarded as the best in this class at that. Scott had more stops than he did. So, did have a higher missed tackle rate by far, though.
Riley for $5 says, "Hey, love the podcast. Been following Brett since I was in middle school.
Whoa.
College junior now. Keep up the great work, guys."
That makes you feel real good.
I'm going to go die. Thanks.
Before you do that, who do you think the Chargers are going to take? Or just give me a position, if you think. Just dart throw position. What do you think they're going to do here?
Could be Elam Zor.
Oh, I would love that.
I'm just trying to plan ahead for contracts.
Yep. No, I need to look at my board.
Because right now they got Dayon, and then after that they got Perryman, Junior Colson, Troy Dye. I feel like if Colson was going to work, he already would have worked.
Fair. Yeah. Alarm Zor, Bryce Betcher, tops on my board for inside linebacker at this point, followed closely by Tareen York and Jackson Kuach.
Could they double down on interior?
They certainly could. I mean,
go
they're not
another guard. Because remember, they brought in Biotish at center.
Slaughter's
at left.
Shotgun approach for sure.
I mean, yeah, why not, right? So right now you got Cole Strange at right guard.
I don't think any Chargers fan ever is going to argue with like, hey, we should get more protection for Justin Herbert. They've all been through the wars. They know.
Trevor Penning as my swing guard isn't stopping me from doing another dart throw.
Not if you really like one. Other than that, I'd wait. I mean, again,
it's Travis Burke. Here's the question. What position?
Tackle.
So he's going to be competing with Pipkins for swing.
Yes. And I don't think competing is doing some heavy lifting there. Like Trey Pipkins,
they have always loved Pipkins.
I know, and I don't share their affection for Pipkins. He did play better, which was a very low bar to jump over. Travis Burke, raw as a tackle, he does make his fair share of mistakes, but he is mean and he is huge. He's 6'8", which is one of the reasons I think projection to guard would be harder for him. The aggression, the whole like punch shit like mentality, no problem. Like he's got that part dialed. So that part would work. And if they end up playing him there, I could see that that's why. He loves getting after people. My
one worry about him at tackle, which again, he's 6'8", so you almost kind of have to play tackle. But again, his quarterback's 6'6", so it's actually like not that crazy if he plays inside for a 6'6" quarterback. Shorter edges are going to give him issues. I don't think that he has the Joe Alt bend, and Joe Alt is a similar height, but Joe can get low.
He does not.
Small bendy guys don't affect Joe. I think they affect Burke, so which I was kind of like, he could play inside where he's going against bigger players where he can just get his hands on.
Now there's
Jimmy Rolder.
I know. To Detroit. This is
I love that.
Such a good fit. Jimmy Rolder, very, very solid football player. Guy I got to late, true inside linebacker for Michigan. Made a lot of plays. Again, not super flashy, and that's perfect for Dan Campbell. He doesn't need superstars. He needs guys that play their position well, and Rolder is really, really good. In fact, in the whole NFL analyst 33rd draft, favorite player in the draft video that we were both part of, Lance Zierlein picked Rolder. And I reached out to him.
Really underrated athlete, by the way.
And I said, I love that pick. That's a good player. I was like, I just got to him like a week ago, and I was very impressed that, again, he's not somebody that's way up big boards, whatever else. You watch the film and you go, that is a solid football player. In that is not a backhanded compliment. That is a compliment.
The 119th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, Wesley Williams from Duke. Well, Duke had a couple passes.
So
interesting that he went before their other edge. Yeah.
Early for me, for who's still on the board.
I would agree.
The note that's flashing on screen is what's intriguing to me, which is the blocked kicks. I'm wondering if they're doing this with special teams in mind.
Yeah. The highlight wins are spectacular. Again, which is not surprising when really good athletes in college put it all together. It looks amazing. I'll tell you, if you dig into his tape, that's not what you're going to see down to down all the time. Brace yourself. But yeah, the wins are spectacular. Very, very athletic for his size. Like you said, he's really tall. He's got good length. I'm very surprised if it's not a special teams play, which it might be. Again, remember, we're still building the book on Jackson as a GM. So the Rams had some. Yeah, the Rams had some very interesting ways of evaluating and valuing players, and Jackson took those with him to the Jaguars camp. So in that way, it doesn't surprise me. I am surprised if they were just talking about straight up edge play that they didn't grab his teammate first. Uh-oh. Text. Boop, boop. Yes, it is. Another team talking about Keontae going to Tampa, not Tampa. So that's a sick spot for him. I'm like, yes, we agree.
They're going to use him right.
Yeah, they know exactly what they're going to do with him, which I love in terms of, again, fit being a very important part, landing spot for a player. Like, that one raises, not that it was really possible to raise Keontae Scott's profile in my eyes, one of my favorite secondary players in this draft. That is certainly doesn't diminish it one bit. Let's put it that way.
If you bet me 2 beers that Williams was going to go ahead of Anthony Jr. out of the 2 Duke kids, I would have lost those 2 beers.
Yep, 100%. I fully agree.
So back to Jimmy Rolder real quick. Very underrated athlete, rangy sideline to sideline linebacker, tackles really well. As far as like hip fluidity and footwork, I liked him a lot better than a lot of the other linebackers in this class. In fact, I don't have my tier list up, but I was going back and forth with him and not Lawson, but Justin Jefferson. I was going back and forth on them for who I liked better as far as like covering running backs out of the backfield. He's a really underrated athlete.
Yeah, 238. Oh, that's very Packers.
Sutton.
Yeah, Deny. First name Deny.
Oh, it's Deny? I thought it was Danny.
No, it's Deny.
That's what I guess for not watching broadcasts.
Yeah, that's what you get. Or listening at the combine, but I'll forgive you for both. No, Jimmy Rolder, 238. I wrote solid linebacker, good trigger, struggled with injuries, didn't run during the process, not surprising for a Michigan guy, but very good wheels to the edge, heavy hitter on arrival, almost looks like he'd rather go through somebody than around him, takes on pass pro with aggression, bangs blockers in the run game with a solid pop, gap discipline, and he fills them. He does not give ground. When he meets a blocker in the hole, blocker does not move. Really like Jimmy Rolder as an inside linebacker. Tonight does his son.
Solid all-around player.
Crazy athlete. Doesn't always translate. Again, you're going to see all the highlights and think, why didn't this guy go way earlier? Watch the rest of the film. He does have long dead spots in his film. But in terms of, like, he got another little boost. We went to the combine and tested out of this world. I don't know what his RAS was, but it was like 9.82 or something.
It was 9 something. I will say he did really well in the agilities.
Not on film.
See agility on film. That's like he ran a really good 3-cone. And I'm like, what?
Yeah, again, testing did not match tape with him, and a lot of people got very excited. He's got great size. Obviously, comes from a big football school. You go and watch the tape; it's underwhelming. He did not play up to those gifts. He obviously has them. I mean, testing's testing, but testing and tape are 2 different things. And as a football player, there were long stretches where he just didn't do anything at all. That's why he went in the 4th. Is they're betting on the upside, they're betting on the athleticism, they're betting they can unlock some of that. I had people early in the process, why don't you have him higher? I was like, because I watched the film. Like, I don't love it.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Caden Weegan, wide receiver, Iowa.
Returner.
Yep.
Well, slot and returner.
Yeah, just the everything guy. This is a fun pick. The Steelers are going to love this guy. He is I don't even think glue guy is the right term. He was kind of the everything guy for Iowa. He's a lights out returner. He was big on 3rd down. They used him out of the backfield on jet sweeps. A little bit undersized, really, really quick. I think, of the guys in this draft, it's between like him and Heidenreich to be the sort of prototypical old Patriot slot receiver, which they don't really have that type necessarily anymore. But again, super, super quick, good vision, good hands, tough player. Not long speed isn't my favorite thing about him, but he's so quick.
Where is he? Is he even on the consensus?
He's gotta be. I mean, well, he should be.
I mean, he was the most electric punt returner in college football. I have to imagine he's on here somewhere. Hold on.
Yeah, but you see a lot of his highlights.
I just scrolled past him.
Even late in the highlight, he's still got guys bearing down on him. His long speed is not his best gift. It's his quickness, his toughness, balance, vision, versatility. Those are the things you're getting with Weegan that are really, I think those are the things that probably endeared him to Pittsburgh. All right, another trade. Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah, Raiders traded up with Atlanta
to get in front of the Texans and then the Bears. So this will be a fun little 3-pick stretch, followed by the Bills. We got a little 4-pack here.
Atlanta Raiders.
We have Irish harp music playing in the background. Let's go.
Oh, I thought they were about to announce something. Okay, let me see if I can find the trade terms here.
All right. Massive super chat, $50 from Paxman. Paxman, thank you very much. I know y'all are football guys, but we just saw LeBron and his child go on a 10-0 run by themselves in a playoff game. Do you think we'll ever see anything like this in football, or was Frank Gore the closest we'll get? Is football just too physical? The careers are very short in football. Like if somebody plays 10 years, it's exceptional. I know everybody says 10-year starter. Almost nobody in this league is a 10-year starter. Very few people even play for 10 years and they don't start at the end of their career. Right. So the ability to string that out physically in the NFL, I mean, there are guys that have had like 18-year careers. And if you had a kid really early, maybe you'd have one season of overlap. More likely what we'll continue to see, Paxman, is the overlap of fathers who played in the league who become coaches, or scouts overlapping with their son, in the same organization. We've seen that a few times. That's more likely because the physical wear and tear, unless you're talking about like a punter, right, who played like 19 seasons, which is still very, very rare. But could possibly withstand. Long snappers sometimes have 16, 17-year careers. But again,
we've gotten close a couple times with like uncle and nephew.
Yes. Yes.
It's
younger uncle.
like Drake or Patrick. If Drake or Patrick like kept it going, he could have made it till his kid got in the league.
Yeah, it's possible, but unlikely. Great question, Paxman, and thanks for the support. That's amazing. Yeah, it is fun, and LeBron has to be said. I'm a Michael Jordan guy. It's fine. It doesn't mean I don't like LeBron. LeBron's longevity, like he reverse dunked it the other night. People are still bringing up tweets of like, well, LeBron's 30, so at least this crap won't go on very much longer. Like, whoops, sorry.
One of my favorite tweets is it's like, my aunt just woke up from a 13-year coma, and the quote tweet was, tell LeBron's still doing it.
100%. It is an amazing run by an athlete. He is, and I don't want to say an unparalleled athlete, but especially considering the circumstances that he started his career under, his, ESPN broadcasting his high school games. How often do those guys work out to be literally anything, not to mention absolute legends in the NBA? Going to be a Hall of Famer, no doubt. So Aegis for 20 pounds. Hi, gents. Now that I moved across the pond for work, it's becoming increasingly hard to catch a live stream. Sorry to hear that. I mean, happy that the job took you across the pond. That's pretty cool. I was listening to the end of the day 2 stream when I saw y'all were live for day 3. Much love from the UN in Vienna. All right.
Vienna.
Fantastic city. Yeah.
I'm jealous.
I know, especially like Christmas time. I will think of you, Aegis, during Christmas time, because Vienna in holiday time is something else. But
one of the downsides of covering football for a living is like I'll never get to go to the German or Austrian Christmas markets.
Sure you will. We'll just go to a game in Germany, man. That's the way it's going to work.
But here's the thing. Here's what pisses me off. They always put the Germany games in between Oktoberfest and Christmas markets.
Well, guess what? We're just going to have to hang out for a couple of weeks, do a couple of remotes. Like, we're just going to have to do it because we have lots of friends in Germany between the podcast and people I know that have moved there for other reasons. My wife has friends from childhood that, one of her best friends growing up married a German, lives in Germany, has for 10 years. So we have a lot of German connections. We should go hang out for a couple of weeks. It would be worthwhile.
Yeah. Twist my arm. Why don't you?
Nah, I will. Hard. There it is. All right.
Explosion. Doesn't always go to the right spot, but he'll get there fast.
Yeah, ideal size is right. 6'1", 223, rare size for a running back anymore. Used to be very, very common, but ideal speed, long speed. Does have a little bit of build-up speed, but if you miss him or he breaks a tackle with that size, he didn't always play up to speed on tape for me. You didn't always see that, but when you did, your eyes just kind of, you rock back and go, well, again, he's not going to get a ton of those, which is why he went in round 4 instead of round 2, round 3. But when he does get them, they are rare opportunities in the NFL, and they think they can get more of those. But again, the system that comes with the new head coach requires speed for outside zone, and now you get speed and size. So it makes sense to me.
The big thing is he's not going to get that many carries because he's behind Genty, and so they're trying to be like, if you get 10 touches, let's see if we can get 1 or 2 explosives out of those 10 touches. And there's very few running backs in this class that could potentially pay off 10 touches, even accidentally with a 40-yard gain. I think that's what you're looking for.
Most backhanded compliment ever. He might stumble into a 40-yard gain at least once.
He might get to the hole and be like, wait, nobody's here, and just keep going. But he'll pay it off.
Not bad in the passing game either. Had 28 receptions.
The Houston Texans select Wade Woodaz, linebacker, Clemson.
I was hoping that the linebacker pick would have been Elam Zor. You like him better?
No.
Neither do I. Full disclosure.
Not even close. Like,
kind of a weird frame for a D'Amico linebacker because he's like a wiry type. And I almost saw him as like a shorter, not Gentry. Gentry is like kind of in a class of his own. But
again, I'm gonna concede that the head coach of the Texans knows what he likes in linebackers way better than I do. I'm going to say would not have been my pick, and I'll just own that, right? I'm not obviously D'Amico Ryans. He has far more information and understanding of the position than I ever will have. Let's just get that out there in the open. On the surface, no, not even close.
I want to say like Al Pacino in Scent of Woman. Wood-ass!
I like it. All right. Spanish Bears fans, let's go.
The big 124 in the 2026 NFL Draft, los Chicago Bears seleccionan a Malik Muhammad, defensive.
Malik Muhammad is Bears corner, EJ. How you feeling?
Lovely. I like the traits. I hope that DA saw those. And somebody said to me yesterday, like, I think DA would like him. I think he fits the profile.
We literally said earlier in this stream, he's a DA corner.
Yeah, he's a DA corner, and they take him. I hope he pans out, right? I think they probably want to use him in the role that they've been trying to use Tyreek Stevenson in, and they're obviously not wild about Tyreek Stevenson, no matter what they say about him in the offseason. Traits are good. Again, the tape was not bad. The tape was just kind of meh. There were long stretches where he didn't get tested, and I came away from his tape going, I love the traits. The film is in the middle. I didn't hate it. There were definitely players that have great traits, and I looked at their film and went, not for me. Like Malik Muhammad, I just wasn't as high on. I knew that the Bears wanted corner in this draft. They wanted to come out of this draft with a corner and a safety. Obviously, they got gifted to safety at the very top with Thieneman, which is a fantastic fit. I could see DA making it work. Would it have been my selection? Let me look where I had him on the board.
Keep in mind, they gave up 144 and got back 166. So they traded a fifth for a fifth. They just moved down in the fifth for it.
Yeah, there are corners I like better, but they don't have the same physical traits. So like Keith Abney, smaller, Devon Marshall from NC State, I like better quite a bit on film. Oh, let's go. Skylar Bell is a Bill.
Oh, talk about a fit.
Yes, please.
Like perfect
All
hand
right.
in glove fit.
Dude, Joe Brady is over the moon with this pick. Landing spot is perfect. Perfect. Like I wanted
Traded
him
up
to
for
be
him
a
too.
Bear. I would have, yeah, I don't think they thought he was going to be on the board a lot longer. I would have preferred this to the Xavion pick in 100 different ways. The fact that he ends up in Buffalo, gets to play with Josh Allen, Joe Brady is going to love him. He's going to replace DJ Moore in short order. Like DJ is going to get most of those touches this year, and moving forward after that, I would be highly surprised if those aren't Skylar Bell touches.
Well, they just have 3 guys now that are yak weapons.
And
Like
Skylar Bell
any of
is
them.
an
Any of them.
everything weapon. He's a short, medium range. He wins down the field. He didn't have a ton of opportunities down the field, but he won there when he got the chance. He has huge hands, 10-inch hands, terrific route runner, amazing savvy, one of the best yak weapons in this draft. Love the fit for the Bills, who need more wide receiver talent. They got one of the best, in my opinion, in this entire draft.
I'm trying to get trade terms for that.
So, wait, no, the Bears picked at their natural selection, or they moved up for Muhammad?
They moved up. They moved down in the 5th round to move up in the 4th to get Malik.
Sorry, I disagree. That I didn't realize that. I thought they picked him at their natural spot.
And then Tennessee
thank you.
traded to the Bills. That's what I'm trying to get the trade terms for.
Yeah, no, thank you for adding extra draft capital to get Malik Muhammad. I don't buy it. The process isn't great. Again, the player, we already talked about the player and the evaluation. Great physical skills, good average tape. But oh, there it is. They got him. Dude,
Yeah, Bills just
that
took
is
a better
run.
linebacker than the Texans.
I don't doubt it. Caleb Alarms, or so for those of you that don't know, we've got friends who run the Rockpile Report podcast. Every year I go on Rockpile and talk about inside linebackers. Caleb Alarms or is one we covered who I said, man, if they get him, he's going to be great, because they were looking for size, run stopping ability. He can rush the passer. He is better in, pass coverage than you think. Real standout. One of the guys at the combine that moved better than I thought. Went back to the tape and thought, I'm going to have to get him a lot closer to some of my favorites in this draft. It just continually sort of climbed the board for me. Love Caleb Alarms-Oren. Love the fit. Oh, man. This is Jim Leonard, remember. Jim Leonard with Caleb Alarms-Or. Man, that is a 2-stroke masterclass by the Bills. Bell and Caleb Alarms-Or clean it up in the 4th. I know Bills fans are unhappy about what happened in the first 2 days. That makes up for a lot of it. Those are going to be 2 of your best players coming out of this draft.
Bills. Sorry, I'm updating everything here.
No, that's fine. Both players I really, really like. That's Brandon Bean has been wandering in the wilderness a little bit in this draft. He is back on the path. That's strong work. Back-to-back picks right there.
Yeah, it kind of stings a little bit for me seeing Alarms-Or go behind Woodaz, and also the fact that the Texans very easily could have used Alarms-Or. Like, he is very much their type. He's an explosive athlete, great tackler, can cover. Like, he is everything a Texans linebacker is, whereas Woodaz is. I just didn't really see their type on tape as far as frame. Well, he has a big frame. He's a 6'3" guy. It's just he's very spindly. I see him as kind of like a. Honestly, I don't really see him being anything that they don't already have in To'o, but I think To'o is a better version of it. So it's like I don't see him being a successor to To'o, who is going to be a free agent after the year. I mean, really, they have 4 free agent linebackers after this year. I didn't see the physicality. I didn't see the frothing at the mouth.
He's
kind of play
not
style that Alarms-Or has.
He doesn't always go forward. Like, he does sometimes. There certainly showed some highlights where he was being aggressive and getting downhill, but he is more of a wait and hit it linebacker. Now, he does hit it. He covers the gaps. He's semi-solid that way, but like, one of my favorite traits, you know this about linebackers, is those guys that continually gain ground on the way to the target and don't compromise angle to do it. And he's not that guy. And so he's more of a wait it and hit it linebacker. He's good at that. He can hit moving forward for sure. He can make plays, but you didn't see it for the most part. So sort of mentality wise, yes, I think To'o was similar in college, but he's gotten better at that in the pros. He, under D'Amico's tutelage, he is better at going forward and getting it. And maybe they're thinking the same thing will happen with Woodaz, that, hey, we can coach him up and like, we love the traits, we love the tools. And, Henry wasn't that way as much as we'd like either coming out. We already have this sort of blueprint, maybe, but that's still, none of that puts him anywhere near the grade I had on Caleb Larmzor. We have
and
to
also
mention
Larmzor, like he has this ability to kind of like contort himself at awkward angles to make tackles. It felt like Woodaz really only made a tackle if everything lined up and was perfect for him. Like he couldn't do things at awkward angles.
Yeah. And has to be mentioned with Caleb Larmzor, if he'd gone to Houston, low moving costs.
Low moving cost, baby. Not to mention like Kyle Lewis, Justin Jefferson.
There's a lot of choice. Bryce Betcher under D'Amico would have been amazing.
Yeah.
Like,
there's a myriad of other linebackers I would have gone with, but
yeah.
I know less about it
It's
than
kind of
D'Amico
like
does, so I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt.
Same thing with me and Muhammad. Lots of other corners I might have gone with. Tools-wise, it's getting a little bit thin. Tools-wise, he's near the top of the board, but I'm not picking my corner on tools alone.
The latest 49er pick. With the 127th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Carver Willis, guard, Washington.
Oh, guard. They announced him as a guard.
Yeah.
This is the tackle I was talking about.
Select him here. Local kid to you.
Yeah, 6'5", 303. So I'm at the pro day. Again, got injured in the middle of the season, but did come back. And the way people talked about him at the pro day, I was like, I don't have that opinion of him. So I went to the Oregon pro day the next day. So that Wednesday when I came home, one of my first studies was Carver Willis. And I watched his tape. I saw things that I liked and I had questions. So I reached out to a player that's currently in college football and said, hey, would you watch this guy? And then I will have watched his tape. You will have watched his tape. We can come together and talk about what we saw. Because obviously a current player in college football tends to know more about offensive line than I do by quite a bit. So I can A, go to school and learn some things about offensive line play, and B, see how what I saw on tape matched up, if those were valid or if they were contrary to what the player saw. We spent about an hour talking about Carver Willis, and you see tremendous strength. You see a lot of good reps. You see some bad ones. And one of the things that he doesn't do is anchor against power on the outside. And it's not that he can't, it's that he doesn't. He continually takes that extra step or step and a half backwards, which ends up being 2 or 3 steps, which then means your feet are where the quarterback's feet are, and it can get you in trouble. And it's actually the thing that got him injured. He was injured on a play where he did that, where he coasted back and then the guard came back over his legs.
Oh, and hit him from behind.
And when I was watching with this player in college football, they said, now, spoiler alert, this is going to come into play. So I'm not just saying it to say it. Like, it's not a great habit to have for multiple reasons, obviously messing up your quarterback's footwork and having them feel that pressure where it's really you being in their sort of field of view. But it is correctable, and he can fix it. He has incredible strength. You see reps on tape where Carver Willis gets out and just absolutely atomizes guys. So he's got the core strength. He can bow up and do it. He needs to be coached better on how to buck up against power. But if he does, you're getting a high upside player. So again, it's one of those where if you fix 1 to 2 things, Carver Willis is going to outperform his draft spot. Bengals go Connor Lew. And they do list
Yeah.
him as a center.
So that's what I wanted to bring up. Because if I'm Cincy, like every single round 4, I'm just going to throw a pick at the offensive line until we get it right. They did Fairchild last year in the 3rd round, not the 4th round. But right now, their interior trio is Fairchild, Ted Karras, and Dalton Reisner. And then they did Jalen Rivers in the 5th last year as well. He was a tackle convert to guard. By no means am I secure in that interior trio. I am going to throw picks at it. Connor Lew obviously coming off injury. By the end of his rookie year, if Ted Karras is still Ted Karras, I'll throw Connor Lew in there. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No. Good player. I didn't necessarily agree with him being the top center. Obviously, neither did the league. Several centers have gone off. The pure centers have gone off the board before Connor Lew. I thought he might play guard. We talked about that yesterday. I think for the Bengals, he probably is going to slot in at center. You're going to see hopefully a lot of man gap scheme stuff. That's where he really excels. Don't like him as much in the outside zone stuff. But he does show good power, has a good frame, good quickness. Pretty good target selector at the second level. Doesn't miss all that often. Does miss, but not all that often. Yeah, I think he could definitely earn a starting spot by the end of the season for them somewhere along the interior offensive line. My first guess would be center, but again, to me, he's with that group of players that you just mentioned. Rivers was another one I liked as a sort of the same type developmental guy. See where you get, throw all 5 of them out there and see who your best 5 are. And if he's one of them, and I bet he is by midseason, like he's probably the starter for the next 4 or 5 years.
Will Lee is Carolina Panther.
Again, defense. And they needed it, and they're working on it. Boy, they're
I'm surprised he went ahead of Abney and Rivers.
Especially
Especially Abney, considering the style of defense that they play. I figured Abney would be their Jackson
their flavor.
Successor. Yeah. He's very similar corner.
Yeah, still on the board. Top ranked player on the board. Again, was probably top 60 for me. So I'm wondering at this point what we don't know about Keith Abney. He was not on either of my list for off-field or medical, but doesn't mean there's not any. So again, they're picking corners they feel are, fit their system. But like, if you're talking about outside, Chandler Rivers is probably going to play inside, although he was primarily an outside corner at Duke. So I can see why they didn't pick him. Will Lee. Yeah, for me, he's in the middle there. I like Devin Marshall better. Obviously, there's something going on with Keith Abney, but I had him ranked higher, which we already talked about. And other than that, it would have been probably Will Lee in this category. So there you go. Picks are coming fast and furious. Dolphins pick is in. Oh, Trey Moore? Okay.
Yeah, the
they said
other Texas edge.
We were
rotation
on we were on the field at the combine. Trey Moore was there. He's moving pretty well. So I texted my favorite Texas fan and said, "What'd you think of Trey Moore this year?" His answer was, and he follows the program pretty closely, "Who?" I was like, "Oh,
the other
okay.
Texas edge."
Yeah, the other Texas edge. Again, we talked about edge and where it really sits at this point in the draft. You're picking wild cards here. You're picking developmental players who you hope flash, show you something. Probably are going to end up on the practice squad, even with a team for Miami that has as many needs as they do. I'm not expecting Trey Moore to be a starter early in his career, or maybe ever. Maybe
I had UDFA grade on him, so
yeah, same. But again,
out of all the Texas edges, or the 2 Texas edges, I thought it would have been Burke, but
Ben, you're excited.
Ooh, this is fun.
Yeah, you're excited.
He'll be, in an ideal world, a similar player, frame-wise and role-wise, to Derwin, right? Big safety, super athletic safety, can play multiple spots, but like he's somebody who profiles to be a big nickel, except for one issue, which is tackling. statistically speaking, one of the worst tackling safeties in this class in the first half of the season.
Yes. However, there's a caveat.
He went, he had kind of an intervention, I guess you could say, mid-season after a stretch of games. It was like 3 straight games where there was some pretty shitty tackling film. And they had a come to Jesus moment with him where they're like, hey, bud, we got to fix this. In the last 5 weeks, I think it was 6 weeks,
6.
he was a top 7 safety in this class as far as missed tackle rate, meaning good. He was missing tackles at a better rate than or not missing tackles at a better rate than like Caleb Downs and McNeil Warren, and I think he was about equivalent to Thieneman in the back third of the year. So if they are cleaning that up tackling wise, talent wise, Genesis Smith is awesome. That's the one thing you got to fix, and that's why he went in the 4th round. If tackling was good, he would have gone 50 picks ago.
Yeah, he would have gone round 3 for sure. And again, with who you've got left, so Bud Clark went earlier out of the tier that I have him in. Zakee Wheatley probably would have been my pick here, but Genesis Smith right next to him on the board. Jalen Kilgore, who I really think is a safety. That's why I have him ranked there. And then Kamari Ramsey. We're all in this tier for me. So it is very much pick your flavor. And if your flavor is big safety who can really move, and when he connects, boy, he can hit like a truck. They showed it in the highlights. But yeah, it was missed tackles for the first half of the season, and they went, hey, look, you're better than this. We need to figure out why it is that this is the thing. And they did. They fixed it. Like, players grow. And, that could create a tremendous value situation here for the Chargers, where they get Genesis Smith in the 4th. The tackling is, I would say average, even average would be fine. They're still getting a very good player in the 4th round.
Boy, picks are going fucking fast at this point.
Yeah.
The draft feels pacier than previous years.
Yeah, it's really, I think they kind of set the tone in round 1 with the shorter time period, and it cooked. A lot of people said, hey, that was a fast draft. And got to say, I didn't mind it. Kept the excitement high. Kept our night a little bit shorter, which I'm not sad about, considering we're going to do, even with the shorter rounds, probably 16 hours worth of live streaming over 3 days. That's a lot. But it felt like it just had more sort of tension. Like, it moved more quickly, and not too quickly. Like, again, the NFL's still getting its moments here, but so far I'm all for the acceleration. I think it worked out really, really well.
Still got a bunch of linebackers on the board that I like. Got safeties on the board that I like. Kilgore's still available.
Oh, okay. Throwback pick. Saints, Jeremiah Wright, Auburn, guard. Yeah, this feels like guard picks of the past from the Saints, and that is a
compliment.
Superlative. That is a plus. Yeah, 331. Round mound guard on the inside, going to be able to hold up, keep Tyler Shuck clean. Yeah, I like this pick value-wise and need-wise, like you said. If I'm not sure, for a lot of teams, you were talking about another team at the time, but if I'm not sure, I'm throwing a chip pick at the offensive line.
Very, very physical, very, very violent, not nimble at all. But if he gets his hands on you, he's going to win. So I do like it from that standpoint, where if we just want a fighter, if we want a brawler, we're not going to get somebody who's both a fighter and nimble in the 4th round. You got to pick and choose. Do you want the dancer that we need to coach up as far as physicality, or do we want the physical guy that probably is never going to move like the dancer? They want that one.
Yeah, interesting. Ravens moved up using a pick from this year and a pick from next year. to get this selection. So there's a guy on the board that's dropping that they want to put a target on. Because again, the 2027 draft, for those of you that don't follow these things, is going to be loaded from a talent standpoint, not at just one position, at multiple positions. So giving up picks next year, regardless of when they are, because again, that talent's going to flow down the board into the later rounds. You have to be pretty sure about a player this year. You gotta have a good grade on them and feel like you're getting a good value to be giving up 2027 picks of any flavor. So they're pretty sure about whoever they're going to snag at 133. There it is.
There's
Okay.
Hibner.
Let's go.
Man, you watched him. I didn't.
Yeah. No.
First one we got to that I didn't watch.
Really? Okay. That's not bad. 4th round, like especially in a
Yeah, that's not
draft
bad.
with evaluations all over the board like this. But no, Hibner, 6'4", 251. You might think, oh, he's a Y. Not really. I guarantee all the highlights they're going to show of him are moving down the seam, good catch and explosion, pretty linear, not what I would call nifty. He's not a guy that's going to throw a jab move on you and get a good out route, but he's got enough wiggle to get around. And if you get him rolling on crossing routes, of course they showed the one-hander against Clemson. I wouldn't say that's typically has good hands, but that was a fun catch. But really, it's about overwhelming guys on the seam and then using linear speed to get away from them. Ravens tried to double dip a couple, 4 years ago at this point, get 2 tight ends in the same draft. Both of those guys left this offseason, and the tight end they were ostensibly going to replace is still there. So they need to refill the coffer, and Hibner is their shot at that. And he is the seam ripper. He's the guy they're going to get moving on crossing routes, get straight up on linebackers down the seam. He can win. He can get over the top and make the catch and keep going. And is a fun player. If you told me even a week ago that Hibner was going to be a 4th round tight end, I would have been like, wow, a lot of tight ends went, including some guys that haven't gone yet. But again, they like Hibner's ability to win, and it is win for the most part vertically. You can talk about long crossing routes as well, but that's what they want this player to do.
So he was 392 on consensus board. Again, I can't judge that because I didn't watch him. But other tight ends that were on the board that I did like around here: Joe Royer, Jack Endries, John Michael Gillenborg. Probably early for Tanner Koziol.
Yeah, if you told me that Hibner went in front of Endries or Daquan Wright, I would have said you were nuts, because I think Daquan Wright gives you a lot of what Hibner gives you with more. He is more of a yak threat, more of a guy that might break a tackle and has better speed. So if you're looking at it, it's kind of, for me, all the dials turned up. Endries is way more balanced. Somebody's going to get Jack Endries and get a tremendous value in this draft. He's one of my favorite tight ends in this draft. I had him 5th behind Sadiq, Stowers, Claire, and Delp. He was the second tier. It's a step down from Delp, but in terms of all-around tight ends, who I think are pretty underrated, like Jack Endries is one of them. Somebody's going to get. Yeah, if the Bears had to pick a player from Texas, why couldn't it have been Endries?
With the 134 pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Kendall Daniels, linebacker, Oklahoma.
Didn't
Okay.
get to Daniels either. I watched
That-
a lot of
that's-
linebackers. I watched
one-
Woodez, but I didn't watch
It's
him.
One pick later, and I get to the first player I didn't watch. I did not watch Kendall Daniels. Great size, 6'5", 242. Get out of here.
If we're
Yikes.
talking about other linebackers that were also on the board, Kyle Lewis is there. Obviously, very different frame than Daniels. Deontay Loss was on the board. Would have been early for me. Betcher's on the board. York is on the board.
Yeah.
Another undersized guy. Aiden Fisher's on the board. Owen Heineke. I don't really know. He's trying to go back to Oklahoma.
He did. He went back.
So he's
succeeded.
officially back at OU.
he got
What
his-
if he gets drafted?
yeah.
Is he going to come out?
He's not getting drafted. Teams know that he's going back. Like
Okay.
his court case was like literally 5 days ago. So it was the whole Trinidad Chambliss thing, but later there was more delays. So it was Trev last week. I was talking to Trev on the phone. He goes, "Oh, did you hear Heineke's going back?" I was like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "Yeah, it just came through." And I was like, "Okay." So Heineke's not officially in this draft. Torian York is a player that I absolutely love. Yes, a bit undersized, but boy, his film sold me. The combine sort of pricked my ears up about Torian York. Film work when I came home 100% sold me on him. Love him to death.
Let's see. Where is Kendall?
Yeah, where'd you find him? What's his rank on the consensus board?
365.
Yeah, literally 100 picks after what is typically considered a draftable range. So they saw the size and something else apparently, because they didn't take him in the 5th or the 6th or the 7th. They took him in the 4th.
Hey, Woodez went for Elam Zor. Shit just happens today. Oh, there's Bryce
100%.
Betcher.
Okay. And man, what a fit. Yeah, when they say baseball background, what they mean is Gold Glove center fielder who got drafted in baseball. And my first question when I went to the OU Pro Day was, why isn't he playing baseball? Like, contracts are better, injury rates are lower. Like, he's a good baseball player. But the answer I got immediately and from multiple people was just loves football more. Even when he was in spring playing baseball and they were having spring practice, he would come over to spring practice after baseball practice and just be like, man, I just want to hit somebody. I want to be back on the field. I want to hit somebody. Really good size. I think plays faster than he tested, but they showed him here at the Senior Bowl just demolishing pass pro. And he's a mean dude. Like, I understand why people want to start stuff with him. He is on the field. He's a mean dude. I'm not saying he's a mean dude off the field. I'm saying as a sort of just an approach to playing linebacker, he doesn't want to be your friend. He wants to put you on the ground. And one of the fun things is when you throw him the ball and he drops it, which is pretty typical for linebackers, let's be honest, he's pissed, right? Because he's got great hands. He's a center fielder. Like, he knows he should have caught it. So I really like Bryce Betcher. He was right next to Caleb Alarm-Zor, right under Jake Galday in this draft for me. I like him. I totally agree that I'm higher on consensus from him. I think he's going to be a really good player for the Colts. Like, I think there's a lot of potential there. Now that he's focusing on football year round, I think you're just going to see the arrow go up.
I think I prefer Betcher at 135 over CJ Allen at 53 of the two Colts linebackers.
Not even close. Not even close. I had CJ Allen under Bryce Betcher in this draft. Same tier, but I had Betcher and Alarm-Zor above Allen in my rankings.
So linebackers are still on the board. Again, Kyle Lewis. I'm not a Deontay Lawson guy at all. I prefer Justin Jefferson more. Torian York, Aiden Fisher.
You keep not
Jack
saying
Kelly go today.
You keep
Perkins
you
could go
keep
today.
not saying Jackson Kuach. I'm telling you. Miami of Ohio kid who was an Ohio State commit and has every physical tool you want, plays linebacker very, very well, had great statistics. Again, it's at Miami of Ohio, which a lot of people underrate. We're talking about a MAC school. Like, I get it. Like, cool. But, like, as a player, he's one of those guys that you're like, oh, he's at Miami of Ohio. He must suck. And I'm like, no, he was a Buckeye commit. Like, they don't take garbage at Ohio State. They don't need to. They can take the cream of the crop. So he's there. Eric Hunter is there. Rolder's already off the board. Red Murdoch from Buffalo is there as well. A lot of Keyshawn Elliott fans out there in the draft verse. He's a little bit lower for me than those other guys, but Eric Hunter, a Morgan State guy that is multi-role versatile. They used him as, think like usage Arvell Reese, right? In terms of they used him off the edge. They used him as a hunting linebacker in the middle. They used him as a drop guy in the middle of cover two because he's so athletic, has length, 6'4", I think. So underrated player in this draft. He's still on the board. He'll go off today for sure. Red Murdoch, not the greatest tester, but man, as a linebacker, he's a great linebacker. Hits with absolute ferocity. I was really surprised by Red Murdoch's coverage score. I did not see it on tape, but I'm going to look it up because it was stunning to me. I fully expected him to be one of those guys like, oh yeah, he's great against the run. He's a big hitter, but like NFL pass rating allowed, like, I don't know, 120 maybe. No, it was way better than that. I was legitimately stunned. All right. Murdoch. Where did I put him? Where did I put him? Now I gotta look it up. Look it up.
So Saints pick is in. Oh shit.
Yeah. Red Murdoch. Oh yeah, it is. It's way up there. It's 125. I saw something that it said it was more. He had 2 PBUs, but not a great player against the pass. But again, where he's going to get selected as that really CJ Allen archetype, not as athletic as CJ Allen, but in terms of that 30-degree cone linebacker we're talking about, snuffing things out, like Red Murdoch is he's one of my guys in this draft. 6'1", 240.
How do you guys feel about Justin Jolly? I think he is
I'm
really
interested
more
to
of
hear.
a big slot than a tight end. But I think he's a fun player. I think he'd be not Harold Fannin, but a Harold Fannin type of guy.
Yes.
Like he's that kind of frame. I think he moves better than Fannin, honestly. But Fannin
Yeah.
just has this remarkable ability to catch anything. But I think he'll go as a big slot, H-backy, full-backy kind of guy. Somewhere today.
Yeah. So, crazily, one of the heaviest tight ends in this class, 263, second only to Roush, who is 267. So we're talking about,
Talking about Jolly?
yeah.
There's no way.
Maybe I transposed numbers. I will double check.
I thought he was like in the 240s. Yeah, he's 241.
Oh, my bad. Bop, bop.
I was like, he's small.
Hey,
Oh, Bryce Lance just went to the Saints.
good night. That receiving core, like, get out of here. Olave, Tyson, Bryce, Lance.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Shuck's not going to be hurting for targets.
No, and Shuck can unleash it deep, so that's a good use of matching receivers to a quarterback skill set. I love Bryce Lance, unabashedly love Bryce Lance, one of my favorite receivers in this draft. Back to Jolly, 2.0 drop percentage, like 60% contested catch percentage from a player who's 6'3" as a tight end, like uncanny ability. 7 touchdowns, second in this tight end class. And not the greatest run blocker, not surprisingly at his size. I don't know where I got 263. What do you say he was? I'm gonna fix it.
Oh, you're talking about Jolie. I thought you were talking about Lance.
No, Jolie is what?
He's
No,
241.
Lance is 241. Gonna fix that in my notes right now so I don't say it again because that was silly.
So were you just talking about Lance or were you
is-
talking about Jolie?
We were talking about Jolie, but I'm going to talk about Lance because his statistical profile and his tape. Like, again, I saw somebody earlier in chat saying, I think analytics is ruining football. To remind everybody, I watch tape and then look up the numbers, not the other way around. So my opinion of them is formed by what I see on tape. If it's backed up by numbers or refuted by numbers, again, if you see some things on tape that don't really play out from a statistical perspective, fine. But Bryce Lance, one of the more ridiculous players in this draft. Yards per reception, 21.2. Yards
Crazy.
per route run, 3.58. Bananas territory. Yak per reception was good. I saw somebody say they thought he wasn't. What was it? They said, I'm going to go back.
I mean, his comp is another North Dakota State receiver, and that's Christian Watson.
Right. Somebody said to me today in a text, I don't think he's a fluid athlete. And I was like,
No, he's an incredibly fluid athlete.
what tape did you watch? Like, that's one of my first notes about him is incredibly fluid. And I actually used the word balletic. And around the sideline, deep down the field, he is. Like, you see him contort and twist up over defensive backs and make catches that a lot of other receivers, almost all other receivers in this class, don't make. Great size, 6'3", 204, really good speed. Contested catch percentage plays that out. in the numbers that you see on tape, 66.7%. Run blocking grade, very good. Knows how to run block, gets himself in there. 63.7 was his run blocking grade. That's neither here or there. On tape, he is a run blocker. You see him engage, drive defensive backs down the field. He outweighs most of them. He knows how to use his leverage advantage. Just an all-around really good player. Yeah, he only had 51 catches. He had over 1,000 yards. He had 51 catches for 1,079 yards. Love Bryce Lance. And in that landing spot, like, that's going to make that receiving core. Again, if they're on the field, because two of them have huge injury concerns, Lance does not. If all three of them are on the field together, I don't really know what you do as a defense, because you don't have three coverage guys that can match up with Tyson, Olave, and Lance one-on-one. And you can't put a safety.
You still got Devon Vele as well, too. Like, you can go 4 wide and just smoke people.
You go 3 wide, and if you come out, like, one of your coverage players is going to be short. And I don't mean short physically. I mean short skill-wise to keep up with what all three of those guys can do. It's a force multiplier. It's a guy that is probably, until he proves it, going to get a lot of single coverage looks. And once he proves it, people are going to be like, can't let that guy deep, because it might only be twice a game, but it's going to be for 35 yards each, and one of them is probably a touchdown. So, like, single cover him at your own peril.
Ashley Atchison for $9.99. Where do y'all see Nussmeier going? On an unrelated note, go Bengals. I kind of thought Nussmeier would go in round 4. We're about to end round 4.
Yeah.
So, the cyst was an interesting explanation for why the ball just kind of died on him in 2025. You really are betting on the 2024 tape with him, but even then, like, he is limited physically. I probably see high-end backup ceiling for him, which is about now where those guys go.
It's about now. All right.
As for who could use him, like who's like in desperate need of a high-end backup, let's see.
I know you won't love the answer, but if he's healthy, does he not start in Cleveland?
You'd have a shot.
I mean, if he's healthy. Again, the 2024 version of Nuss, does that start in Cleveland right now with their depth chart?
He would be an interesting one in Indy.
Yeah, as a backup. We were talking about Indy backups. I think he's more talented throwing the ball than a lot of previous Indy backups. They don't tend to value that. They want tough guys. They want guys who can take very selected shots in the passing game, and they want guys that are mobile, that can run, that can survive. That's been their backup sort of archetype, and I think Nuss is much more of a slightly smaller but better arm and more chops in the passing game typically than the guys they've taken, like Eason. And
better thrower than Riley Leonard. He's more accurate than Anthony Richardson.
Careful. Notre Dame stands will come for you. I took shots at Riley Leonard's passing ability, and I heard about it last year.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select LT Overton, defensive end.
Oh, okay.
Edge setter,
So
run stopper.
This is
not a pass rusher at all.
True defensive end for me. No, almost zero. We were talking about this literally yesterday on the stream. Alabama, like defensive end types. There's a type. He fits it.
Yep.
Super powerful, long arm, lockout. Like, you're not running on him. They're going to, of course, show his very limited pass rush repertoire here. But
there's a couple.
For me, there are, and they're going to show every one of them, which is fine. Everybody's going to come away going, what do you mean he's not a pass rusher? I saw him get 2 sacks on the highlights. Yeah, you did. That's all right. That's not what they're drafting him for. They are drafting him to be a heavy-handed, stout defensive end edge setter, not an edge defensive end. He's going to stand up, lock out, and he is good at it. Like, following in a long tradition of that position at Alabama. I realize the coaching staff has changed and whatever. He is a throwback to the Saban era defensive end who is just going to sort of knock out one section of your run game. Like, you're not going through where he's standing because he's not moving. Like, he's just really strong. He's technically proficient that way. He uses his angles well, his leverage well. Not quick. Like, Does not have a ton of burst. Definitely does not have long speed. Is a bit of a plotter, but man, he is stout. And they're saying we had Matt Bowen on the show 2-3 years ago now, and he said, "Look, if you can't set an edge, I don't care what level of football you're playing at, high school, college, like pros for sure. It's gonna be a long day. If you can't establish an edge against the run, it's a role you need at every level of football, and that is LT Overton's role, and that's why he went right there."
See where the Dolphins taken.
I'm just looking at the weather from this particular Dolphins fans locale. I'm like, all right, that looks nice.
Oh, Kyle Lewis.
All right, there you go.
Oh. Again, seeing who the Texans took at linebacker, I'm just going to keep hammering. I would prefer Kyle Lewis. He's similar to. I think the reason why the Texans took Woodaz is because they're like, oh, he can be our overhang player. Because that's what Clemson used him as a lot. He's a guy that operates in space. He's 6'3", he's lanky. But like as far as an overhang player like Kyle Lewis, who could play nickel or linebacker, I think Lewis is even better than Woodaz is, even though he's smaller at like the actual dirty work that linebackers have to do inside. Like Woodaz's average depth of tackle was 3.6 yards past the line of scrimmage. It was 25th in this class. Like Lewis can do everything that he can do, and he can do it better. He's just smaller.
Yeah. That was my thing about Woodaz is, again, like I said, he didn't really go forward on tape. He was more of a weight, hit, and drag down guy, which is reflected
he went forward, but for stuff that was outside the tackle box. He was like, okay, if you're trying to perimeter run, he's our missile to track down the perimeter run. Anything inside, I didn't like him.
Yeah,
Lewis, I think, showed more inside than he did.
Yeah, and Lewis did not. That was the weaker part of his game. Again, 6'1", 220, so undersized. You can call him an inside linebacker, but he had 319 reps in the box and 244 in the slot. This is a heavy nickel dime backer, slot defender, whatever you want to call him. Extremely mobile, as you saw in the highlights. When he triggers, he's very, very quick going forward. Missed tackle percentage was low given that. For those attacking type players, we talked about guys like Keontae Scott. His missed tackle was 10.9%, pretty low. 30 stops, which again is him triggering forward, slashing in, catching running backs. That's his typical way to get that. Snaps per reception, not good. Everybody says the best coverage linebacker in this draft. That may be a thing, but it's 5.9. We've talked about guys who have 20.1, 30, 30.1. Emmanuel McNeil Warren was 52.3. Kyle Lewis's snaps per reception, 5.9. Not great. Did have a bunch of PBUs, had a few penalties, but more it was just his alignment. Everybody's like, linebacker. I was like, this is a box slot player, and there's nothing wrong with that. He's really good at it. And he can affect the game, again, going forward, covering tight ends, all of that. Like, yes, I want him doing that. But do I want him lined up between the tackles being a traditional, inside linebacker, even weak side linebacker inside? No. Like you said, I got to get him out on the edge and the overhang in that down the hash marks, vertical slot piece, coming forward, going backwards. Like, that's where he's going to excel, which is why we put him in the box primary, which includes guys like Thieneman, McNeil Warren, VJ Payne, Harold Perkins Jr., Kyle Lewis. They're all in the same usage category from college. They all lined up very similarly.
Ephesian Prysock.
I saw.
Just went to the Niners. He was the Washington corner I thought would go first out of the two. Love that pick for them. Not in the 5th round, but close to it. So I know he's going to be good.
Yeah, so I know he's going to be good. That's your... Oh, my God.
My Bengals fans back home and all around the world, this one's for you.
Imagine being an international fan and picking the Bengals.
With the 140th
Poor guy.
Suffering.
2026 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Coleman,
Oh,
wide receiver, Georgia, Houday.
interesting.
So they like to do this. They'll take shots on day 3 receivers just to see if they can get like a. I mean, they did it with Why am I blanking on the name? Yale. Or no, Princeton.
Oh,
Fuck. Who was it?
no, yeah, it was Princeton. You're talking about now you did it to me.
Yoshevich.
Yes.
Did the same thing with him. Like they're gonna do their dart throw
Yeah.
on high upside wide receiver threes. I mean, for him, he'll be wide receiver 5 for now, but
Yeah.
they want to remain stocked at the position.
Yeah, Colby Young is a long strider, 6'4". My favorite thing that they just flashed up on screen. Start at Lackawanna Community College. Let's go. 6'4". He's going to kind of plod. He's not a rapid steps guy. He's a long levers guy. He can build up speed over the top, but he's a much, much, much lesser version of Jacoby Lane, who we talked about earlier and should have gone much earlier and did, in terms of big 6'3", 6'4", guy that can kind of post up and win again with rolling speed, not as a cut guy.
This dude is fucking loaded.
Yeah, this guy is
Pick.
100%.
Gracias, Texan, por realizar este sueño para mí. Gracias a todos,
Get this man some water.
a los Ifotis.
Little bit. He's been having himself a good time. Speaking of water, it's a fine suggestion.
En esta hermosa ciudad, a toda su gente.
Wee.
141 pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston, Texas select Kamari Ramsey.
Oh, they got another one. They got another one.
So he was seen as a potential like day 2 safety nickel hybrid guy early in the process. I did not see tools for that, but top of the 5th round for a hybrid type of player that is a really, really excellent tackler, very smart. He tends to be in the right place. Like he'll make plays with his brain rather than with his body. Again, not great tools, not a great mover, but you can rely on him to tackle in space. I think he'll play special teams.
Yeah.
I struggle to think that he's ever going to be a full-time nickel for them, especially considering a lot of the other guys on the team that they have that are like true nickels, like Petrie. Like he doesn't move like Petrie. He tackles like Petrie, doesn't move like Petrie. So I see him as like, okay, he's our backup / like he'll be kickoff cover, he'll be punt cover. And maybe that's what they feel like with... Can I keep going back to the Wood-ass pick just because I didn't like it? Like maybe they just see both these guys as special teams contributors.
Yeah, no, Ramsey, you're right. 3.2 missed tackle percentage, best in this, again, star hybrid nickel slot class by a bunch. Next closest, lowest missed tackle rate was Thieneman at 8. So you're literally talking about almost 3 times as high as Kamari Ramsey. Very, very sure tackler. Slot primary player, 251 reps in the slot, 103 in the box. So they did move him around, and 93 at free safety. So they moved him around between all 3 spots, but he was slot primary. I did not like him as much as some others. I ended up with him. Which tier did I have him in? He, for me, was at the bottom of the tier with, again, all the guys that are going right now. Bud Clark went a little bit earlier, but Genesis Smith, Zakee Wheatley, who I think we still have yet to go today, Jelon Kilgore. Yeah, Ramsey was in that tier for me.
So the Texans used the Titus Howard pick that they got for Howard on that.
Yeah, and then Carmona, the guard from Arkansas, just got picked. Like the way he moved at the combine. Put him on my list. Yeah, if you're looking at the Mike Washington runs that got sprung, a lot of times it was behind him. I'm going to take a quick break, go get some ice and some more water, and who knows, maybe some more coffee, but I will be right back for the 5th round.
I will hold it down.
All righty.
All right, Texans took Carmona, right? Scrolling. All right, so Cardinals pick is in. Curtis Rogers, $10 says, some insight on the Matthew Hibner pick. Minter was coaching at Michigan while Hibner was there, so maybe that played a role into the higher draft position. That makes sense. I could see that. That was a big reason why the speculation between Oscar Delp potentially being a Browns target is because, Browns head coach Todd Monken had recruited Oscar Delp to Georgia while he was coaching in Georgia. Flamin' Air for $5. Where's Emmett Johnson going, and what can my Rams do to not make this draft suck? I don't necessarily think the Rams have done a terrible job. Let me pull up their class so far. I mean, obviously the Ty Simpson pick at 13 I would not have done, but I really like the Max Clare pick at 61. I mean, he's kind of more of what they already have, but I like him, better than Ferguson, who they took last year. So if we want to be a 13 personnel team, which they did a lot more than most of the teams last year, getting multiple tight ends on the field. I like Max Clare. I think he's a really, really effective, not even just receiver. He's a good blocker too. He's a true wide tight end, potentially a mismatch nightmare for them. Keegan Trost, this is a team that tends to find tackle value outside the first 2 rounds. They're losing 80% of their offensive line next year. McClendon, I think, might actually hit the free agent market. So if they see Trost as a developmental tackle for them, they can take over. I still want them to hit interior because their 3 starting interior guys are also going to be free agents after this year. So, round 6, round 7, we could see multiple interior picks. I think Hecht is still on the board, right? Stand by. Yeah, Hecht is still on the board. Yager Burton's still on the board. Pat Coogan's still on the board. Brailsford. Let's see. At guard, Shrouth is still there. Stevens is still there. DJ Campbell's still there. Oh, Micah Morris. Freaky athlete. Micah Morris is still there. Let's see who we got. Dylan Wade has some fans. Logan Taylor. They can still get multiple interior picks later today. Landon for $9.99. Thank you, Landon. Should I really be upset the Packers skipped on CJ Allen? We need corners, but that group seemed deeper than linebackers. Also, what team takes Bryce Lance? Well, we just found out, the Saints. I'm surprised no one has taken a shot on him. I wouldn't be upset the Packers skipped on CJ Allen. I was lower on CJ Allen than a lot of people. 53 was kind of the top of the range where he could have gone. But again, I saw other linebackers that were on the board as better bets than CJ Allen. Just athletically, he's very, very smart. He's a tough kid, but athletically, tools wise, I look at multiple other linebackers that are on the board that I saw as had more traits that I liked. And I mean, shit, they got Betcher almost 100 picks later. I like the value on Betcher for them. So I wouldn't be sad about missing out on CJ Allen there. Brandon Davis for $5. Any DTs or DEs worth taking a flyer on in the 5th for the Bears? Been here all 3 days waiting for a DT. There's still plenty of DTs left. Rayshon Benny, I think, is absolutely worth a shot right now. Xavier Harris, assuming medicals check out, he is an absolute monster. Team Keenan, if you want more of a nose tackle type. DeMonte Capehart only had about 150 snaps against the run and still put up one of the most impressive highlight tapes against the run of anybody in this class. There's guys. Skylar Gill-Howard, if you want more of an undersized penetrator, but he's probably going to be, round 7 type. Jordan Vanderberg, obviously, freak of nature, could go there. There's plenty of DTs still left. Call me Cotter, $4.99. As a Saints fan, do we take a quarterback for insurance late rounds? Not sure I like Rattler as our only policy. I mean, Nuss is still there. You could do Nuss. You could do Cole Payton. That's probably about it, honestly. But yeah, there's still a couple left. And then Brandon Davis. Oh no, I already did that one. Here we go. Christian for $1.99. Can my Panthers save Sam Hecht from this fall? At this point, you're just picking up dollars off the ground. There must be a medical thing I don't know about on Hecht. Seahawk recap show for $10. Thank you. I know we're still in the 5th round. However, I was wondering who you guys think the Seahawks could take in the 6th round, maybe an edge or a guard. A lot of the guards that I just lifted off also apply to the Seahawks. As for edges, Josh Josephs is still there. That's not a medical thing. I think that was more of a different issue that's having him fall this far. Tyreek Sapp, I think, is more Seahawky, I would say. Again, big body, super physical. I think, putting him under DeMarcus Lawrence could be good for him. Let's see, who else? I think Vincent Anthony, the other Duke edge, I thought he would have been the first Duke edge to go. Who else? Mikael Kamara is pretty Seahawky. Adame Tucker, for if they want more of a true DPR type, like they can get one in this round. Who just went? Oh, Reggie Virgil went to the Cardinals. That's interesting. Let me pull that up here. So I thought he was going to be the first Texas Tech receiver drafted. He was not. So looking at the Cardinals depth chart at receiver, because I need to refresh myself. He's at most wide receiver 4 for them because they have a pretty good room. So obviously you got Michael Wilson, who honestly at this point might be their one because I thought he played better than Marvin last year. So some combination of Marvin and Michael Wilson at 1 and 2. Kendrick Bourne is your number 3. Dev Duve really always been more of a gadget guy, return guy. So you could potentially slot Virgil in there as your wide receiver 4 day 1 with wide receiver 3 upside. Still looking for their right tackle answer for the 3rd straight day. Still don't have one. Offensive line, I think, is coming along pretty well. Other than that, though, you got Paris at left tackle, Sayamalo at left guard, Yelty Frohold at center, Chase Besantis at right guard. It's just there's been a lot of picks now for them that could have and probably should have been right tackle, and they want to go into the year with Elijah Wilkinson as their answer, and I still vehemently disagree with that. But I like the Caleb Proctor pick. Love, obviously, best player in this class to me. Just need to get a right tackle. Reggie Virgil.
I was going to say Reggie Virgil, you say.
Yeah.
Reggie, again, totally agree with you that I thought from that team he was going to be the first one selected from his college team. But interesting thing about Reggie Virgil, I think I said yesterday on stream that I had a very fun comp for Reggie Virgil.
What is it?
I'm getting to it. Just make sure we get it correct. But he's a fascinating thing on tape where it's going to sound strange, but once he catches the ball, he's really good at going backwards, like backing into a defender. And he uses his leverage because he's really tall. And so he'll go out, catch a little hooker out, he'll get contact, and he'll like lean into it and just start pushing. It's almost like a rugby play. He does it all the time on tape. And then a lot of times, like, he'll break contact with the defensive back.
He
it,
kind of spins off of it. Yeah.
Just like shouldering back into him, and then they'll lose him. They're like, what is he doing? He's just kind of bullying me over, and they'll lose contact, and then he spins and takes off. And it's just one of those little things you pick up on tape. Like, he uses his frame in that way kind of as a weapon over and over and over again. But I'm going to pull it up.
You trying to remind yourself what it was?
I am. I want to get it right. All right.
Well, you do that.
If you
Warrior for $9.99.
Okay, go ahead. No, go ahead. I found it.
But Brett and EJ, did you get a chance to check out Carson Ryan from BYU? I know Connor Rogers has him as high as the 4th round, and Trevor had him at TE5 at one point, but I viewed him as kind of an H-back. I did not get a chance to watch Carson Ryan. Did you?
Oh, I did, but I have to disagree with our esteemed Blue Chip Committee colleagues. I did not have him that high. And
did you even have draftable?
Borderline. Like, again, if you want to flip a pick for him and you really think he fits in that more specialized, versatile role of H-back, which is not the same as tight end. I Again,
Sam Hecht went to the Panthers.
Okay.
I like that. Again, there
Yeah.
must have been a medical that caused him to fall this far, 'cause he's not the 144th best player in the class. Unless I just liked him way more than you.
No, I liked him. He was a guy that in rechecks, I realized I had gone quickly through the first part. He was one of the pre-combine guys that I did. And when I got back, I liked the way he moved at the combine. And I just kind of went with, hey, he's, somewhere up there, depending on who you think is the top center. He's right up there. And I did my rechecks when I was trying to slot centers because there's a group of like 4 of them, right? It was Logan Jones and Slaughter and Hecht. Lou was in there for me because he was lower than most people. But again, league kind of lower on Lou than most people were. So there was this group of like 4 centers, and I was trying to separate them and stack them and see if they're all in the same tier, if they were in different tier or whatever. When I went back and rewatched Heck, I was like, ooh, I kind of, had a bunch of things on his tape the first time that when I went back and watched the second round of games, I was like, he's not as complete as I was giving him credit for. So I moved him down just within that tier, not to a different tier, but he was a leader in the clubhouse for me, especially as an outside zone center. I don't think he went a little later. Like we're at 146. Ooh, Parker Brailsford, speaking of centers. So center run is going on.
I like Brailsford. Super smart. Not the biggest guy, but really, really, really smart. Like he's somebody who even as a rookie could call protections. He was kind of the only thing that was really holding the Bama offensive line together. Like, and I know they had Caden Proctor on there, but like Caden Proctor was very gettable. And the rest of the line was way more gettable. But Brailsford was really solid.
Yeah, what's funny about Brailsford is he followed Kalen DeBoer from Washington, if I'm not mistaken. So he started Washington, went to Alabama. And he's an undersized center who's really quick, who we really love the processing on. And he went to the Browns. Nick Harris.
Oh, yeah. They have a type.
Same dude. Brailsford might be
undersized Husky centers.
Yeah, that are really smart. No, Brailsford, I think, is a better version. But my Reggie Virgil comp. Are you ready?
Yes.
Josh Reynolds.
Again, as a wide receiver 3-4 type? Sure.
In
That's
terms of play style, like he very much reminded me of Josh Reynolds. And the other national analyst that I sent that to was like fire emoji. They're like, that's good. I like that. I was like,
don't hate that at all.
I hit one. And by the way, folks, we don't just talk about it on the pod. We actually drink it.
Oh, you're doing your daily?
Yeah. I was like, hey, that actually looks kind of good right now because I didn't get a lot of breakfast. So, this will be a nice start.
Simon Coolhand for £5. This is something I didn't know. Xavier Harris's arrest for DUI and felony fleeing, domestic violence, and obstructing arrest. He's a UFA who most teams, if not all, won't touch. I knew about the medical stuff. Didn't realize all that.
Oh, I did.
So that'll knock you out of the draft.
Well, it won't always. It looks like it is in this case.
Should.
But not. Again, this isn't how we feel about these things, to be clear. We're talking about how the NFL feels about these things. If those issues are resolved to the NFL's satisfaction, which usually means on the legal side.
Which usually not to our satisfaction.
True. They don't care. I'm not saying we don't care. I'm saying they don't care. To be very clear, there is a limiting line here. The funny thing about Harris's is everybody I talked to about Harris's off-field stuff, nobody could find the resolution. And there are a lot of people looking. So I'm not saying the NFL teams couldn't find it. I'm saying of all the analysts I talked to that actually talk about these things, and I did a lot more work to be completely transparent. In years past, I've done no work because up to about 3 years ago, I had no contacts. It didn't matter if I tried. Nobody that I knew anything about that. Now, the number of those contacts has grown over the past 3 years, and I've gotten hit in the face with some 2x4s of off-field stuff that everybody was like, oh, you didn't know? And I'm like, no, I didn't know. I wouldn't have said that if I'd known. So this year I decided, and it was a new effort for me, that about 2.5 weeks ago, I was going to start making calls. I was going to start reaching out and see what I could get on the medical side and the off-field side, because we've always called that the third and said we just don't have a lot of visibility to it. And that's true. And we're still going to miss. That's not, we're still going to not have information. There are guys falling down the board, like the Keontae Scott thing. I heard, oh, it was background stuff, but it didn't seem terrible. Given where he went, it seemed pretty significant because as a player, he was better than that. So anyways, I reached out to a whole bunch of different people in the media space and the team side. And when I say team side, it's actually people that work for the team, not like part-time physical therapist that goes in, like someone employed by the team that gets a check from the team. And then the sort of agent side. So not necessarily that person's agent, but works in the agency sphere, understands that, has had, either pursued these players, didn't sign them, whatever, knows something about them. So agent, team, or just I'll call media, other analyst, the three buckets. Reached out and built pretty extensive lists on off-field and medical. Got a better than a page of each notes for different players that fell into those categories. And again, they're sort of mild to wild in both of those categories. The weird thing about Xavier Harris is all the people I talked to. So I ended up talking to, I don't know what the total number was, 12, 14, something around there. Of all the people I talked to that have pretty good resources, nobody had resolution on Harris's stuff off field. They all knew about it, but nobody had an answer as to how it had been resolved or if it had been resolved. They just couldn't find it. So that was kind of an open-ended question. If his medicals are clear, which again, only one team that I checked with said, yeah, we don't care about his foot medicals. Then the off-field stuff is probably leaning into it, because the tape, the part that we concentrated on for the most part and still do, is incredible. Like, he's 6'8", 320, almost 330. Really good mover at that size. He's disruptive. He's a problem. So if there's something keeping him, off the boards, yes, it's those two things, DUI and domestic violence, as far as I remember.
Speaking of flags, Joshua Josephs just went to Washington.
Okay.
Which is around kind of where it makes sense.
Yep.
Again,
very
high
explosive
upside play
edge
for
rusher.
them.
Yep. Very explosive edge rusher. When everything gets put together, they're wow reps. He had reps that were wow off the edge. They were not all the time. And
just ask Monroe Freeling. He got him.
Yeah. And when he got somebody, he got him good. And it was, when I say got him good, it's catnip for NFL decision maker stuff. It's speed, bend, burst, dip, ability to get, around on the edge and just do it very, very quickly. And that's, look, NFL teams want it. He's got it. Definitely had some inconsistent effort on tape. There were folks around the Tennessee program that said, he's up and down. When he's up, he's amazing. When he's down, you see it on tape. And I think NFL decision makers saw that too. And again, got to the point on day 3, now in round 5, where the risk tolerance goes way up, especially for talented players. And you go, yeah, I'll gamble on that, because if we can turn him around, and again, every coach in the league thinks I can fix him, right? If they believe that, there are tools there that are at the rare level for a pass rusher. The burst, the bend, like, it's there. You see it. You just don't see it all the time. And he's not a complete player, but at this point, 147, basically just barely a top 150 player. Yeah, you're going to gamble on the tools because that's a tools position.
And then speaking of toolsy dart throws, the Raiders traded for pick 150 by using Tyree Wilson and a 7th. They traded Tyree to the Saints.
Oh, to the Saints?
Yeah.
As a former Tyree believer or current Tyree believer in hiding, I don't know which one.
I will say, as somebody who had to go through a bunch of Tyree tape this past week for a video about how length doesn't automatically translate to being a good player, they got what they could for him. It was not good. It was bad.
Yeah,
it was straight up bad tape.
He didn't. Tyree was it's funny. We're just talking about Joshua Joseph. We're talking about toolsy edge players, right? Tyree had tools and he had flashes on tape, and everybody just said, man, if we can just turn the knob. We can just make it so that happens more often. Look at the size, look at the length, look at the burst. And he got to the pros and he didn't really develop. He stayed at that same like potential toolsy level, which is not great. So Saints are gambling that they can take him. They probably had a high grade on him. Again, everybody keeps their college grades. Their pro scouts keep tabs on him. Probably looking at guys that are available and saying, hey, how did we feel about him coming out? What were the knocks? What were the pros? What do we think he's worth? And again, the Raiders move on from him. Doesn't mean he's not going to succeed. Sometimes guys go, change of scenery is everything that they need. And we've seen it time and again. And I hope it is for Tyree because physically fascinating player as an edge player. Like tall, long, good power. You see the speed, but it did not come together at the pro level. So
let's see. Bo Stevens went to the Hawks at 148.
Oh, the guard? They'll like
Yeah.
that. He's going to compete with Bradford for sure. I think Bradford probably still wins that job, but it gives them a very solid, well-schooled backup, again, from the Iowa School of Offensive Line Play, which is a nice certificate to have.
And then the Browns just went Justin Jefferson. So I was correct. He did go before Lawson. I got something right about this linebacker class for once.
Nah, Lawson was the injuries. If we're talking about healthy, I think Lawson goes in, he's more of that CJ Allen type. But
Dude,
well,
my
way
comp
down,
for him
but-
is somebody from Baywatch because every time he's running, it's just like
Wow.
I thought Justin Jefferson was such a better player overall. He's lighter, obviously. He's like 220 something, but he can actually move. He can actually cover. In
can
lieu
cover.
of getting Kyle Lewis, like I really really like Justin Jefferson. This is going to be a fascinating pairing with Schlesinger, who obviously is a much bigger player, but like you're going to have very, very explosive, rangy, fluid linebackers on the second level for them. I like this pick a lot.
I know you're a big fan of Jefferson. I like Jefferson's tape. I got to him later than Lawson. Lawson was typically higher ranked, and I'm working my way down through the tape. And I got to Jefferson. I thought, wow, he can really move. Like you, was impressed by the coverage. Wasn't necessarily impressed by the between the tackles stuff, but I really think the reason that another trade, try and keep up. Lawson didn't go is because he's dinged up. He's got multiple injury flags. And so people love the leadership. I believe he's captain at Alabama. I'll double check on that. The flashes are there. The size is there. It's all there. But like he lives up to, again, that previous Alabama tag that was prevalent for a lot of Nick Saban's tenure, which is be careful of Alabama guys because when they come out, they are oftentimes used up physically. Oh, the Panthers get Zachy Wheatley. Okay. I'm digging what Carolina is cooking on defense in this draft. Like sometimes you just line up with a GM and the way that you see players really, really like Zachy Wheatley. Tremendous size, great closing speed. Flashy player on tape. And when you pair it with what Carolina's done with the rest of the draft, man. So they got Lee Hunter, Will Lee, and Zachy Wheatley. Yep, I'm liking it. Not to mention the stuff they got on offense, Freeling and Brazel and Hecht. So interestingly enough, they're one of those teams that's gone offense, defense, offense, defense, offense, defense.
And they just moved down 27 spots in the 7th to make it happen.
For a
Wasn't
player
that difficult.
Yeah, I didn't have any flags on Zachy, so I don't know if he was just not as well regarded in the league. But again, he's right. He's in the same tier for me as Bud Clark, Kamari Ramsey, Genesis Smith, all guys that went before him. Jelon Kilgore still on the board?
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. He should have been
Yeah.
a long, long time ago.
I think he's suffering from that, not positionless, but we're not sure what we're going to do with him. disease because he played some slot. I think he's a better safety, which is why I had him rated there. But again, in our rankings, they all end up in the same bucket. Good player.
Oh, Joe Lee just went to Denver. Sean Payton's gonna know how to use him.
Yeah, for sure. Not good news for the Adam Troutman fans among us, but yeah, that's fantastic. That's a lot of fun.
But he played different style than Troutman, honestly. Again, he's not a Y. He's an H-back.
Not anywhere close.
Fullback-y, seam ripper type.
Yeah, for somebody that, yeah. I'm not gonna make that comp because you're gonna skin me.
Were you thinking Fannin?
No, I would never comp anybody to Fannin to you because of how low your opinion of a great player is.
I wouldn't say it's not low opinion of a player. It's just words mean things, EJ. The words tight and end next to each other mean something to me.
And it is the molehill you will die on. I'm sorry that you'll never move out of that neighborhood, but you didn't even think he was necessary. You're like, I don't know. I don't think it's going to work at the NFL level with Harold. And we had many discussions about Harold.
Well,
Fannin.
when
I'm
you target him 1,000,000 times a game, yes, he's going to be productive.
Guess what they did in college? They targeted 1,000,000 times a game. Guess what happened when he got to the pros? Still had production.
When they actually have real receivers in Cleveland, I'm curious if he's still going to be the focus of everything.
You keep looking for reasons for him not to make it. He delivered as a rookie, as a pro. I'm sorry, he's over the line now. He made it. You can say you don't like the style, but you eventually have to come around for, I'm thinking about DJ Wanham. DJ Wanham, I just didn't like. DJ Wanham's carved out a very nice pro career for himself. I just have to admit at this point, don't love the style, have to take a bow to the production and say, you've made it. You're a pro. You're an effective one. There you go. And at some point, you will come around to Harold Fannin.
Never wrong, just early.
Or really, really late to change your mind. One of the two. See, people say we agree all the
right
time.
When I said that we were crowning Jokic too early, and he won MVP 2 years later.
Oh boy! All right,
Christian Dole for 199. Brett loves some tight ends over here. Why tight ends? Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, this is the guy that when Nate Borkacher, who was 200 points off consensus, when he's like, "Oh, I totally see it. Yeah, that's totally fine." I'm like, okay, buddy. You're
size queen, I believe is the technical term.
Speaking of living in a neighborhood by yourself, you and Jackson are hanging out there together, rubbing elbows, going, see, we're right.
I'm not the crazy one. All of you are.
All right. You all got
Yager
it
Burton
wrong.
is an Eagle.
Yeah, is it Yager or Jaeger?
Wait, no. He's a Packer. They traded.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see him more often then. Chat, or Kentucky fans in the chat, tell me if it's Yager or Jaeger. I don't want to get it wrong, and I know I'm going to get it wrong, so just remind me. But one of the centers I watched later in the process is extremely mobile. My problem is he isn't very sticky in terms of being a center. He'll hit people and bounce off. He doesn't have a lot of sustain down the field. Why does EJ keep calling Gladstone Jackson? Because he couldn't remember Gladstone. That's why. Gladstone was escaping me. So.
Anyways. James Gladstone?
James Gladstone. I was calling him Jackson. So speaking of
J-name Gladstone, yeah.
They say Jagger. So okay, J-name Gladstone and Jagger. We're talking about the center now. Very good mobility. Doesn't always hit his target on the second level when he gets there. He gets there almost all the time because of that mobility. He's quick out of his stance. Very mobile, can get around the edge on pulls, can get to the second level through middle runs. When he hits defenders, it's kind of this pop and then he's off. So it's not I got him. I locked him up. I turned him, which is, better for your running back. So has the physical ability to get there. I want to see him develop in the pros with that grip and his ability to sustain a little bit. That'll increase his value to me. So he ended up below that tier of Hecht and Jones and Slaughter and everything else for me because the mobility is great. The other parts of that, not as good. And yeah, his guard was better to me, and he went earlier too. So there's some place I'm in agreement with the league.
That pick 153 was a Falcons pick. They traded to Philly last year in the third round in the trade up for Xavier Watts. The Eagles sent it to the Packers earlier this month. Oh, so that's the Dante Wicks pick.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, Capehart's a buck? Dude, nobody's going to run on them at all.
That's gonna be a lot of fun. That defense is getting some pieces. I said I liked what Carolina was doing on defense. I will echo that for Tampa. Yeah, no, Tampa has, man, come on.
Trevor's got to be over the moon.
Dude, Ruben Bain, Josiah Trotter, Keontae Scott, and DeMonte Capehart, same draft. Let's go. And they got Ted Hurst, which I think is a very nice job. Again, Jason Light, why are we surprised? We shouldn't be. He's putting together a very solid draft class. Like, that's great work. He's in the early running up there with the Jets of the classes that I think are incredibly good. Jets, to remind everybody, David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper Jr., D'Angelo Pons, Daryl Jackson Jr., and then, yeah, they hopped off the wagon with Cade Klubnik. I get it, but I'm not gonna fault him after that starting five.
Jaden Duggar also went to the Niners. As well.
Saw that.
Linebacker of Louisiana. I didn't get to him. Did you?
I did, but I'm going to skip over him for a second because George Gums Jr. just went to the Colts. And this is a Florida edge, 6'3", 6'4", 245, who's starting to get it. This is the scary thing about Gums is you saw on tape as he went through the season, like, as good as an edge setter, very athletic, a lot of explosion. Stop me if you've heard this, explosive Florida Gator. Like, as an athlete, really, really good. But the cool thing about George Gums tape is you could start to see it come together as a pass rush. Definitely didn't hit before the end of the season, like, totally get it. But there was improvement there, and like that light coming on to match with his physical prowess is exciting. Reached out to another guy that focuses on defensive line, and I said, just got to George Gums. Like, I don't know. I kind of like what's there. Like, again, as a day 3, this is not a starter. You do not pick him if you have to play him a ton of downs this year. We have a defensive line coach that knows what they're doing. We have a young ball of clay here who is already starting to get it. And when those flashes hit, again, not that many in the pass rush for him, but you could see it. You're like, ooh, okay, it's in there. And that's the exciting thing about Gums for the Colts.
Keith Abney is now a Lion. I really like this a lot. He is an undersized corner. He's kind of one of these, I'm going to play my 7x1, my 7 yards off, 1 inside. I'm going to have my eyes on the quarterback. I'm going to be reading drop depth. I'm going to have the route in my peripheral vision, and I'm just going to read and drive. Like, he very much is a corner that likes to have view of everything rather than being a press man corner that can turn his back to everything and just kind of like play the man. Like, he's going to play the concept more than the man, which is an interesting departure, in my opinion, from what the Lions have done with their corners in the past. Like, they have kind of leaned into man coverage significantly in recent years. This is a different style for them. Really, the only guy that in their secondary that you can technically call a corner is really nickel, which Brian Branch is a safety sometimes, nickel sometimes. Branch was really the only one that I thought that they had that played well in that style, right? Like playing in space, reading and driving. Now they have 2 guys that can do it. Really intriguing pick for them. I thought it was a good value for them. Stylistically, again, a little bit of a departure, but I think it's a good one.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things, or least favorite things, depending on which side you come to it from. When, especially all this offseason and Dennis Allen, everybody's saying, oh, this is Dennis Allen corner. Oh, this is Dennis Allen, edge. Like, I'm like, Dennis Allen hasn't had the greatest success with picking edges. Maybe we should zig instead of just zagging all the time, right? And that's when you talk about the Lions having a departure from a typical preference at corner. I think it's a good bet to take on Keith Abney. I had him higher than this. I wonder if there was something that we didn't know about, either injury or off field, because I felt he was a more talented player than this. Very aggressive. That's going to fit their style for sure. Opportunistic, I would say, likes to make plays on the ball, is not afraid. He's not one of those corners who's going to wait for the catch to happen and then tackle or just try and break it up at the catch point. He's going to try and break it up before it gets there. Very aggressive for his size, and I had him rated higher than this. Again, I think it's a good value.
You know, again, their current corner prototype, it's the DJ Reeds, it's the Terrion Arnolds, you know, to a degree Roger McCreary, but really more so. I mean, Rocky Sin's there as well. Like they liked press man corners, and now they're like, we got to have somebody who can play in space, because they have nobody who can play in space other than Brian Branch. So I like this a lot. It also means that like they don't have to put Branch at nickel, because I could put Abney at nickel and keep Branch at safety and just have him and Kirby detonate people down the field.
In terms of picking your type, the Lions, Blake Miller, we said he's a Taylor Decker clone. Like, yes, he played at Clemson, but he was so Lionsy. He was probably the most Lionsy tackle in this draft. So they did that, and then they go hometown. Derek Moore at edge, Jimmy Rolder at linebacker, two guys that played together in the Michigan defense, and then Abney, who played at Arizona State, so not a local guy by any stretch, but in terms of like mental outlook, the way he attacks the position, he's a Dan Campbell Lion all the way.
One of my favorite underrated safeties, Taff out of Texas, just went to Miami. Again, Miami is like all over the place as far as like love some of it, hate some of it. This is something I really like. Again, fifth round for a very, very reliable. Like, I don't even want to call him sneaky athletic. He's just athletic. I think he's an underrated athlete. People look at white safety and are like, he can't move. Like, no, he can move. Tackles really well in space. Super smart.
He's more dime backer for me, more than straight safety. He's got.
I think he can cover.
Yeah, and I want my dime backer to cover in the modern NFL, but he's got enough girth, and no, I'm not saying he can't cover. That's those two are not synonymous for me.
But you're just talking about frame and
like size wise, it feels like I almost want him to put on a little more and play a little bit closer to the line, a little bit more like Wisniewski. Like Wisniewski is a bigger version, but like Taff, he's not the most fluid. I think he's effective, but I almost think, like, again, with the trends in the league where it's moving, when I watched Taft's tape, I was like, he's not one of those guys that's going to win against super crafty slots, people with great footwork. Like, that's not his coverage style. So bulk him up a little bit, move him closer, have him erase tight ends, because he can cover. I do believe he can cover.
The thing with Wisniewski, though, is he's just already so much bigger than Taff. Like, Wisniewski's like 220 pounds. Taff is just under 6 foot, 190. And so it's like, okay, if we get he's 190.
Wow.
So it's like, if you get him to 205, you're adding 15 pounds. Like, he runs 4.5 flat.
Right.
He's got good
I
agilities.
thought he was starting at 2 or just under. I thought he was like 198, like 202, somewhere in there. So I messed up the weight. No, I don't want him adding, to be clear, I don't want him adding 35 pounds to his frame. I don't think that's ideal.
Whereas Wisniewski's like, he's already there.
Oh.
220.
Yeah.
Ooh, Max Bredesen. First dedicated fullback went. And it wasn't Rohan.
No, I never thought. I really think of Rohan Jones, we're talking about out of Arkansas, as a weapon. Bredesen, our buddy Dan Casey posted about Bredesen like a couple of weeks ago, and he said somebody's going to draft Max Bredesen, and it's going to be a good idea. And he's a dirty work player, right? He is absolutely insert blocker, move, fullback, get out on the edge. Like, he's going to do all those things that you need to make a lot of running games in the NFL work. And they chose to do it in the fifth because not many like him. If you're talking about, if you don't get Max Bredesen, who's the next one? And I would say like Riley Nowakowski from Indiana. And then, like,
Yeah, as far as like that Coke machine build, because he's like 6'1", 250. He's bigger than
yeah,
LeBron.
yeah. So for the God, Jason Light
Strauss
is
just went to the
killing
Bucks.
me.
God, Jason Light is just picking dollars up off the ground, man.
I talked at length about Billy Schrauth earlier in today. If you want to watch one of the most fun offensive line tapes you're ever going to see, go watch Billy Schrauth dismantle USC. Yes, he got hurt at the end of the game. He did more than enough work before that to make me believe that he is a starting NFL guard if he is healthy. Jason Light just cleaning up today. Schrauth, yeah, well worth the value in the 5th round. I know people are probably worried about the knee. He did hurt it mid-season, so he's not going to be available right away. I don't think they're going to look back on that pick. I think once he gets to the starting lineup, and he will, he's not leaving. Like, he's just not leaving.
Jason Light is very clearly very pissed that they didn't win the division for the 5th straight year.
Yeah.
He is with a vengeance attacking this draft.
Yeah.
Chiefs traded up with the Steelers.
I see that. I am curious. Curiouser and curiouser.
Feels like we haven't had a lot of Chiefs picks in this draft. Did they not have very many picks?
Not a ton. Let's take a peek at what they have done. Mansour Delane at 9, Peter Woods at 22, R. Mason Thomas at 46, Jaden Kennedy at 155. Oh, they did it.
The Chiefs?
Yep.
Hold on, hasn't come through for me yet.
I know. I'm not spoiling it.
Show me the pick, NFL.
I can
Come on.
say that I love it. I can say that I absolutely love it.
Come on.
Come on.
Show me
Yeah,
Jeff Caldwell.
No, not yet.
Jesus, come on, guys.
Yeah, this is going to be good for them.
What are you watching that has the pick so much faster?
A certain spreadsheet that we got shared this morning.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Yeah.
well, it's not through on the broadcast yet, so.
No, and I'm not spoiling it. I am not here to tip picks. That is not what I want to do. It just popped up literally because I was looking at the Chiefs draft and I was reading it off and I almost read it off and I was like, whoops, that hasn't been announced yet. Hold on. Got to get their ads in. I'm
trying to find the trade terms at least.
Yeah, that's harder to do. That's not on my sheet.
I
will say
that already happened.
Incredible value at, what are we at, 161? Yeah, 161.
Diego Pavia?
No. I did say I
Everything's
liked
legal
it.
there. It's going to be great for him.
Didn't I say I liked it? Because if I said I liked it, that would not be the pick.
Kansas City gets 161, 249. Pitt gets 169, 210. Okay. Proposed trade, confirmed trade. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Do we have to wait till we're back from commercial to show the pick?
Yes.
It's on a ticker.
We do. They want you to watch the ad.
Oh, my God.
Actually, if I want to put on my tinfoil hat, they want all the Chiefs fans to watch the ad. They know there's a lot of them paying attention to this pick.
Yeah, they've only had one pick so far today.
Yeah, and
Smaller
they
class
used it
than I
well.
thought they would have.
Jaden Kennedy, like it's hard for me to argue with this draft. Like, yeah, I'm lukewarm on Peter Woods, but if he comes back to, again, 2024 form, I know we've said this for a lot of players today, but if Peter Woods plays anywhere near his 2024 form for the Chiefs, it's a great pick. Delane, best corner in the draft. R. Mason Thomas, we said we like the fit. Again, going against type. We talked about that with the Lions corners. Here it is with the Chiefs edge rusher. Not typically the guy they've picked, but something they could use more of. Then Jaden Kennedy today talked about how I loved many things about his game. And this one, whenever they show it, is also a pick I am in favor of in several ways. It's also a very good value player that's been on the board, and he's been in the best available lists.
Like a 5-minute commercial break.
I just
Okay, come on, guys.
oh boy.
Could watch the fucking Tarantino movie waiting for this pick to come in.
Okay. I'll deal with that later.
Oh my God. Pick 161. How long does it take?
Longer than this, apparently. I'll finally get to celebrate when they announce it. Like, they've got you on the hook. Justin Jolie, Jagger Burton, Jaden Duggar, Demonte Capehart, Gums Jr., Abney II, Taff. It is Taff, by the way, for anybody wondering what all those A's and F's add up to.
Oh, it's Emmett Johnson. All right.
There we go.
Running back
Finally.
depth in the 5th round. Let's go.
Well, I don't know that he's not going to end up taking a fair share of the carries because underrated.
I'm not going to take that much from Kenneth Walker.
I think you might want to take a few from Kenneth Walker, especially in the early season. Keep that guy fresh, right? He has struggled with injuries. He is not a guy that I want to get up there and go, okay, 20 carries a game through September and October. No, like not even close. If it was 10 and 10, I think that would be ideal for the Chiefs because you can lean on Kenneth Walker down the stretch if he's healthy because he is the superior big play threat. But Emmett is really good. Like, he is a really good runner, and he was also very good in the pass game. I love this pick. This is value. This is a guy that is different than Kenneth Walker. So, again, diversifying the running back room. He's super tough, very productive. Again, run and pass. I really love this pick. And Emmett Johnson, look, he already knows how to wear red.
And last year they took Brashard Smith, who's more of like the receiving.
Oh yeah, he's
type.
more.
So now they have a
gadget,
whole platoon
burst.
of guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they're all different.
Yeah,
they're all different.
Because I think for them, they really want Brashard to be Jerick McKinnon, like as a third down player for them. And then K-Walk and Emmett split early down work. And to your point, you play 17 games, potentially up to 20 games or 21 games. You don't want to wear out Walker before you get to the games that matter.
Yeah, you don't want to pull an injury with him in October and be like, oh, we signed him for big money. Oh, okay.
Ravens drafted Chandler Rivers.
Yep.
Love this value. Very experienced, very polished press man corner. Not like super toolsy, but my God, he is ready to play right now. You don't have to teach him anything. Like he can play significant snaps for you day one. I'm not worried about it. And if you're getting that in the 5th round, like a corner that you can start in the 5th round, I'm not saying I'm leaving him on an island against A.J. Brown, but like I could put him on a number 2 receiver and feel okay about it. Or if we want to go like put him on the number 1 with help, he's not going to get absolutely smoked. Like I like this.
Good player. Everybody, because of his size, automatically goes, he's nickel because he's 5'9", 185.
No, he's an outside guy.
Dude, he literally had 591 snaps outside. He only had 154 in the slot. This is an outside corner. They played him at outside. He is used to being outside. He is matched up against all the types that he's going to see in the NFL. Not necessarily the skill, but he has seen big guys. He has seen fast guys. He has seen guys that are there to take the top off. Like, he's played against all those guys when you're talking about that experience. So 482 coverage snaps, second only to D'Angelo Pons in this corner class, who had 488. Has done a lot of work, and I'm with you. The versatility there. Don't just look at the size and go, oh yeah, he's a slot. Like, he's far more experienced at outside.
And Vikings just took a swing on one of the most athletically gifted players at any position in this entire draft. Listen to this for Charles Deming. Stephen F. Austin corner, because SFA only produces freak athletes, apparently. So he is 6'1", 193, 32-inch arms with over 10-inch hands as a corner, 4.41 speed, 42 in the vert, 11-foot broad. This is a ball of clay of all ball of clays. And I think Flores looks at somebody that athletic and was like, yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll get him to where we need to be. Again, 5th round. Who cares?
All right.
Is he the first FCS player drafted?
Can't
be, right?
I would.
It had to be
Well,
one that already went.
Could be. North Dakota State.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so Lance would have been the first. Demings would have been the second?
Maybe.
Yeah. That sounds right.
Primanti Bros. Oh, now I'm hungry. That's not fair.
Oh, Proctor as well. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Southeastern Louisiana. All right. From somebody that knew Demings as a recruit. Great kid, freak athlete, stayed at FSA because he wanted to. Really good man. Not a backpedaler, though, kick stepper. Could have been a D1 triple jumper.
This is Cody's kid.
Yes.
Cody's the one who convinced him to play football.
Right.
In high school.
Could have been a D1 triple jumper, too, which I did not know. 42-inch vert shows on some of those pics. Cody said, going to be really good. I got him senior year, and he had never really played. So this is senior year of high school. COVID killed him, or he would have been an SEC corner.
That's
he
right.
Never really played.
I was talking to Cody at Combine about him, and Cody's like, yeah, no, I had this kid in high school. I pushed him to play football because he was so gifted.
Yep. No spring tape, only senior film, and we weren't very good. Had no offense in a really tough league right after COVID. Yeah, so potential, again, when you see the Stephen F. Austin stuff, don't say, oh, well, can't be any good because he was, he's an FCS kid. No, he legitimately, if he'd started playing even a year before and hadn't been in the middle of the whole COVID mess for high school football, has the potential. I mean, again, 42-inch vert, could have been a D1 track and field athlete, very new to football. You're talking, I think Ball of Clay hit it on the head. Like the ceiling is, you're not close to the ceiling yet. You're just starting off the floor, and he's already pretty good. Some of his picks on tape are stupid. Like, he's running down with a guy. He literally turns around and jumps straight up in the air. I'm not talking about continues in phase, just like doing, and picks the ball off the high point, 3 yards from where the receiver is. Silly stuff.
So we got another EJ Schneider special with the Jags. Tanner Koziel, 6'7".
Oh my God.
Crossing route.
Sorry. I have a couple of texts to send about this.
Well, he went ahead of Gillenborg. I didn't see that coming. I'll tell you that much. But there is one thing I want Tanner Koziel doing, because it's kind of the only thing I really think he's very good at, and that's just running crossing routes and being bigger than everybody else over the middle of the field, massive catch radius. When he's at speed, he can really leg it out. Obviously, he's a slow starter because he's 6'7", but by God, like you just have Lawrence throw it high over the middle to him, running a crossing route, and like that, he'll pay for himself right there.
Yeah,
just doing that.
So I mentioned our good friend Matt Harmon before. Matt had me on at the Combine for a pre-recorded show that they were going to release later as a sort of, pick 5 players from the draft that you really like. He said, hey, being a fantasy analyst, he's like, they don't all have to be offensive players, but, it'd be nice. And I've known Matt for a while, and I like to jolt him a little bit. So my first player in my 5, we're sitting in the chair. He didn't ask who my list was Tanner Koziel. And he's like, all right, man, fine. Like, I've never even heard of this guy. Just wax poetic because, of course, you pulled somebody from the depths, and I did it on purpose. But I do like Tanner Koziel, the player. I wasn't just messing with Matt, but I just texted him because Tanner Koziel goals. I really like him as a player. It wasn't just about the jump ball stuff, although that is primarily his asset when you're talking about it. I'm going to pull up my notes on Koziel because I watched him pretty early in the process, and I was like, again, kind of like some of the inside linebackers I watched. If they're all like this, so 6'7", 250, 94 targets, 74 catches, 727 yards, 9.8 per. Smooth athlete for how tall, big he is. Quick turn in short zone and curl routes. Gets vertical after the catch well. So he's got a really quick spin when he goes and puts his numbers to the quarterback. He can get around the other way. So if I think a lot of defensive backs coming in go, oh, he's 6'7". This is a post. I can hit him where he stands, and he pivots out of the way, and then he can really start moving. Great at catching the ball away from his body. Again, remember 6'7" with long arms. When you catch the ball away from your body, you're talking about above the rim stuff. Literally, you're talking about 10 and a half feet off the ground that he can reach it. So he's going to be an absolute red zone weapon for, head or higher throws at the back of the end zone. Just an immense catch radius. Uses his body as a shield really well. Tough to get around. Again, because he's just such a big frame. If he stands there and puts his elbow out as a corner, if you're trying to wrap around and knock that ball away, you got to get around his frame, his elbows. It's very tough to do. Very good at finding a hole in zone. Solid catching through contact. 74% contested catch rate. So not one of those big, tall guys.
It better be when you're that big.
Yeah, but how many guys have we seen that are that size and they have like a 30% contested catch rate? They just don't know how to do it. Was the go-to pass catching threat for Houston. Really good offensive threat. I don't want him blocking a ton. I don't want him trying to, zigzag and beat little tiny corners. I want him using that size, getting down the seam, elevating, and then getting yak. Route running savvy, traffic, good hands. Really like the player. Wasn't just trying to mess with Matt. I think he's good, and obviously the league agrees. All right, Chicago's up. Let's see if they can invent a new way to disappoint me. I don't know.
Tennessee went Nick Singleton, home run hitter, probably more effective.
So Nick went before Katron?
Yeah, because he's a home run hitter. That's what they want. They want explosives out of the backfield. Again, it's going to be nothing, everything, but they care about the everything.
Okay.
They trust their other guys to get them the 4 yards on 1st and 10.
All right.
And occasionally, if Singleton can get him 30, they're okay with that.
Yeah.
Can't guarantee it's going to be a lot, but it will happen.
It will happen. Just be patient.
You're going to see some of the grossest reps ever here and there where he just runs into somebody. But occasionally, you're going to get a 30-yarder.
Yeah.
Keyshawn Elliott.
Oh, linebacker, Arizona State. Like I said, lots of folks are Keyshawn Elliott fans. I understand it. I had him lower in the final rankings. Again, linebackers that I would have taken above him at this point: Tareen York, Jackson Kuach, Eric Hunter, and maybe Red Murdoch. But again, Lawson's in the same tier with him. Again, I think a lot of people are. If Lawson's medicals were clean, probably the same. But Keyshawn Elliott came up for me in like late September, early October. Had some plays, some people talking about him online. I put him on my list. I watched him maybe a month later. I didn't watch him right away for sure. And again, I think he might have been the second inside linebacker I watched, maybe third. It was very early in the process.
Give your spiel on him. I'm going to go use the restroom, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. So I understand it. He is a heavy hitter. I'm going to pull up my notes from all those months ago. Very good run stopper. Did not love his pass coverage as much. So I'm not disappointed by this pick. Bears definitely needed inside linebacker depth in this draft. And again, I think they have their starters in place. But did I? I didn't. So now I need to go over here. All right, Keyshawn Elliott. There we go. 6'2", 235, 44 stops. Is explosive as a defensive playmaker, and defenses want that. They want to be able to set offenses back early in the down, and he brings that. Missed tackle percentage, a little bit high, 16.8, but not terrible. In 321 snaps in coverage. Problem is his NFL pass rating allowed in those coverage snaps is well over 100. So not great. Attacking, physical, downhill player. Makes good progress in a straight line. I said this was before the combine, so I said interested to see his lateral agility numbers. They might not be great. Overall foot speed could be lacking. I was thinking he was going to be a high 4.6, low 4.7 guy. I'll look up his 40 in a second. Understands how to get through the trash, avoid blockers, through, under, around. He can get to the running back. Uses quickness to beat less athletic blockers at the point of attack. Very good eyes in the run game. Not fooled very often at all. I put he's an owl. That's the term that I use for players that just lock onto a running back with their eyes, head track through the entire play, don't really worry about what's happening in between them and the back, and end up there and make the play. Makes good forceful contact when he arrives at the ball carrier. Pass coverage, not a strength. He'll have work to do there to be an every down player in the NFL. Started at New Mexico State, ended up at Arizona State. I can see the vision. I can see the strengths. I can see what they like. Reminds me quite a bit, actually, of Noah Sewell, another linebacker on their roster. So I get it. I understand it. Again, there were some other players that I would have picked earlier. Certainly, if that was a position they were prioritizing, they had it down the board. This is a depth pick for them. I don't think Elliott is going to be a starter for them, but they would like him to eventually be a solid sub player who can come in, especially against the run. Really, again, good size, tacks downhill, good vision, tackles well when he gets there. I can see the strengths for sure. So, yeah, not I have a clearer vision on that one. Well, I guess I have clear vision on Muhammad as well, even if I agree with it a little bit less. So, and they're not done with picks. They have more picks if they want to bolster other positions or inside linebacker depth further. We shall see. All right, we got a Bills pick that's in. We're waiting on that. Again, they went on a little bit of a two-pick run here. Skylar Bell was fantastic. And then they back that up with Caleb Alarm-Zor. Speaking of linebackers, I like even better. That was a fantastic pick. I wouldn't doubt at all if. And here's Jelon Kilgore, the safety we've been talking about. Boy, they're getting it together. Skylar Bell, Caleb Alarm-Zor, and Jelon Kilgore in 3 picks in a row. Pretty solid job by Brandon Beane right there. Kilgore went to the Bills.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's
so we're talking about, Skylar Bell, Caleb Alarm-Zor, and Kilgore in 3 straight picks. 125, 126, and 167. So that is a nice little run there that's turning around. For anybody that had questions about what happened on day 1 or 2, TJ Parker, Igbinosun, G. Bowery, or I guess all day 2 because they traded out of day 1. So if you had any questions about what happened yesterday with Bills draft, and many Bills fans did, just to be clear, they have turned it around significantly. 3 players that both of us really like. You want to wax poetic about Kilgore?
Yeah, I mean, I love him as a nickel safety hybrid. Very Billsy in that regard. Plays the run incredibly well for a smaller DB, like does not care if he lives or dies, willing to take on even linemen that have 100+ pounds on him. Great tackler in space. I thought he could man people up as well, like really, really quick. Somebody who I think, kind of reads body language of receivers really well to kind of understand exactly when and how they're about to break on him. Sometimes he'll kind of bait it a little bit. Like if he understands, okay, this is a team that runs a lot of option routes on certain downs and distances, he'll almost kind of like overplay his leverage sometimes to force the break in the direction that he wants it to go, and like he will be on it in a flash. So really smart DB. somebody who can actually cover two-way goes in the slot and also play the run. I don't know why it took so long for him to go. I assume it's got to be something medical-wise, because tape grade-wise, he should have been gone a long time ago.
Yeah, a very nice run for Brandon Beane here in day 3. Again, so often during the NFL season, we hear, oh, they got traded for 5th, or they did a pick swap, 6, 7, whatever. Yes, I said it. Anyways,
Bait.
it's one of those, it's just bait for sure. But people look at these picks, they look down on these picks, they look down on day 3 picks, and a lot, again, are all of these players going to work out? Not a chance. Are half of them going to work out? No. The odds say it's going to be less than that. They'll be lucky if it's 30%. But the ones that do work out, there's some very good football players here who, again, didn't go for different reasons. And they're going to hit pro team. For the ones that we've said, man, they landed in a really good situation. They've got every chance to outplay that draft status and, again, come up for a second contract. And people are going to look back and be like, oh, man, that guy was a 4th round pick. That guy was a 6th round pick. There are a lot of players on your team that were not drafted in the 1st or 2nd round. So you can make money, save money if you're a GM on this day particularly. And Brandon Beane's doing it. Again, you can argue with what he did on day 2. There's a lot of pros and cons to that. I don't think it's as bad as people are making it out to be, but what he's doing on day 3 is incredible work. Some of these guys are going to hit, and that's going to be a boon for the Bills.
Mark Frey, $200. Appreciate you, Mark.
What?
He says, longtime
What?
stream lurker and Brett watcher since 2017-ish. I apologize. No questions, just supporting since I've been MIA for a while. Well, welcome back, Mark. Hope you've enjoyed the stream this weekend. That means a lot. Thank you very much. We really do appreciate you.
That's incredible. And for everybody, it's not just $200 is exceptional. Let's not make any bones about that. $100 or 50 ones, like the $2 ones, the $5 ones. Anybody that's showing up and saying, hey, I want to be here. If you just comment, if you can't super chat, that's fine. Like, those numbers help us, right? For everybody that clicks subscribe, for everybody that's here, for all of our viewer numbers, those are all things that we report to sponsors, to ad sellers. Like, that's our currency. That is what we're building here, is a platform of highly invested folks who will follow our content pretty much wherever we put it up and say, no, and people say it all the time leading up to the draft. No, my ride or die is bootleg. I'm watching them or NFLC or whatever it is, right? I've been with you for 5 years. I've been with you for 6 years. I've watched all your videos. That is worth more than almost anything in the realm that we work in. So I just want to give deep thanks to everybody, obviously, who's given super chats, but beyond that, for being here, for staying, for what our first day numbers were ridiculous. They climbed for about 40 minutes, and then they peaked right about as the first pick went off, and they stayed consistent. Nobody left. Nobody's leaving for 3 hours. Like,
now you can't leave.
Now you can't leave. Yeah, we didn't lock the door, but we didn't need to. Everybody wanted to stay, and that means the world to us. So, Mark, thank you very much, and thank you to everybody else who has been here since the beginning, who has been here for the last 3 years, who saw Summer Series a couple of years ago and went, wait, I wonder what they do for the draft, and has hung out ever since. All y'all, love it to death.
Jason for $10 says, appreciate you both for your hard work year round. Asking from a Hawks fan perspective, do you think Pooh Paul Jr. could ever see the field for us? He's being stashed behind EJ13 and Drake Thomas. I mean, he could. It would require an injury. He's not going to crack over either of those two guys, though, unfortunately. The curse of having a good linebacker duo, I know.
Yeah. He might have to find a new spot to find playing time. Yeah. That's the sort of bottom line with him. Very, very athletic, explosive linebacker who is also somewhat inconsistent. Oh, all right. Little home cooking. Royer to the Browns.
Oh, I love that for them. I really do.
You just like it because it might potentially bury Harold Fannin Jr. deeper on the depth chart.
Well, he's a different kind of player.
I know.
Than Fannin.
I'm just giving you a hard time about Fannin.
No, it's better for you because it's good for Fannin. Because now Fannin never, has to be a Y. Like we were kind of worried about that going into the draft of like if they don't get a bigger body tight end, are they going to have to make Harold be more on the line of scrimmage? He will never ever have to with Royer there.
Yeah,
and the other guys. That's great for him.
Yeah, monothalamus. Why is Nussmeier dropping so much further than some of the other QBs? It's really about the injury. People are concerned. He had an oblique injury. People got reported that he had a cyst that was pressing on his spine, not on his spine, which was causing a nerve issue, which means he couldn't rotate. You could see it on tape. He didn't have torque. He wasn't able to drive the ball the same way last year as he was the year before. So there's obviously concerns about production, but that's being blamed on injury. And then there are therefore concerns about injury. That's why.
Brett Fannin crash out. Everyone drink.
Oh, God, no, don't do that.
We're all going to die if we have to make it through a stream with that rule.
Yeah. Notice the username, Dead Boy.
No, Royer's a good one, though. He's 6'5", 250, very loose athlete. Not a developed blocker yet, but he gives high effort, and he's got the size and strength that you look for. He just doesn't know what he's doing yet, but like he is a very, very worthy dart throw as like a true Y tight end, and you're getting him in the 170s. Get out of here, man.
The 170 is great value. I would argue pretty strongly against doesn't know what he's doing yet. They didn't throw him a lot of balls. 6'5", 247, threw him only 33 targets again. He missed as many games at Cincinnati as he played, which is another reason why teams are reticent, and he's available down here in the 5th round. But 14.3 yards per reception for a tight end. That's almost double what you typically see for a tight end. He is athletic.
Legit explosive.
Yeah, all Big 12 player, very tall tight end who gets off the ball pretty well, opens it up down the field. Feels like a 4.6 guy on most days, maybe high 4.5s on a good day. Didn't run during the pre-draft process because of a hamstring. Elevates to high point the catches down the field. I feel like he does know what he's doing. Might be a limited cone right now, and he needs to widen it, but in no way is Royer to me like a project. He's a good player that needs to keep developing.
Well, I would say he doesn't know what he's doing as a run blocker. As a receiver, I think he's fine.
Yeah. No, I'm with you there. That makes way more sense. Okay. In one way he does, and this was a particular note I made for Royer, he is incredibly dangerous as a block and leak weapon. They used this play.
Yeah, where he doesn't actually have to sustain, but it gets him into space. Yeah.
But they used like 8 variations of this play at Cincinnati, and he got open like every single time. So chip leak, block wheel, like all of it. Like he just is like, oh, I'm straining. Nope. Ole. And down the field he goes, and they got it to him. So had the benefit of playing with a very good quarterback.
Karan Prunty did not get to him, did you, at a Wake?
I don't think so.
This is the first one where neither one of us got to him.
Yeah. Oh, you got to the Oklahoma?
Bound to happen
lineman?
eventually.
Really?
I mean, for the other ones, at least one of us had gotten to somebody.
Okay.
Every
Well,
other.
it is the 5th round, and we did start later this year than we have in past years. I only got to 200 and I think it's 23 total written reports with about 30 more guys that I watched that I didn't write full reports for. So I was at about 250. And given that the draft is about 250 picks, there are going to be guys that aren't necessarily on somebody's board that gets picked earlier. And that means we're not going to have watched them. But as always, we're just going to tell you that. We're not going to try and BS our way through, oh, yeah, I really like this. We're just going to say, nope, didn't get to him. And you can watch it on your own or read somebody else's scouting report or go to the Beast or a similar document that has reports on guys down to how many did Dane have this year? 800, 798?
Somewhere
like
around there.
Yeah, it's deep.
Lorenzo Styles just went to the Saints. Sonny's younger brother, right?
By
just brother.
by not much. Yeah, brother. by not much. Very, very fast. Yeah, speed is one of the bullet points.
Stiff as all hell, though.
Yeah,
He's not as fluid as his brother.
No, very linear. Special teams stud. It says. Yep, I'm in for that.
That's what
In
he's
the
going to
fifth.
be.
Yep, 100%. And nothing wrong with that at this point of the draft. Again, this is when you're filling out that part of the roster. You need those guys. Like you can't have all super expensive, like high-end offensive threats. Like you got to have guys that do the dirty work. You got to have a fullback on the roster. You got to have backup linebackers on the roster. You got to have a guy that, ostensibly plays safety, but he's safety 5 because he's just your special teams ace. That's just the way that's got to go.
I mean, Miles Killebrew turned it into a career.
Yep.
It works.
True story. Got to have them. Gotta have
Unless
them.
you're the Bears and you start filling that in round 3.
Fair. I would love to get angry at that comment. I can't. It's just fair.
Dick.
It's nope, 100%. I'm not even gonna blame the commenter. I blame Ryan Poles. That's different.
Reese Loveland for 1999. 6th consecutive draft watching, guys. 5th consecutive day 3. You guys have got me through some of my worst days. Appreciate everything you do all year. Cheers. Thank you, Reese. Appreciate you and happy to have you here with us again for another day 3.
Yeah, I do worry about some of you. Because we get to like summer series and somebody's like, I watched every minute of summer series. And I'm like, oh my God.
Okay?
Are you okay? Yeah. I mean, I obviously believe in the content, but Joe, like, why are you here?
It's like we barely made it through doing it.
Yeah. Every year, barely make it through. So again, for those of you that are here, maybe new here, if you're not subscribed, go click subscribe. And what you will get next is some of the best offseason content coverage for your team anywhere available. And that's not me saying that. That's other people saying that to us about that content. We have had analysts, we have had broadcasters, we've had people that work for teams say, hey, I'm always concentrating on our division. I don't really get outside of it. If I want to know something about that, I watch your summer series content. So that's what's coming up next. Click subscribe. You'll get it. Yes, it won't be till June, but it's on the way and you can count on it. It will get you through one of the worst dead zones in the NFL calendar.
Yeah, who wants to just watch baseball that time of year? No.
I mean,
You
a
watch
nice
soccer.
baseball game in the evening with a beer. Great. I'll go
It's
to
a
a
live
couple of
event
games.
for me.
Yeah, exactly. I'll go watch a Rainiers game or, somebody gifts me Mariners tickets. I'll go check them out. Like it's a nice summer activity out here in the Pacific Northwest. Like I love it. And if I'm traveling during that time and I get the chance to go to like a AAA game in the Midwest, let's go. It's
Out in the
so
cornfields?
much fun. Yep. 100%. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. So
Steven
again,
Monsignori for $20. Hey guys, I understand you may not be able to talk about this, but can you tell us how players may react to the Vrabel Rossini stuff? Curious if it has any actual effects outside the media. I will say, I'm sure Travion Henderson's been resisting
oh boy.
tweeting a couple choice commandments this week. In the end, I don't really think the players care that much.
No, I'll say this about it. A lot of the players don't care one lick because they're doing the same thing. And I'm not going to say better or worse. I'm going to say different. So
Yeah.
they're like, all right. I honestly, again, not a personal opinion, might elevate their opinion of their head coach in certain cases. Like, oh, he's a player. He's out.
One of us. One of us.
So I think a lot gets made of it. Again, this is not a personally held opinion. You're asking about how I think generally the players and honestly the people. There's a lot of people in that organization that aren't players. It's a bell curve, right? There are going to be people out on the end. You talked about Travion Henderson. I'm sure there are many others who are clutching their pearls and having very, very negative reactions to that. There is all kind of in the middle from I don't really love it, but it's somebody else's business to I don't really care. It doesn't affect me to, hey, whatever you want to do on your own time to, again, folks on the other side who are like, all bets are off. It has nothing to do with me. Like, can he coach football? That's what he's here for. Like, you're going to find everyone along that spectrum of reactions within that organization, players and staff members alike. So, and the same thing out in the public as well. Are there people that are like going to turn on him as a head coach? Probably not. Like if he treats them that way, like lies to them about their opportunities or how he feels about them as players, yeah, that's how you're going to lose a player's trust for sure, because that impacts their fortunes, right? Their ability to make a living doing what they want to do, their ability to make money doing it. Like, yeah, you're going to have a rift at that point. You lie to a player and then he gets shipped off. And look, that's happened lots of times. I'm not saying Vrabel does that. In fact, I don't have any evidence that he does that, but it has happened in the NFL. Players come out certainly after their career and say, this coach, kind of sold me down the river and then shipped me out and whatever. Like there are many, many, many of those stories. That's how you lose a player's trust for the most part. If people are going to take the morality stand and say, it's wrong and I'm mad about the situation outside of that, great, but I don't really think that's going to keep, right or wrong, that's going to keep players in the locker room from following their head coach.
No. If anything, I'm not saying it's fair. I'm just saying it's the reality. It's affected Diana a lot more because it's not even about the
100%.
morality issue. It's about the journalistic ethics issue.
Yeah.
The only thing that could potentially come back and hurt the Patriots is the Rossini leaking stories about AJ Brown being unhappy in Philly and pushing the trade to New England for like a year. That's the one thing that could come back against the Patriots if that's seen as like adjacent to a tampering issue. But like, how are you going to prove that?
Yeah.
Also, there's been worse tampering in the league than that.
Yes, we'll just say yes to that.
Go to Indianapolis in late February. You'll see it.
Before that, even. Yeah. I think by the time we hit the combine, it's just generally accepted. Like that behavior is just generally accepted. Nobody cares. Like everybody's interested. Everybody watches. But yeah, by that point, everybody, like if you see it before that, then a bunch of people might really care.
Ravens took Josh Cuevas, another tight end.
Woo, I love it. Okay, Josh Cuevas followed his head coach from Washington to Alabama, and Cuevas I got to pretty late in the process and was another one of those guys like Hibner. I was like, again, didn't have a ton of opportunities, but the ones that are there, there's some pop on tape for him as a receiver. Like I don't necessarily want him slugging it out in the trenches as a blocker, but as a mover, as a pass catcher, there's some stuff there. I like it. Let's see. Notes on Cuevas. Good football player. Smooth through his routes. Not overly anything. Not the biggest, not the fastest, the quickest, or the most explosive. But he is really productive. Makes plays when they are presented to him. I said he's like the – so this is a different way of saying glue guy. He's like the mortar that holds the bricks together. Won't be your –
So what do we call that? Glue?
Brick glue. Yeah, sure. Won't be your primary playmaker, but he'll make 2 or 3 a game for you to keep things moving. So he's a sort of step down from the Jeremy Bernard, do everything, be everything your offense needs him to be. He's more specific than that, but 6'3", 246. Started, interestingly enough, in your neck of the woods, Cal Poly, then went to Washington,
Which
then
one?
went to Alabama.
There's 2 Cal Polys. People, little known fact, by the way. There's Cal Poly Pomona, and there's Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. They both hate each other. Speaking of glue,
I don't think he's
slow.
I don't think
is where my parents went. That's
right.
where they met. My wife's parents met at Pomona.
Oh,
so rival Cal
I'm
Polys.
betting it's Pomona. I'll look it up. But when I write Cal Poly, I think of Cal Poly Pomona because slow I just think of as slow. I don't think of it as Cal Poly slow.
And they both accuse each other, speaking of general purpose adhesives, of being paste eaters because they go against each other in engineering competitions.
Okay,
building the
fair
cement
enough.
canoes and all that.
I'm almost sure it's Cal Poly Pomona because I don't even know that I was aware that.
Pomona doesn't have a football team anymore, just like Fullerton, my alma mater.
Oh, that's right. I forget that. I always think of your alma mater as Mater Dei. Like,
I mean,
it is.
yeah.
It is, but I don't go to the Fullerton part. Sorry, Fullerton. My bad.
There's a Cal Poly Humboldt. I didn't know that.
Okay. I'm apparently not. See, I grew up in New York. We have the SUNY system, State University of New York. SUNY Oswego, like lots of SUNY schools, right? So I'm not familiar with the Cal Poly school, although it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, my dad, when he was at SLO, and my mom was there as well, obviously. Two of his classmates, you will never guess. Weird Al Yankovic and Ozzie Smith.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Fantastic. That's awesome. Howie R. Bears says, EJ, I'm sensing it's about time for some Gillenborg. Yeah, sure. Hit it at this point. He is really one of the players that absolutely got subbed out by going back. He should have come out. He would have gone in like the third round last year. He was so explosive in 2024, really dropped off in 2025, struggled with some injuries, little bit of a change in his role. And literally, if you look at his statistical profile between the 2 years, it looks like two different players. It looks like completely different players in terms of ADOT and yards after catch and everything. It's like a complete shift. 2024, he was this explosive down the field yak monster. Like 2025, he was dink and dunk, and just all the production shrunk tremendously. Let's
Somebody
go.
says you grew up in New York. Were you ever in Bill's Mafia?
Bill's Mafia was not a thing when I was growing up, which is strange. People don't realize this, that Bill's fans were not called Bill's Mafia until later, until like after I left the state. Not related events, but like the whole like, oh, Bill's Mafia and jumping through tables, and those are all newer traditions. Again, my dad and his entire side of the family, all born, raised Buffalo. All my cousins born and raised in Buffalo. My godparents still live in Buffalo. So Bill's fandom was a thing for sure. Bill's fans were voracious, but Bill's Mafia and the whole table jumping thing was a later development. So no, I was not. But I'm an honorary member of Grills Mafia because of our association with the Rock Pile guys.
Grills
Barbecuers. Mafia. Grills Mafia is all the barbecuers at that tailgaters for Bills games. And literally one of our friends owns a barbecue company now, or a stake in a barbecue company. So we're both getting supposedly this spring, which is, right about now, they have promotional boxes coming out. So we're both getting boxes of like barbecue spices from Q42. And we are excited.
Now that I'm moving, I'll have access to an actual grill again.
Yeah, buddy. That'll be great. By the way, you missed one of your favorites going off the board.
Hezekiah Massis to the Raiders. Love this pick for them.
That's a really
I think
good pick.
he could get significant snaps because right now, I mean, obviously they still have Porter outside, which is a project, but an incredibly high upside project. And then you got Eric Stokes, who played well for them, but it's like I don't think Jermod McCoy's playing this year because he's going to need that knee surgery again. And then after that, all you got is Dak Richardson. Like Massis could get on the field a lot for them.
I'm not laughing about your Massis takes. I'm laughing about chat. Chat, you're keeping me going here. Was EJ keeping the Mafia out of New York? When EJ was growing up, they just had real Mafia. Well, yeah, that's true.
As soon as he went to Seattle, they moved in. Curious.
Yes. One day I will start a lore podcast, and there will be Mafia adjacent stories in there.
Speaking of lore, Brett's moving again. Yes,
Brett's moving again. He started.
How many times have I? Since we started this show,
this will be 4
in 6 years.
This will be 5 actually in the 6 years.
So I was in the house.
You went DTLA, then you went Costa Mesa. You're in your current place, and now I guess it's 4.
Yeah, 4 in 6 years.
So 4 moves, but 5th place.
And before that, my wife and I had done 5 or 6 moves together before that as well. So we're going on like our 11th, 12th move together.
That's gross. How long had you two been in the house when I came down in 2020?
7 months.
Okay, so not even a year. All right, that makes sense.
Yeah. We sold it after.
Yeah, no, I just like, again, because my my timeline with you starts at Senior Bowl in 2020, and so when I showed up at your house, I was like, I don't know how long they've been here. Like, not forever, obviously, but like it could have been 2 years, could have been 3 years, could have been 3 months. I don't know.
I mean, we had that house for 3.5 years, and we were evacuated for fires twice. So we were like, this sucks.
That's it.
To constantly get evacuated.
Well, the reason we bought this house is because we got evacuated for floods twice at our old rental place, and my wife was like, I'm not doing that anymore. And I was like, okay. You just being given 1 year free rental constantly? No. Does Brett enjoy packing? Also, no.
Half my shit's in a pod right now. We've just been waiting to move. We had to get through the season, packing. And then we had to get through draft season. Then we could move.
Yes. A little bit behind the curtain. So we're going to record our favorite draft classes episode on Monday, this coming Monday. And Brett is going to finish that, like turn the lights off and immediately start packing up his recording studio setup because they move like a week from that day. I am then going to have to deal with moving Brett, just to let all of you know, which is not the most pleasant person in the world because nobody loves moving. Like this is not an anti-Brett thing. Moving is incredibly stressful. And so I will be leaving him for the most part alone, just run the business and giving him updates when I need to, because I do not want to dig in. He's going to have plenty of other small details clogging his brain. And I'm just going to let him move. And then when he gets in, I'll gently poke the bear and be like, you good? You in? Does everything work? Do you have internet? Like,
so,
okay,
to give
cool.
you guys context, every single one of these has to be individually wrapped. And this is only about 60% of them.
Oh, this is my world's tiniest fiddle. I have to take care of my awesome liquor collection.
So yeah, gonna be a long week for me.
Is that why it's called a pod? Because Brett's in a storage unit?
And the back, you guys aren't gonna know when it happens. The background's gonna look the same when we get to the new place.
Yeah. Brett, can we expect the return of the Hellcat as a stream guest at the new place? Yeah, probably. Bo is impossible to keep out of our recording space, and we don't really want to try. Imagine being Brett's friend with a truck.
Hey, bud, want another pizza?
Elite message. You're getting old, Brett, when you offer people like pizza for their time for their truck or moving, and they go, nah. They're like, nah, I got better things to do. I don't need free pizza and beer. I can buy my own. I'm not helping you move anymore. Like that's
I'm at that age where I don't move couches upstairs anymore. I pay for movers. It's expensive, but it's the best money you will ever spend is not having to move couches and fridges and chairs and
oh no.
Ooh, okay. Kevin Coleman to Miami.
Dolphins are back
I've liked the
on
receivers that they took after Douglas more than the one
Kevin
Coleman.
They took. We have to talk about Kevin Coleman really quick. So this is the slot and slot primary receiver from Missouri. He's not much else. He's not going to give you a ton of blocking, but he is a way better receiver than he's being given credit for. Almost nobody talks about Kevin Coleman in this draft. I'm telling you, 3 years from now, you're going to be talking about Kevin Coleman. He is going to be that guy. Everybody's going to say, oh, when was he drafted? Was he a third rounder? Was he a fourth rounder? No, he was deep in the fifth round, 5'11", 180. So he's got decent size, 84 targets, 66 catches, 732 yards, 2.23 yards per reception. Incredibly quick, very good yak threat. The craziest stat on Kevin Coleman, given his stature and his usage, second highest contested catch rate in this draft after Carnell Tate, over 80%. Like when everybody jokes, oh, 80-20 balls, like with Kevin Coleman, it's legitimately an 80-20 ball. Unreal. Love him to death. Great value for the Dolphins down here. I know because he has a somewhat limited profile, he's not a do-it-all, do-it-everything wide receiver. He's not a huge blocking threat. I get it. As a receiver, route runner, hands catcher, yards after catch, contested catch, all of that, he is way better than the 177th pick. Like, great get by Miami.
One pick before that, Cyrus Allen went to the Chiefs, which I love that one because he is a separator, right? Which the Chiefs have needed a lot. Like they've got good, yak weapons and they've got speed with Xavier Worthy. But like Cyrus Allen is just somebody who will line up and route you the fuck up. Like he's a very, very good route runner. Obviously not the same kind of physical profile as his teammate, who by the way, still on the board. But boy, I like Cyrus Allen, especially at 176. I mean, he's going to get on the field early and often for them just as like their man beater, which I feel like Kansas City has not really had outside of Travis, when he was younger. Casey has always had kind of an issue with just having somebody who could go out there. And if you get man coverage on 3rd and 5, somebody who could go beat it.
Yeah.
Now you got Tyquan Xavier as your speed threats. Rashee Rice is your slot yak guy. Cyrus Allen is your route magician. Royals, to me, another kind of yak guy, and then Remigio is your return man. You could do worse than that. I still wish they had like a dominant go up and get it kind of X, but there's still
maybe
time.
they double dip. Maybe
With
they come
Cincy
back
kids.
and get Caldwell. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like maybe we just grab them both. Cyrus Allen got to him later than Kevin Coleman, but again, very similar profile. 5'11", 183, 69 targets, 49 catches, 661 yards, 13.5 yards per reception, 2.42 yards per route run, and a 2% drop rate. 2. Slot only receiver, great feel on how to bait corners on man routes, very good burst and hands, has yak ability in the short area, just doesn't unleash it consistently. Underrated receiver. I think it's so fitting that he went right next to Kevin Coleman Jr. because they're the same type and they're both really good. Tough to keep up with on corner posts for Cyrus Allen. Speed outs are almost automatic for him. Like, again, you just need it to work. Cole Payton is an Eagle.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Isn't it? Because they have one of the most well thought of backup quarterbacks in the league.
This is interesting. I mean, it might just be, okay, we have a really big grade on him. Maybe
Sure.
if they're one of the teams that saw him as a day 2. Or is either Tanner McKee, well, actually, it'd probably be Tanner McKee would be on the move. Andy is your
Right.
veteran. Peyton is your developmental QB3.
That's what I'm thinking based on that pick is, if not now, soon. If somebody suffers an injury and they're like, hey, man, we're in deep trouble. What do you give us? Or, what do we have to give you to get Tanner McKee? They've already got Cole Payton in the pipeline. So, again, Howie being forward thinking. Very different type of player, but Howie's just always 1.5 to sort of 2 steps ahead. He almost never feels like he's picking from need. He is never driven by need. He's talking about next year. He's talking about, this contract's going to age out. I think we might get a pick for this guy. Like, this is more of that.
If I'm the Steelers, I give him a call. Tanner McKee or Mason Rudolph?
McKee.
Who do you want? Yeah, I
McKee.
want McKee too.
Yeah, for sure.
And then that way, we can let Howard versus Aller kind of figure itself out behind him.
Yeah, I mean, if they weren't committed to their course, I will just say the Browns should call. Like the Browns offense right now with what they're constructing with Tanner McKee pulling the trigger, is it going to be worse than Dylan Gabriel or
Probably not.
Shador or whatever? It might be better. Like you might be quickly competitive in the AFC North with Tanner McKee triggering that offense right now. what's that worth? And again, you're not competing with the Eagles directly. You're talking about, AFC, NFC. Like, so I would understand if they didn't want to give Tanner McKee to a rival, but that doesn't really qualify. So, yeah.
8 Clemson players taken through 175, more than total wins.
Yes.
Laugh, I can't cry.
Yeah, no, the Clemson thing is fascinating. There was a period about 3 weeks ago, 3.5 weeks ago, where if you were doing mock drafts, and I was, for the Bears at 25, you would get one random player and 4 Clemson guys. And it was like, I don't really love any of them here. Like, it was Woods and TJ and Avion, and you're just like, no, just erase them at 25. Yeah, very talented program. One of the programs that we always look at and go, phew, had all that talent, didn't win, right? We've said it with many, many programs. They are one of them. They're showing all Cole Payton's running highlights because he is a very dangerous runner.
Oh, man. Kel for $10. We feel your pain, Brett. The wife and I are moving from Rochester, New York to Charlotte, North Carolina, end of next week for family reasons. Gonna miss the garbage plates. My heart won't, though. That's a long move. Rochester to Charlotte.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Especially if you're driving. Woof.
Yeah,
Best
I
luck
think
to you. My move is 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Not 1,500 miles. Yeah. Enrique Cruz Jr. I did not do him. Did you? Tackle to the Niners. Out of
Phrasing.
Kansas.
Yes, I did watch him.
I did not observe him.
There you go. Excellent. Good work. I did. He was also, I believe he's a combine guy. And it was more for me about watching his teammates. I was watching his quarterback, for one. Again, we're at the point of the draft where maybe not with guards, certainly with tackles, possibly with centers, where you're hoping that you can fix the issues you saw on tape, right? You're leaning into traits and you're saying, I think with a little bit of seasoning, they don't need to play right now. That's the place we're at in round 5. We've been there for a bit with tackles. I really don't think there's any sort of more.
That started in round 3.
Yeah, like I really don't think there's any more like deep sleeper tackles where we're like, hey, they could be amazing. Like those guys went in round 3 or even 2, depending on your perspective. So,
yeah, 999 RAS.
Yeah, can really move. Like the thing that I put a note on my combine sheet, which is sitting over on my desk over there about there, is like moves. Like not necessarily ideal size, but for his frame, he motivates. Like he's quick and fairly, I wouldn't say fast, like long speed wise, but again, I don't really care about that with linemen. I need them to be quick in the, first 3 steps, the 10-yard, that sort of, I need that like, wow, that guy can take that mass, that frame and move. And he had several drills where he was right behind other guys that we really liked. And I thought, well, it doesn't look that much different. It looks a little bit different, but he's faster than that guy. He's faster than that guy, or, quicker, I think is probably a more apt description.
Yeah, at a 174 10-yard split, which is 92nd percentile, 35 in the vert, 908 in the broad, 99th percentile, almost 6'6", 313.
Yep.
We're talking about, middle late day 3.
Yeah, it's a dart throw.
Throws.
Yep.
So I'll have to go back and watch him before we do summer series. Again, everybody that I haven't watched so far, I get to them before we do summer series. I almost take like the extra 2 months to clean up all the dudes I missed.
Because the other thing is, if you spend all that time beforehand, for everybody that's bemoaning it, oh, well, it's after the draft. Well, yeah, it is after the draft, but we would have to spend twice the time to do it before the draft, because there would be all the guys that opt out, guys that get injured, guys that don't get drafted, right? Or UDFAs and get, booted from camp in like 3 weeks. You have to do all those guys plus all the other guys that did. So it's like twice as many, twice as long in the busier part of the season. Or you go, hey, I totally recognize that if I watch 220 or 250 or even 300 guys, that there's going to be 30 40, 50 guys that I don't see. I'll just clean them up because I know they're on a team now. I know what the fit is. I can go back to their tape because most of them, for being honest, are going to be sub fifth rounders, right? They're going to be late fifth, compensatory sixth, seventh. That's where the bulk of those players are going to be. Is there going to be the occasional one in the fourth or the top of the fifth? Yeah, there is. But we're talking about a handful. We're talking about like 3 to 5 that got through that we didn't watch in that range. And then the bulk of the rest of the guys, whatever it is, 30, 50 guys, probably not 50, right? That we're going to watch. That's one per team, right? Where we're going to go back to their film before we do summer series and go, hey, this is how they fit. This is what I saw. Like, it's just more efficient down the board. Like I used to go, there was one year I went past 400, just about killed myself. I was working another job at the time. And I loved it. I love the fact that I knew every UDFA, that there were guys that didn't get UDFA offers. I was like, but he's good, right? And then I went back the next year and I went, okay, you threw yourself against the rocks. You remember how much time and effort that took. What did you really get out of those extra 100 guys that you watched? That is a significant chunk of time. And the answer was not very much, maybe bragging rights. That's about it. Like in terms of real evaluation for what we do with the league, the answer was almost nothing.
It's more important for us to have, after they're drafted, before summer series, to have real thoughts about how they fit with their destination rather than blanket thoughts before the draft. So speaking of, Nick for $5, the summer series definitely covered a lot of janitor night shifts. Now the stream is keeping me arguably sane during law school exam season.
Oh boy.
1, 2, or 3.
Janitor to law school. Let's go.
Have you done torts yet? Speaking of killing yourself, that's the class that gets you.
Torts. Yeah.
Torts.
Torts in law school. I was like, torts? I don't know. Where'd torts play? I don't think I watched it.
Oh, F.A. Bada doing the Dolphins selection.
Dolphins draft is very crazy to me. By the way, going back to Cole Payton's rushing prowess, 894 rushing yards, rush yards per attempt, 7.5, 29 rushes of 10 yards or more from a quarterback, folks. 13 rushing touchdowns. Oh, interesting. Okay. Seydou Traore, tight end. And as you see by his approach to the stage, international pathway player, grew up in England, played for Mississippi State. He was first team all Sun Belt at Arkansas State, then transferred to Mississippi State. I saw a highlight touchdown catch of his where it got tipped and he still caught it. And I was like, holy cow, this guy's going to be awesome. I went back to his film. This guy's an awesome athlete, still learning how to play tight end. There's not a lot else. The play I got to in his film, I was like, oh, I remember that from the highlights. That's why I did all this. I wanted to like him a lot more. The potential is immense. And again, we're in the 5th round. All those inhibitions about, oh, I can't take a dart throw on this guy. Cool thing about him, he doesn't take up a roster spot for them. He takes up the IPP exemption spot.
Which is the advantage of doing IPP.
100%. And as an athlete, unreal. Like, very, very fluid athlete. I think he's 6'4". I'll look it up. I think he's 6'4". I was very excited before I got to his film. After his film, a little more overwhelmed. There's just a lot of, he still doesn't know what he's doing yet as a tight end, especially in the blocking game. I think from a just mental standpoint, like he understands the passing and receiving game. He gets to the blocking game and he's like, I'm not really sure what to do with my hands. Like, I haven't figured that out yet. But yeah, fascinating potential. I'm sure they'll show the tipped catch for touchdown if they didn't already in the highlights, because that was, and they will show that, again, you see him get out there in front of a defensive back. He makes contact, doesn't stick with him, doesn't drive him, just kind of bops him out of the way.
Jim Wang, $4.99. Love, sorry. Love the show. I'm 12. Love the show and content. EJ,
wow.
moved to the Seattle area. Kirkland specifically. Any cool bars or distilleries you recommend in Kirkland? Appreciate the content.
Ooh, well, I mean, Woodinville's not far away from you. It's not in Kirkland, but it's right up the road. And obviously, for obvious reasons, I would recommend the Woodinville Distillery. It's a fun place to go to. They have a tasting room. Nice little restaurant next door that's not affiliated, but it's literally 10 feet away off their porch. Interestingly, an old Bears Over Beers fan who is also a bootleg fan is now I don't think you just call him a bartender, but he's like the bartender sort of liquor sommelier, if there's a word for that, at a fairly high-end club in, I believe it's Bellevue. And he reached out to me. We had a break in communication there for 2 or 3 years, and he reached out to me and said, "Hey, I got this new job." He's always worked in the restaurant industry. And he said, "Hey, this is my new place." And he sent me like a video walkthrough that I sent to you of that bar.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, "Ooh, a couple nice bottles in there." You were like, "Couple." And I was like, I was being kind. It's all top shelf all the time in that place. I will look up the name of that and get it out. But he was like, "You need to come up." And I was like, "I would love to," but it was during the season. I just haven't found time to. But, now we have a break here for a couple of weeks. And we've got some different scheduling for summer series. So I might be able to run up there and enjoy one of the shifts he's working, some hospitality. It looked like an amazing place. I know a bunch of Seahawks players go there because it's maybe 10. Well, I mean, without traffic, it's maybe 10, 15 minutes north of VMAC. With traffic, like, SoCal deal, 45, but whatever.
We don't measure in mileage. We measure in time.
Yeah. Traore, the tight end for Mississippi State, 6'4", 244. So holds his weight incredibly well and is really fluid. Ran a 4.64 at his pro day, 7-second flat 3-cone, 40-inch vert at 244. So wild athlete, still figuring out the tight end thing.
Scrolling. Dakota Douglas for $20. Thank you, Dakota. Cheers from a shift work plant worker. Eternally grateful to you guys for doing this. It allows me to have my own watch along with you tonight after having to sleep through the day. Can't wait to see the new Saints. Who dat? Well, I think you're going to very much enjoy the Saints draft so far. If you were hungry for receiver, you are satiated. That's for damn sure.
Yeah. No, I think the Saints, I'm going to pull up their whole draft here, but so Jordan Tyson, Christian Miller, Oscar Delp, Jeremiah Wright, Bryce Lance, and Lorenzo Styles Jr. is kind of a whatever. Interestingly enough, they list him at corner. That's fascinating. But boy, if you're talking about a very strong starting five, Jordan Tyson, Christian Miller, Oscar Delp, Jeremiah Wright is what he is, but he's very good at it. And then Bryce Lance way down at 136. Let's go.
How far away, by the way, speaking of Kirkland,
Yeah.
since Jim just moved there, how far away is that from you?
Not far without traffic. It's maybe 40 minutes, maybe.
Not bad.
With traffic, like morning commute, for me to get all the way into the heart of Kirkland is probably like an hour and 15 or something, hour 20. It's a slog up 405, but like on a like Saturday night with, light to medium traffic, 40, probably 45, maybe.
All right, end of round 5. Bills took Zane Durant at 181. Finally went off the board. This is about the start of the range.
No.
Hmm.
The Browns took Taylor Green. Why? Like, you've already got
How many quarterbacks are they going to carry?
I don't know. Maybe they're thinking of converting him. I don't know. We're in round 6. It's pick 182. Again, wildly talented athlete with great size, not a great player of the quarterback position. I don't know what the plan is there. If they think they're just going to stack him in that quarterback listing as a lottery chip, like a very, very different player from Cole Payton, who just went in terms of like Cole Payton, almost 6'3", 230, good runner, very good athlete, but he's a very good thrower of the football too. He's got a weird motion, kind of a snap over the top motion as a lefty thrower. So it looks a little weird, but like all those passes you saw to Bryce Lance, they all came from Cole Payton. He's a good passer. Taylon Green, very much more a lottery throw as a passer. Like sometimes it works out and sometimes you really don't have any idea what he's doing.
I just, process-wise, I'm just curious, right? Because Deshaun's on the roster this year.
I know.
Clearly.
Yep.
You got Shador. You got Dylan.
Oh, all right. Now, here is a player not only I didn't watch, I don't think I even had him on my list. My list is bigger. I never get through my entire list because I have 400 and something on my list. Carson Sharar, a linebacker from Iowa. It's 231. No, I didn't even have his name on my list. So this is the, I guess, Ruben Hippolyte Memorial Award winner for us.
It's just 3 rounds later.
I suffer your slings and arrows gratefully. Yikes. Yeah.
Ethan Knife Send for $9.99. Always loved the day 3 stream. One of my good friends is draft eligible. Would be hyped if he signed his UDFA. His name is Jaden Richardson, USC wide receiver. Had a sick TD in the bowl game. Great blocker. Here's my question. Which USC?
For South Carolina, do you ever say USC? I just say SC.
They say USC.
I know they do. I never.
And then I say to them, the real one or the fake one.
Sure. Like, I get it. It's kind of like Seahawks and A&M arguing over 12th man.
Well, no, the Seahawks license it from A&M.
Yeah, but who invented it? I'm like, are we really doing this? Really? And we are. Trust me. Yeah, Taylon Green, 6'5", almost 6'6", 6'5" and 7/8. Very tall guy. Was at the combine, 227. Oh, there you go. I love the comp. Terrell Pryor.
The original USC. You'll have to be more specific.
Yeah. I mean, I would bet that South Carolina was founded before Southern California. Probably. Packers need Katron Allen. This is a $5 super chat from One Change One Piece. Packers need Katron Allen, Malik Benson, or Jamari Taylor. I would imagine Katron Allen's probably the highest on their board. Jamari Taylor I like better as a running back, but not as an athlete, if that makes sense. So,
University of South Carolina was founded in 1801. Damn.
Yep,
And they still got their name taken. How about that?
Here we go. Oh, there's Green taking some wide receiver reps. Yikes.
It's like, yeah, I started 50 yards ahead of Usain Bolt. I still fucking lost.
Yeah. Yeah. No, there are reps on Taylon Green's tape that are tantalizing, and then there are reps on Taylon Green's tape that are not that.
Jackie Marshall. DT just went to the Titans.
Oh, from Baylor. Undersized, 6'2",
Scrolling,
293.
scrolling.
JJP for $4.99. Little late in today, mainly because the Steelers have enraged me to the point I went for a walk. Hope you guys are having a better draft than me. I have done that previously in drafts where I was like, that's it. I'm out. I need a little fresh air. So good on you for taking care of your mental health. Don't let it get to you to that point because, again, we don't have any control over this. We love it. We watch it. We pick it apart. We analyze it, but do not let it run you into the ground. I've done that before. Speaking from experience, it's not great. That's not the height of fandom. That is the height of sort of desperation. It ain't great, or depths of desperation, I guess is a better way to say it. All right, Jason Light, what's he going to do now? Because boy,
Probably something cool.
I can't love it anymore. Yeah, I can't love it anymore.
Trade to Bucks. Just trying to keep up with all these trades.
Literally. Ruben Bain, Josiah Trotter, Ted Hurst, Keontae Scott, Devontae Capehart, Billy Schrouth. Just all bangers. Like Trotter, some might say, is early. I still like him as a player. Okay.
Bauer Sharp.
Yeah. Nah. Nope.
Yet another
Not on
tight
my
end.
list.
Didn't get to him.
He wasn't even on my list. So we're getting to guys now at, the middle to end of the sixth here where I didn't even have him on my list. So 4'6'3", 6'4", 250. Yep. that tracks for a 6th rounder. Like, he's big, he's fast. Let's bring him in, see what he's got.
Favorite Dabo quote: USC is in California, Carolina is in Chapel Hill, and the University of SC is in Clemson.
Ooh. Fighting words.
Zachary quid for $50. Appreciate you,
Yeah,
Zachary.
I saw that.
Thank you for the support. Hey guys, big fan. Flew in from the draft from Utah. I have a non-football ask. I run a nonprofit that prevents evictions. Landlords apply for their tenants. We give tenants a financial planning tool and then pay back all the rent. It's called Bound. Well, that sounds cool. That sounds very useful,
amazing.
actually.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's awesome, Zachary. I am super glad that you got to fly in for the draft. It's an amazing experience. We've been there a couple of times, obviously not to Pittsburgh, but been to Pittsburgh before, but not for the draft. We've been to other locations, and the draft is a lot of fun. I would recommend it. The NFL has really amped up, and I would say dialed in the experience. I was remembering this yesterday as we were basically just guys naming dudes, giving off picks, right, for day 2. I was like, do you remember like 4 or 5 years ago when they had like monkeys at the zoo making the pick? And
oh yeah,
like,
weird
shit.
Like,
you have jumped the shark. Like, don't do that. Like, the NFL dialed it back in, and it feels so much better to me this year with, basically guys naming dudes on day 2 and international fans of the year on day 3. And, local boy makes good and whatever else like that. It just feels more aligned. That draft felt like off the rails. I remember watching that draft on day 3. I'm like, why is a giraffe in the picture? What are we doing here? It's very strange.
They call me Cato, $4.99, an international pathway player program for us to keep an eye on for late in the draft or UDFA. Who was that like unbelievably freaky defensive tackle? Was it out of Nigeria?
Oh yeah. One of them, I want to say one of them was Kenyan, but
and we're talking like wide receiver agilities and explosive numbers for somebody who's 300 pounds and he's like 6'5". I got to get the name.
Oh, well, you're thinking of the defensive tackle. He had crazy visual.
Sure.
So, yeah. Anyways, crazy enough, he came out of OC's program. So OCU Manyora runs the NFL Africa program, which is basically like an academy where they grab crazy athletes from who are often participating in other sports and saying, hey, you want come learn how to basically run NFL drills. And they also give them some on-field instruction as well. So not just athletes for testing. But there were 2. The defensive tackle had the craziest numbers, but the defensive end or edge, who was a little bit smaller, his numbers were still bananas, is by all reports farther along as a football player. So he's the guy that I would keep on. Okay, Nigerian, not Kenyan. Uar Bernard is the guy you're talking about, the DT, I think. Yeah. The edge. Yeah. If the edge. Yeah, UR Bernard is the DT, guys. Does anybody remember the DE? Because apparently folks I checked in with said he's actually probably better as a football player, if not as an athlete. Oh, Commanders, Katron Allen.
Katron Allen.
So the Packers commenter that wanted him to show up, no such luck. He's going to the nation's capital. I actually think the better of the two Penn State backs. Singleton, just not my jam as a guy that doesn't have great instincts, but has tremendous physical skill. In fact, when we were doing those 2 and 3 player each slates fairly early in the year, when we started doing the patron only content, where we were introducing draft stuff late November or December, like I was all hot on Singleton. I was like, yeah. And I watched his tape and I actually replaced him with another name. I was like, I can't. Again, you get to the tape and you're like, nah, I'm not going to back that as a guy that I'm really excited about. We're just picking handfuls of guys off the top. Like, there's got to be somebody else. And I rotated him out for somebody else that episode. I just couldn't after watching his tape. I like Katron Allen a little bit better. I think he has more running back skill. Maybe not equal as an athlete, but not bad as an athlete at all. In fact, I thought he could have gone before Kalen Black, the Indiana back that went to San Francisco yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they already have a gazillion running backs, right? Let me look up their depth chart. But I this is part of the reason why I didn't think they were a Jeremiah Love destination. Partly because I didn't think they were going to be there. But like, they brought in Rashad White because they didn't think that Jeremiah was going to be there. They still got Bill Krosky Merritt. They brought in Jerome Ford, and now they got Katron Allen. So he's going to fight for RB3 duty there. I think you could do a lot worse than that for an RB3. Like him versus 100%. Jerome Ford. That's kind of the one hurdle you have to clear to get snaps. Because I think he'll beat out McNichols.
Probably at this point. Again, McNichols coming out, I would have said I absolutely would have had a higher grade, did have a higher grade on McNichols. McNichols was an underrated guy in terms of he both had the physical skills, which Katron Allen certainly has. He had really good running back instincts. I liked him coming out. So Jets trying to add to their haul. Again, to recap the Jets picks, David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper Jr., D'Angelo Pons, Darrell Jackson Jr., and Cade Klubnik. Last pick was at 110. We are at 188, so they've had their biggest gap in the draft yet. But they're not done. One of those teams that had a boatload of picks, traded some of them to move around, but going to continue adding talent to a team that deeply needs it. It's not a team that's one player away. Oh, who's got the Nordiques jersey in the Rams HQ? That's dope.
I didn't catch it.
Come on, hockey guy. That's awesome. Throwback Nordiques, probably Mitchell and Ness or something.
Let's see. What do the Jets even still need besides head coach and quarterback?
Punch. Oh, you had to bring up the elephant in the room, huh? All right, fine.
Other than that, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln? Did you enjoy the boat ride, Rose?
Yeah. It was good till we had to take that dip.
Let's see. I could see corner. Actually, no, probably not.
Uh-oh. Where? Hang on.
Linebacker, maybe? Have like the
right,
9 billionth linebacker go?
I'm just going to kill my mic here for a second. So I have to listen to something and I don't know what it is, so I don't want to subject everybody to it.
Helen Keller's dog for $4.99. What a name. How are you guys liking the Panthers draft this year? It's not sexy, but the Panthers need another eat your veggies draft to set up for the future. I think they're building a great young defensive line. The Lee Hunter pick I absolutely loved. But if you're looking at like their surface, their front five surface, Derek Brown, Bobby Brown, Tershawn Wharton, plus Lee Hunter rotating on the inside, Scorton at edge, Jalen Phillips at the other edge. Like, that's awesome. You know, Princely Monmielen is like your third edge coming off, who's really kind of a one-dimensional player, but like as your third edge, I like that as well. inside linebacker, I should say, got improved by Devin Lloyd. Trevin Wallace, I still think they could upgrade at their second linebacker spot, but again, if the only weakness we have in the front seven is one linebacker, like that's pretty good. You know, picked up Will Lee to back up Mike Jackson. Still would have gone Keith Abney there, but that's fine. J.C. Horn, top tier corner. Chow Smith Wade at nickel. Then we got Merrigan Nick Scott at safety. Like, other than DB, defense is ready to go. You know, Hecht at center, Freeling at right tackle. It's a good draft.
Yeah. Harmon just sent me a video because he was reacting to my call about Koziol, and he sent me a little clip that their editor clipped out after that. And he was like, how about this call by you? And apparently, I know that you do this as well because we have lots of takes in lots of places. We forget about them. I called Bryce Lance to the Saints.
Oh, did you?
He was like, because Harmon's great about this. So I gave my spiel about Bryce Lance. He was on my list with Koziel as well. And he was like, where do you think he fits? And I was like, look, you know, Tyler Shuck worked out better than you think. You know, now's the time to push the gas, surround him with targets. There's wide open opportunity in that room. He can get vertical. Like, he's like, how about this call by you? I was like, I completely forgot I said that 2 months ago. That's hilarious.
Let's see. Missed Mono super chat. You know, it's not showing up in the chat for me, Mono. Put it back in, and I can.
Yeah,
grab
no
it.
extra money.
The YouTube interface doesn't really show me a lot of like past chats.
Yeah.
Kyle Everly for $5. Y'all are my NFL gems. Either of you have an evaluation of Bruno Fina? Apparently, he's the third cousin of my coworker's babysitter's brother. Where's Kevin Bacon fit in all that?
Yeah, the last part of that's what got me. I was reading the first part. I was like, no, I didn't watch Fina. Whoa. That spiraled out of control very quickly.
I live in the same country.
Maybe. You don't know that.
I do not have an evaluation. I haven't got to watch it.
No, me neither.
Ichi Wiener. God damn it.
He got him. Got him. Nice. It wasn't still
In what
Forsyth
range
this
is-
year.
In what range is Vandenberg getting drafted, if at all? Right about now, honestly.
Yeah. I would say 7th round. He is a dart throw in terms of, boy, untapped physical potential, but he's got a lot of work to do. We'll just say that.
Ashley Atchison for $19.99. Thank you, Ashley. What do you think the Bengals do here? Don't we need an O-lineman? I think they need another O-lineman. I mean, they already did kind of do a day 3 investment at center in Connor Liu. I do think they like Rivers as a guard. I
Oh.
can see them going tackle.
Bengals already did it.
Did they?
Yeah, and it's a lineman.
Was I accidentally correct? Oh, Brian Parker.
Ding,
There we
ding.
go. I was correct.
Don't you love it
Accidentally.
when that happens? Yeah, don't you love it when that happens?
I mean, again,
Hey,
huge
better luck than
frame,
good.
developmental swing tackle. Like, just keep throwing chips on the table, right? Until we figure out a starting 5 that works.
Yeah, so we have 2 guys listed as center. I do think I would try Connor Liu at guard, Brian Parker at center. Yeah.
Again, this is a camp problem of let's have 9 guys out there and figure out which 5 are best.
Saints just took another receiver, Barian Brown, one of the 4 LSU receivers. Again, Xavion, who famously went on day 2 to the Bears. Barian Brown, famously, I'm just going to go with famously because anything else I'm going to say, I'm going to get fined. And then they're honestly, so Barian Brown I would have taken before Xavion, and Anderson, the other receiver for them as well, I would have taken And I said that to somebody that asked me overnight, a Bears fan. They were like, "Oh, what do you think about Xavier?" And I was like, "I would have drafted 2 guys on his team before him." They were like, "Oh," I was like, "He's a returner. Like that's what he is." Barry Brown, more interesting. Very kind of crafty yak threat on tape. He finds lots of ways to get away through, out, around tackles. Just very interesting profile. LSU had the kind of island of misfit toys receiver group this year. They all did something wildly different on tape. It gave them a very sort of varied and diverse, which hasn't necessarily been their thing. They've been arguably wide receiver U for a while, but this year, very, very varied wide receiver room, very, very different. But Barry Brown just adding to the Saints haul at wide receiver.
So Mono Super Chat was, will Jaden Duggar play a sort of big nickel Timu Nick Emanwuri role? He's talking about for the 49ers. So they like Upton at nickel, but Upton's not very big. And so if they want size as like an overhang player, again, Duggar's 6'5", 240.
Yeah. If you want to be able to hang to be able to match personnel without making substitutions, and you're going to get teams that try and run you out of it, Duggar is the answer, because Stout is not. He's a menace. He's super active. He's really aggressive, but he ain't big. And even though our friend Emery Hunt says size is not a skill, size is still a thing.
Yeah, I would say size is a skill, honestly. It's kind of the starting place for a lot of people.
I understand. He doesn't think so. All right. Nathan Woolley for $20.
Josh Cameron went to the Jags.
Okay. Go ahead.
So it was, let me find it. Here we go.
All right. So Nathan Woolley, super chat, $20. 2 quick questions. Did we ever hear back from the guy that proposed? That was your email. You'll have to check that. What do you think of the Vikings draft? It's not what I would have done, but health permitting, it might be better. Nathan, I appreciate the perspective to say, hey, what I thought was one thing, but, given what I'm looking at, this could be better. So we're talking about Caleb Banks, Jake Galday, Big Citrus, Dominique Orange, Caleb Tiernan, Jacoby Thomas, Max Bredesen, and Charles Demings. It's a strong group, and I like that they're sort of covering their bases. Bunch of different positions, bunch of different, like Banks, obviously, I don't want to say lottery pick, but a gamble on health at the top. Jake Galday, incredibly rangy. I think I don't want to say sure thing at linebacker because nothing's a sure thing in the draft, but a very solid choice. Dominique Orange, you thought he had an ankle injury. Did we ever figure that out?
Oh, it was quad.
Okay, quad injury. So, again, probably health clearing. He is a massive run stopper. If he and Banks play together, forget it. They're gonna block out the sun. Caleb Tiernan, I think they'll give a shot at right tackle, and that's mostly because I don't think he's great at guard. But I also think, yes, he's got short arms, but he learned from Rashawn Slater how to deal with that. So they'll probably give him the shot there. Jacoby Thomas, one of your favorite safeties in the draft. Bredesen we talked about as a sort of do-everything true fullback. And then Charles Demings, absolute like lottery pick upside at corner who could develop. And if he does, out of the 5th at pick 163, your savings are immense. So overall, love the approach to the draft, love the diversity, really like the players. There's not a player on that list I don't like. And I know everybody says, oh, I like every pick. But honestly, all those guys were on my list. I like those guys.
Henry for $5. Hey, boys, just got back from my job interview. I got hired.
Let's go.
Happy to finally catch the show live, and I'm happy to be here. Right in Brett Thorson range, my Aussie punter. Yes, we are rapidly approaching punter range, unless you're Ryan Poles. Then that was a while ago. EJ's just stone-faced. Water off a duck's back.
You can't hurt me. You only
can't kill what's already dead.
Yeah. The only reason you can't hurt me with that is because he was not successful in trading up. Because the Assistant GM in Atlanta stopped him.
Yeah, the guy who's not the decision maker.
Yeah, that one. He talked Ryan Poles off trading up for a punter. I repeat, yikes. Does Harold Perkins get picked? A $2 super chat from stop moving chat. Andrew Elliott, Texas. Yes, I think he does. I would be very surprised if he does not, unless there's something I didn't hear about off field. On field, there are holes in his profile, but he is absolutely worth taking a gamble on. He is Kyle Lewis light in this draft, and in some ways better. So yeah. Who are BPAs at this point? Great question.
I would say Gillenborg is up there. John Michael Gillenborg, which plays into Koi Super Chat for $5. Is Gillenborg getting drafted? He should. He's one of the BPAs on the board right now.
He should, unless people are not comfortable with the previous medicals. All right, I'll give you a quick rundown. Nussmeier, the quarterback. Deion Burks, the receiver. Deontay Lawson, the linebacker, who we know has medical concerns. Michael Trigg, great player on the field, not getting drafted. Dante Corleone, absolutely. Jack Endries, I cannot believe he's still on the board. VJ Payne, Demetrius Crownover, if somebody wants to take
medicals for injuries, I believe, by the way.
Is it? It's got to be at this point.
I remember seeing that before.
Way too good a player.
He had a medical thing.
Oh, yeah. Way too good a player to still be here, so the medicals make sense. Demetrius Crownover, the Texas A&M tackle, big-time project, but big-time size. Max Llewellyn, the edge from Iowa, who has one of – we talk about trump cards all the time, usually with wide receivers, but, like, I was watching Max Llewellyn type, and I was like, why is this even a thing? And then he hit his spin move, inside spin move. It is a thing of beauty, and he uses it to set up everything because it is a legit spin move, and people start to fear it because he beats them, and then he can beat them outside with his limited athleticism because they're so overset to the inside because he's beat them 3 times in a row with this wildly effective spin move. Like, it's so good. Most guys try a spin, it doesn't really work. Llewellyn, he has the spin dialed, not much else. Still on the board. Harold Perkins, who we just heard about, Rayshon Benny, who you mentioned earlier. Anthony Lucas, the edge from USC, has a bunch of fans. I'm not one of them, but that's all right. Torian York, who is one of my favorites at inside linebacker. Isaiah World, the tackle from Oregon, who had injury and didn't attend the combine. Damon Claiborne, home run hitter from Wake Forest, undersized, but absolutely electric as a back. I think he will get taken in the late rounds.
I have to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Echo's got to be on cloud 9. Jack Kelly just got drafted by the Giants.
Oh,
BYU linebacker.
And yes,
Blitz
our
McGee.
nine sack champion. And Pat Coogan to the Titans. I love that pick.
Coogan to the Titans is great. The reason why Jack Kelly's intriguing to me is now they have both him and Arvell Reese.
Those are 2 players I don't put in the same sentence. Maybe.
No, I'm just saying, like, they clearly want linebackers that can rush.
Sure. I really think they're probably going to try Reese at edge and a versatile position where they move him around. Kelly, to me, is almost like the old school archetype of SLB, strong side linebacker, where you just put him in a 4-3 strong side as ostensibly an edge player, but usually farther outside, and just let him rip.
And there's Echo, 1999. Let's effing go.
Yay, just got it.
Coogan,
one of the smartest centers in this draft. This is for Fernando Mendoza's center from Indiana. Not the most physically gifted, but I like him on tape. A lot of people said super limited. I saw a player that was smart about his angles, was able to connect and stick and strain. And yeah, sometimes it looks like he's getting bent in half, but they're not making any progress. He's still holding them up. He's not giving a ton of ground. He is not what I would consider body beautiful, even for an offensive lineman, but he is wildly effective and really, really smart on tape. You don't see him get fooled mentally, hardly ever. And so I love that pick for the Titans. Tremendous value.
JJP for 499. Positive draft season news. My YouTube channel, Sporting Blizzard, hit 500 subs, and my associate's degree diploma arrived from the Dan Patrick School of Media. Congratulations. Wow. I can't talk.
Whee!
Congratulations
That's fantastic.
to you.
Oh, that's awesome daily double. Glad to hear it. Malik Benson, the wide receiver from Oregon, just went to the Raiders. So, again, stacking that room for the Raiders. They are going all in on targets. They have picked Mike Washington as a running back, Malik Benson as a wide receiver. Oh, they didn't pick the wide receiver earlier. They have not stacked targets. That's their first one. I was thinking so many times we've been like, hey, is this a Raiders target? And none of them ended up going there. So literally the first wide receiver they have picked. But a good draft for them overall. Mendoza at quarterback, Stukes they list him at corner, but I'd say safety. Kerryon Crawford, the edge. Trey Zune, they say center. Jamal McCoy, the corner, they took a flyer on. We'll see if the injury history pans out. Mike Washington, running back. Dalton Johnson, the safety from Arizona. Hezekiah Massis, one of your favorites at corner. And then Malik Benson, the wide receiver from Oregon.
It's a good class.
Yeah, solid work.
TJ go big for six.
Whee!
Jesus. 5 hours in, folks.
Yeah, I need ice.
TJ
What
go
do you
big
need?
for $6. Round 6 is for the sickos. Cheers, all. Cheers to you as well.
Cheers
I
to
don't know how
everybody here.
Ludwig
We're
did
talking
a
about
24-hour stream. My brain is
24
mush.
Yeah, 24, almost 2,500 people hanging out with us deep into day 3 of the NFL draft. Wouldn't be here without you. Love being here for you. Thanks for hanging out.
Actually, yeah, we are officially into hour number 6.
At this point, water off a duck's back. Almost done. Gonna get a break. Like, just keep pounding at this point.
The King Elliot,
Oh.
$9.99. Hey guys, love your content. Wanted to get your thoughts on who had the best draft and why was it my Giants, JK? But why do you think it is most likely to take a huge step based on the draft? So, talking a little bit about Jack Kelly just now. I see Arvell differently. For them, I think that they are going to play him as an off-ball linebacker, not as an edge. They are adamant that they are not trading Kayvon Thibodeau. They've had offers. They've said no. So I do feel like that their true dedicated edge rotation is Burns, Carter, and Thibodeau. I think their off-ball linebackers are going to be Reese, Edmonds, now Jack Kelly, and Darius Muasau. Mike McFadden might not be long for this world. I mean, the secondary is loaded. Especially bringing in Colton Hood to be a starting outside corner for them. If we still believe in Drew Phillips at nickel, like I can't really find a hole on defense at this point. And then on offense, they brought in Malachi Fields, who I'm a big fan of as a big prototypical X receiver. J.C. Davis they just brought in to be tackle depth, but Francis Mawanoa is really the future plan at right tackle. He's going to play right guard as a rookie. Jermaine Illuminor, again, won't be there long term. Mawanoa, I think, is going to kick out to right tackle after that, and then they figure out guard later. But as long as Malik comes back healthy and as long as Jackson stays healthy, they could add running back, but other than that, they're fine. It's a good team on paper.
Yeah. Both the Giants and the Jets have done well. They're currently debating that in the NFL studios. I think there's very good call to say either of them have had one of the better drafts or both. Again, we can do both. I know that's not a thing in the New York media market, but we can do both here. So we're happy to. There was one here. Why does this do this? It's weird. Oh, $20 from Steve Bosniora. Again, thank you for being such an ardent supporter during the draft. Appreciate it, Steven. Either of you have any insight into how a war room actually functions? I would watch an hour-long film room on this. I always wondered how GMs communicate with each other so efficiently in such little time. So there's a list of the numbers of the decision makers. Now, again, that's not always the GM. And they distribute that list, and if you need to call a team to get to the person to say, hey, are you willing to give up X, Y, and Z, or what would it cost to get your pick, or whatever, there is one number. There is a designate in each room, and it's a phone. And yes, if they go to the bathroom, they leave that phone there. And if it rings, you answer it, and it is likely a GM from another team or the person designated to call. Now, sometimes that's the cap master, capology specialist, whatever you want to call it. Sometimes it's the assistant GM. Sometimes it's the head of pro personnel, whatever it is. Everybody has a sort of designated caller and one number that goes to the decision makers. And a lot of times those are two different numbers. So the outgoing number is one. So the GM will lean over and say, hey, call the Titans and see what they want for their pick, while he has his phone. So if anybody calls him, he, all hymns right now still, he can pick up the phone and say, yo, what do you want? And it's very much shorthand. To your point, it has to be quick. Again, with these timelines, you cannot wait. And so that's just a little bit of insight. I'm with you. It's a fascinating process. Just who gets to be in that room is different from team to team, and the why also fascinating, but that's just a little bit of insight. Again, thank you very much for the super chat.
Demetrius Crownover
Yeah.
just went to the Patriots. Extremely long, extremely toolsy developmental tackle. Has a long way to go before I'm willing to put him on the field, but they don't need him to play right now, which is good.
If we can turn back the clock on
dart throw tackle left. Huh?
Yes. If we could turn back the clock on who the Patriots offensive line coach was, give me Dante Scarnecchia and Crownover, I'm in. Otherwise, we'll see.
Yeah. But hey, 6-round dart throw.
Yeah, no, that's what it is. There were people talking about him climbing the board and eventually being like a day 2 tackle, and I was like,
no.
I watched the film and I was like,
it's because he had 35.5-inch arms, and everybody's like, day 2.
I
and it's like, no.
Yeah, I understand. Mark Roots, $5. I say this every year. Couldn't imagine spending the draft weekend anywhere else. This year, it's a welcome diversion after finishing post on a short film. Congratulations, Mark. That's awesome. And thanks for being with us. Yeah.
That's tough.
You have been with us for a very long time. Thank you for making us your choice. We realize that everybody here, all 2,000 of you, have lots of choices in the draft media space, and the fact that you choose us, we deeply appreciate it. If you choose us, if you go through that point, make sure you're subscribed, because if you're not, that also helps us. Whether or not you really care about getting those notifications, that's not a thing, but people ask us about subscriber count all the time. It is a measure that matters to some people. Help us out. If you're not subscribed, click subscribe.
And Mark, I will say, I'm sure there is at least one part of that film you were working on where you were going one frame forward, one frame back, one frame forward, one frame back on the same cut over and over and over again, and you never want to see it again. I empathize with that. Believe me, I do.
Yeah, you still do that in your current
I still do
work.
it. Just did it this week.
Yep. That's right. Just did it this week. It's a fresh memory. Jordan Slater for $20. Thank you, Jordan. Happy day 3 to all the sickos. How are my Lions doing, and how many cups of coffee is Dan Campbell on? I do not have a Campbell coffee count for you. I'm not that plugged in. How are the Lions doing? Blake Miller, tackle from Clemson. Derek Moore, the edge from Michigan. Jimmy Rolder, great linebacker from Michigan. Keith Abney, the corner from Arizona State. And Kendrick Law at 202. Missed that one. That's a lot of fun. He's their gadget return slide, like Zachariah Branch, light, very explosive, undersized. Love that pick at 168. I'd say they're doing great. For me, that's 5 for 5. I think those are all reasonable picks. Could you argue for other values at another position? Sure. Do I dislike any of those players or fits with Detroit? I do not. I actually like all those players and fits. So pretty darn well.
CJ Daniels is a Ram. He's their annual day 3 pick at receiver.
Oh, God.
Out of Miami. Kind of got overshadowed by a young true freshman that they have there. Is a solid player. This is about the range that I thought he would go. As far as will he crack the lineup in LA? Not this year, right? You still got Devontae. You still got Puka. Like I don't like him as much as I like Mumfield coming out of Pitt. They obviously really like Jordan Whittington as a yet another big slot type for them. I think he is probably wide receiver 5 at best. Has a shot of being wide receiver 4 next year after Devontae moves on. Did you have any particular sticking points with CJ Daniels?
Yes. And I don't mean sticking points in a bad way. CJ Daniels, one of the studies in this draft that is fascinating. Never separates. Ever. Doesn't matter. Literally makes every catch through contact. And the first time you see him do it, you're like, well, yeah, he made the catch, but God, he was just blanketed. The second time he does it, you're like, well, he made the catch again, but boy, that guy was right in his hip pocket. And then you keep going and you keep going. And that's all it is. That's his entire film. And there's a lot of it. Never separates. His ability to make catches through heavy contact. I mean, guys chopping down through the pocket with their elbow and him, rolling backwards and the ball rolling around. His hand-eye in that moment of conflict when the ball arrives is off the charts. It's like 11 out of 10 because he does it every single time. It's uncanny. I wanted to hate it. I was like, well, he's just never getting open. That's not going to work in the NFL. And then he just wouldn't stop making catches. And I was like, I don't know. Every fiber of my being says bet against this, but he hasn't dropped one yet, despite getting like mugged and mauled at the catch point, just stuff that most people would never make catches through. So I don't know what to think about him. It's like on this hand, he always comes up with the ball. On this hand, it's always through heavy contact. So don't love the second thing. Can't really argue with the first thing.
I basically didn't get to any of the Kansas kids. Emmanuel Henderson Jr., wide receiver from Kansas, just went to Seattle. I didn't get to him. Did you?
Nope.
So we're in that range. DJ Campbell just went to Miami as a guard. Underrated player. I think he was kind of unnecessarily bagged on, in my opinion. Like, I understand as a mover, he's not as nimble as you would hope for. But I don't think that he's like stuck in cement, which is a common description that I saw a lot of people give. I think as an archetype, he kind of, he's not as big as Proctor, but it makes sense if they're announcing him as a guard. So you got him, Proctor, and Salyer, and Jonas Avenea, all as tackle converts to guards that are all giant, right?
Talking about their GM's theory of like, big doesn't get small. They won't with that line. Holy cow. By the way, any guesses on how many picks Miami is up to? How many guys they've selected?
At least total? 10 at this point.
You're correct. It's 12 already.
And we're just in the 6th round.
Yeah, 12 picks on the board already. Proctor, Johnson, Rodriguez, Douglas, Kasmerick, Bell, Moore, Lewis, Taft, Coleman Jr., Traore, Campbell. Yikes. Lots of guys. Their equipment manager is going to run out of a little sticky tape for the back of the helmets.
But here's the thing. If they just hit on half of them, it's the equivalent of hitting on an entire draft class.
That's right. No, this is bites at the apple, and I don't disagree. And I think they'll actually, like Kevin Coleman Jr., I am obviously in for. Kyle Lewis, I think, has a very good chance to succeed. Trey Moore, whatever. Chris Bell, if he's healthy, let's go. And again, we've said this throughout the draft. It's been every other. Like Proctor, nah. Johnson, yeah. Rodriguez, so they hit 2 in a row, but then they came back with Douglas, so 2 out of 4. Kasmerick was early, but we understand the Y trend. Chris Bell we're on. Kyle Lewis we like. Taft you like. Coleman I love. Traore is, again, IPP, so it doesn't count against the roster. And then
cost him
Campbell,
nothing.
Convert him to guard, so maybe 11, I should say, because he's a ghost as far as the roster is concerned.
Oh, Packers took Tamani Jackson.
Yeah, modern day kid.
Number 2 in this draft.
Who was the first one?
David Bailey.
Oh, I forgot he went to modern day. I was thinking he was like an IMG kid. Yeah, no.
Our Jackson, annual crazy modern day stud going to the NFL. Yeah, that one.
Fine. When you're done, you let me know. You got it out.
Continue.
Okay, cool. All right. No. Damani Jackson, tall, toolsy corner out of Alabama who has a trigger. Like, his mentality loves to hit. Like, when he comes downhill against screens and stuff, like, he loves to level guys. Still has some work to do on eyes. Take the cheese a little bit too much. His instincts, not great, but they're betting on tools again in the 6th round. Heck yeah. Like, they're taking a big, fast, toolsy, physical corner. You could do a lot worse.
Monterey's going to have another top 5, top 10 pick in a few years, too. Because people look at all the highlights coming out of Ohio State spring ball of Chris Henry Jr. and they're like,
Chris Henry
high
Jr.
school?
Yeah.
Where do you think?
Mm-hmm. That one I did know and will remember because you won't let me forget. But, I mean, other than that, outside of that, I'll
and they got a couple great young players. They're going to start next year at USC as true freshmen.
Cool.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
All right. I'm going to take one last break for water, let you hold it down for a second, and then we will close this thing out all the way through round 7, which has a lot of picks because a bunch of compensatory picks in round 7.
For sure. 199 showing as Jets rather than Seahawks. Oh, whoops. Hold on. Undo pick. Undo pick. Undo pick. There we go. All right, let me trade. Good call, guys. All right, so Seahawks. And it was Emmanuel Anderson. Oh, shit. Oh, boy. I cannot believe you guys are still out here after 5 hours. Close to 6 hours. Deeply appreciated. Just surprised you guys have enough stamina to be here still. There we go. All right. Fix that. Then Miami, DJ Campbell. Then it was Packers, Damani. Then Chargers took... Ooh, Chargers took Logan Taylor. We are fixing the guard issue. Where can I find him? There we go. Down at 430 consensus, but this seems about right for me. I mean, obviously, watching the entire BC offensive line this year, because BC always has offensive linemen coming out. Great scheme fit. You know, more of a guy that's about quickness rather than power, which, you know, we know Mike is, if he's going to prioritize anything, it's that, and hope that they can get more power out of him. With Ben Herbert's strength and conditioning program, but like the baseline skill you need to have is first step quickness, and Logan Taylor has that. Really intriguing backup guard, I guess you could say at this point, because they've added enough at this point. Jake Slaughter will be the starting guard, Biotish at center, Cole Strange will be the starting right, but now, you know, Penning is obviously going to compete for swing, but Logan Taylor can compete for the swing spot. Travis Burke will compete with Pipkins for the swing tackle spot. You're 9 deep. You're going to carry 7 on game day. I like the pick. And Brett, your jump scare reactions to insane reaches get me through my workout. Let's see. Jags took CJ Williams out of Stanford. I did not get to him. One of the receivers that I did not get to. Sorry to Sam if you're watching this somewhere. My local Stanford Stan. Is he even on the list? Wow, is this the first one that's not even on the list? And this list goes like 450 deep. So it's not just a me thing. Nobody got to him. Who do I even select for this? Just somebody else named Williams? I'm just going to click Jeremiah Williams. Close enough. That's crazy. I've never seen somebody just not show up entirely. It's crazy. All right, Texans pick is in. Every player my team drafts is a future Hall of Famer until proven wrong. Garrett for $4.99. In the airport coming back from the draft. Too many icy light mangoes. Love the work, gents. Been here since the Troutman days. Who dat? Troutman. The Troutman days was literally the week that me and EJ met. So you've been here from the beginning, the actual beginning. Through cigars and rum, all feats of stamina are possible, even day 3. Appreciate you once again, Reese. One change, one piece for $4.99. Thoughts on the Packers draft? Let me pull that up real quick because I can't remember who they took. So they took their first round pick technically was Micah. Cisse at 52, very high upside, press man corner, still has a bunch of work to do as far as zone coverage, but very, very talented kid, tons of upside, great athlete. Kind of reminded me of like Janoris Jenkins a little bit from like a movement perspective. Chris McClellan, super versatile DT out of Missouri, can play pretty much every single spot inside for them. Very Packers-y type defensive tackle. Dennis Sutton, I wanted to like him. The athletic profile doesn't match the tape. Better tester than actual functional athlete, I would say. But again, we're talking about pick 120. They need rotational edge. Okay, fine. We'll take a shot on it. Burton, very athletic center out of Kentucky. Could also play guard. Who do they even have? So we still got Banks, Ryan, and Belton as our interior trio. He can back up any of them, which we know the Packers love versatile offensive linemen that can play basically anything. And then Damani Jackson, corner, that just went to them in the 6th round. Still have 2 more 7th round picks. As far as what I think they should take, see, they're fine at receiver, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do a dart throw, as is tradition for them. Tight end's totally fine. Interior, yeah, interior's fine. Maybe one more dart at edge, because I still think that they could use one more like lotto ticket at edge. Linebacker's fine. Corner I think is all right now. Well, not all right, but between Cisse and Damani, I don't think they're going to take a third corner. So my guess is they'll go
Probably not.
edge or receiver in the 7th, or both. Ooh, the Lions just took Skylar Gill Howard.
Oh, that's a bummer. Like, I don't want to play against him. Penetrating 3-tech tackle from Texas Tech. That's the one thing he's good at, but he is good at it. Like, he's going to be a problem on 3rd downs for sure. Very talented player on that Texas Tech defense, of which there were many, but he is a player I would have appreciated going outside the division. That would have been nice. I don't get that luxury. He gets to go play for Detroit. Good pick by them.
So we had our first one that didn't even show up in the system.
Oh, the complete
CJ Williams,
ghost
receiver out of Stanford.
Oh.
I'm assuming you didn't watch him.
No, I most definitely did not. But you said, oh yeah, Skylar High Lions. So again, Blake Miller, Derek Moore, Jimmy Rolder, Keith Abney, Kendrick Law, and now on top of that, Skylar Gill Howard. Very strong draft for Brad Holmes in Detroit.
Texans took Lewis Bond. Another one
Okay.
of these kind of quote unquote undersized, it's like 5'10", 5'11", sub 200, little jitterbug types, but plays way stronger than you would expect. He had an over 70% contested catch rate. So he's got really great hands, even though he's just not very big. He's kind of one of those guys where it's like, okay, if you miss out on like the Antonio Williams earlier in the draft, like you can come back and grab Bond, similar type of player to me. I'm at this point, I'm not sure we're ever going to see Tank Dell again. People have talked about them adding to the receiver room, and I was like, okay, well, top 3 is totally fine, right? Because obviously you got Nico, and then you got our Iowa State kids between Higgins, Knoll, and Hutchinson, but they still
Iowa
needed
State kids. I love it.
There's 3 of them.
Right? I know. They have
but
that particular.
They were only in the absence of Dell. They're only 4 deep, not 5 deep. So I figured they're going to add one at some point, and that is going to be Lewis Bond.
Fair enough. The Houston to Iowa State pipeline, or Iowa State to Houston pipeline, very productive.
Connor Bellet for 5. Thank you very much. Hi guys, big fan of yours from New Zealand. Can you say anything to make me feel better about being a depressed Dolphins fan?
They've done, like we said, a lot of work. 12 picks already, and of those 12, like 5 of them we really like, and a couple others might work out. And again, some of the ones we really like might not work out. That's the way this goes. But again, on the face of it, as of time of the draft, 5 of the guys we picked were like, okay, those are great. And if they were a team that only had 5 picks and those were their 5 picks, we'd be like, man, all killer, no filler. It's just that they've kind of gone up and down and up and down and up and down.
Victory Badanera for 5. Apologies if I totally butchered that. Or Victor Rebadanera. You guys love the content. I remember the days of Brett posting vids to the texted subreddit. Brett, thoughts on St. John Bosco beating Mater Dei? I don't know what you're talking about. Never happened.
He is not going to acknowledge that. That's not going to happen. I'm just telling you from experience.
Never happened. Not once. Alex Harkey, the other Oregon offensive lineman to the Chargers. They're just taking as many swings. Wait, he went before World.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
And they had World in for a 30 as well.
Interesting.
So they, that's so Jeff Schwartz is a big Alex Harkey fan, being a Duck himself. But the World thing to me is more interesting. Isaiah World, the tackle from Oregon, skipped the combine, was injured, but typically, even if you're injured, you go to the combine for medicals if you're invited and to get measured and to do team interviews. World didn't, and the reason the Chargers had him in for the 30 was not about the leg, which they got medicals on. It was about, hey, where's your head at, guy? Like, are we spending a late round pick on you, or are you a UDFA? I think that tells us definitively right there, like, weren't satisfied with what they heard, and might still pick him up as a UDFA, but they weren't willing to spend the pick and instead spend the pick on his teammate, which is kind of full circle, I guess.
Chargers do love their Ducks.
Hey, right, so as Bears fan, I could say I love Ducks now too.
Where are the Eagles? Trying to find them for the trade. Here we go.
Somebody asked me if I was going to get a Thieneman jersey. Just typically, I don't really get jerseys anymore, but if I got a Thieneman one, I would pick the sickest Oregon color combination I could.
Well, there's Oregon. 90 of them.
I know. So I would have a full palette range of choices, but I think Oregon has some just ass-kicking uniforms. They have some fun ones. They have some completely garish ones too, but they have some really kick-ass combinations. So I would love to find the version, go to the the Nike store and custom make a Thieneman Oregon jersey. That's the way I'd do it.
Top 5 remaining players.
Boy,
I mean, really surprised Deion Burks hasn't gone.
Yeah, I'm actually not. Again, Lawson, injury, Trigg, off-field stuff. Dante Corleone, he's up there. He would be one of my 5. You said Endries was injury, which is a bummer because he would definitely be near the top of my list. VJ Payne,
Nadami Tucker.
yeah, Nadame Tucker, I expected to go in the 4th, so there's something going on there. Like he was the after the tier of edges, but like he does have legitimate boost off the edge and production. He's one of the most productive edges in this class. So the fact that we're now rapidly approaching the 7th and he hasn't gone off the board, something's up there. I don't know what it is. Terrene York for me is a crazy value at this point. Tim Keenan, I'm a big fan of. Xavier Harris, I think we know what's going on. Same thing that's going on with Eric McAllister. Matt Gulbin, good two-way interior offensive line player from Michigan State, center guard combo. Bishop Fitzgerald.
How he did it again.
What'd he get?
Micah Morris. Freaky athletic guard out of Georgia.
Yeah, we stood next to him at the combine. I put a C next to his name just because of his build. I was like, man, I got to see if this guy can play. I watched his film. I was like, oh, okay, you better have a really
you
good...
see the twitch though, man.
No, I mean,
like, it's
he's
rare mover.
Yeah, 6'5", 334, and can still like burst. You're like, oh yeah, and then you get to the tape and you're like, but needs a lot of help in a very technical position. So if you're again leaning on, and the Eagles can, a strong history of developing offensive linemen, cool. Don't expect anything quickly. Like he's got work to do.
The one issue, well, not the one issue, the main issue, Stoutland is no longer there.
Yeah,
this was a guy that was always going to be a Stoutland U type of prospect, and he's not there.
Right. They feel pretty good about the guy they got to replace Stoutland, certainly from the same lineage, but is not Stoutland. We'll see. He's going to have to start earning his money right now, and that's a good place to do it. Bishop Fitzgerald, expecting to go off the board here pretty quickly. Jeff Caldwell. Daquan Wright. Oh, man. Get Daquan Wright off the board. I would love it if the Bears took a flyer on Daquan Wright. I know they took Sam Roush, but I would love that. Because
Reese 499. Brett, as a third shift worker in ATL, I love your upload times. Been watching since middle school, and now I'm a year out of college. Jesus Christ. Keep it up.
Keep them coming, folks.
Worse.
I'm loving this. After yesterday on the stream, he said, I'm old now. I can't drink. I'm like,
That was rough. That was a rough one for me.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
Not gonna lie, it's tough. Yeah, so a lot of good players still on the board here. Again, many of these players we expected to be off the board, and there's something going on with them. Dame Tucker for one. Endries is another one. Corleone, I think, might be being still affected by the injury thing, but as far as I know, we happen to know his agent. I talked to him. That's cleaned up and has been cleaned up for a while. In fact, there was a post about it, and he reached out to the person that made the post and said, hey, you didn't get that right. That was actually like 3 months ago, and retraction was issued. So I don't think it's that. Could be something else. Tim Keenan was always going to go in this range, but I can't wait to see where he goes. He's like one of the like stiffest little blocks of muscle you've ever seen, but knows how to leverage that against the run. Love to see it. Eric McAllister, one of the most talented wide receivers in this draft, but he has
he just got injured.
His issues. Yeah.
Utter you for $5. EJ, if you want to catch a Midwestern AAA game, have I got a deal for you? Minor League Baseball tickets start at $10 for select games now until April 28th.
Yeah.
So you have 3 days.
One of the cool things about minor league baseball is you never pay very much. I mean, AAA, yeah, you can bigger market AAA, you can pay decent prices, but like if you go to see like AA or single A ball, especially in the middle of Nowheresville, you can get tickets for like $6-8, hot dog for like $3, beer for like $5. Like it's a good night.
They call me Cato for 49. It says, can we get some Mel Kiper, Shador Sanders 2025 level rage for Nuss still being on the board? You remember that thing we heard in January? Or actually, no, I think it was at Combine, but it was about in January. Did I tell you
I
about
don't
that?
know that I don't know that I do. You might not have. You'll have to refresh
I'll
my
tell you
memory
off
when
stream.
we're
I
done. Yeah.
think that might be playing a role
At this
in
point,
this.
it feels past what has been disclosed for injury. Let's put it that way. The injuries were disclosed. He had an oblique and he had the cyst pressing on his spine. Like, that's all known. And unless teams are worried about liability or something there, like, it all seemed fairly addressable. And I know that's what it's supposed to be made to seem like by his agent, which is what was happening. But there's something else going on, because Nuss's 2024 tape, in the scarcity of this quarterback class, we're well within the dart throw range at this point. So I don't know about outrage. I think it's somewhat understandable, but also what else is going on? Because if it's only the oblique and the cyst that was disclosed, then, like, why isn't, those are both deal withable things that should heal. Like, why are we still doing this? Yeah.
We have another name who is not even on the list, Ontario Thompson. So I'm just going to put.
I was at his pro day. I know why he got drafted. That boy is, and he's probably going to be a practice squad sensation. He's real strong. And I think he's transferred from, I want to say Iowa. I could get that wrong, Chad. If I did, and remind me. Big, solid athlete. Doesn't play as awesome as he looks, because, man, he is absolutely rocked. When I asked the folks that covered, because I watched him work out, and I was like, so tell me about Thompson. They were like, doesn't always, struggled with injury a little bit, which is definitely the case for a lot of these guys. Very, very strong, but it doesn't always translate to the field. And they said, look, he's probably going to make a team. He's probably going to be a practice squad player to start off. Now, if he goes higher than that, it's because he continues to develop and stays healthy. But yeah, there you go. There's your Ontario Thompson scouting report.
Brett, everyone at Bingo loves your content. Hello to everyone at Bingo.
Bingo. Awesome. Sweet.
Matt Golban, Michigan State center.
I know, went to the Commanders. That's a great pick. I like that. I was loving that.
So now we got Steelers on the board. Can we get Mason Randolph, pair him with Mason Rudolph? Just confuse the shit out of people. Cody Stringfellow, $5. If you really want to feel old, I used to religiously read your Battle Red blog articles. I was in high school. I'm 33 now. Shout out 2012.
I can't pay enough for the quality of this content. Keep it coming, chat. This is premium. I am loving it. C4 Snipes, $4.99. What position will Eli Heidenreich play in the NFL? Slot receiver, running back, wide tight end, fullback. Slot receiver is absolutely where I'd put him. He had more production as a receiver. Well, he had more receiving production as a running back than he did rushing production. Very rare. Skill set is, twitch. He's compact. He runs the ball very well after he catches it, which is some of his running back training. But the versatility is a thing. You don't have to pigeonhole him. I would say you bring him in, you start him on the sort of slot receiver path. That's what he learns first. But yes, the answer is yes to all that. Not really wide tight end because he's not the greatest blocker, but a little bit of running back, a little bit of, I wouldn't say fullback necessarily, but H-back. You could line him up there. You can line him up tight slot, wide slot, all of that. And that makes him a very valuable player. I think he is a good receiver. It's not just some kind of gadget ploy. Like, he is good in that role and can win at the NFL level. So, valuable player, fun player.
Well, we have 2,000 people here. I like to assume it's the hardest of hardcores that are still here.
Yeah, and we haven't played the game yet.
Well, before we play the game.
Okay, before we play the game.
because that's going to flood chat.
It is going
We're
to
playing
flood
the
chat.
game. I would love to get all of your suggestions for what you want to see in Summer Series. Like, what have we not given you in Summer Series that you would like in Summer Series? Whether it's different data points, which obviously we had a shit ton of data in like the sheets last year. But is there anything in particular that you would like highlighted more in the episodes or highlighted less in the episodes?
There's that too. Yeah. No, we are about to go into hardcore planning. So this is very timely for the Summer Series. We have a rough frame, but now we are getting down to brass tacks about how we are going to frame this up, start the research, align it all. We have other plans, which are exciting for Summer Series outside the kind of logistical framework for it. But this is about content, and that's going to start not next week because Brett's moving, but the week after that. We're probably gonna dig into this very topic, and we want to know. We want to know what tracks with all of you, because we know what we like. And look, we've been pretty successful making that, but that doesn't mean we don't want to listen to you. Quite the contrary. We want to make things that are useful to you. And one thing I've learned through this entire process, through the all 6 years, is people consume our content very differently. They have different needs, different uses. Stuff we never even really expected is how people sort of see our content and use it, and we want to be receptive to that. So there you go.
Deep dives on all the new coordinators. Okay, we can do that. Or at least to the best of our ability, because some of them never called plays before, so it's tough to know exactly what they're going to do. But we can talk about the lineage they come from.
Yeah.
I did like ceiling and floor with actual numbers. Okay.
We go back to that. We debated that. That's good to know, because we were like, did this really add anything, or is this did we end up with all kind of the same numbers? Was this just kind of pro forma? So we dropped it. But if you liked it, we can go back to it. Slicey McSlice Face for £5, I believe. Tell me about Matt Golban, please. Matt Golban, I really like. Michigan State experience all through the interior offensive line, played guard, played center. Started off this process deep down the consensus board. He was in like the 290s, like undraftable. And I was like, I don't think by the time we get to the draft, that's going to be the case. I appreciated the versatility. Also just a very solid player. Not unlike a player my Bears drafted, again, who was his line mate. Those guys work in the NFL. They tend to get drafted in this range. They tend to get drafted 6th round, 7th round. Nobody knows their name. It happens with Michigan guys a lot too. Michigan offensive linemen, 6th round, 7th round. They sit on the roster for like 6 months. They make the team as a backup. They sit on the roster for like 6 months. Somebody gets hurt. They get in the lineup and they never freaking leave. They play like 7 years. So really like Matt Golban. I think he's going to be one of their best 5 as soon as anybody gets injured, because he's got true three position versatility.
Bring back in-depth analytics. So we're talking about like when we would throw the percentages on the screen of like different coverages that were ran. Is that what we're talking about?
Because we did the sheets for patrons.
We did the sheets. We just didn't. We didn't.
Pages.
My concern with it, and again, we're trying to strike a balance, right? Because we like that the show goes in depth. What I was worried about the show 2 years ago when we were going through all the analytics was, are people's eyes glazing over?
Yeah, it bogged.
Or is that better to just put it on a sheet for people to look at? We don't know. We don't know. Like if that's better to read through it, or it's like, is it better to put it on the screen and talk about just a couple key numbers and summarize trends? Like I'm trying to figure out the right balance for that. Huh?
Bears traded up to 213, so I wonder if they packaged their last 2 to get somebody that's left on the board.
They traded with Detroit? Is that who it was?
To 213. Yeah, they traded up to 213. They were way down. They were like 247, I think. They had 2 right together, like 47 and 52 or something, right near the end of the draft. And I think they probably packaged them both and moved up.
They're like, we want to go to dinner. Bye.
The we want to go to dinner trade. I appreciate that. They're not going to dinner. They got UDFA work to do. Actually, no, they don't, because Ryan Poles doesn't believe in the UDFA process. But whatever. Oh, they're playing Stump the Truck. There you go. Truck
Best part of
one,
every
World
draft.
0. Yeah, close to your heart. Close to your heart. I'm fascinated to see who this is. And again, what they gave up. I hope they didn't give up any 2027 assets. David Larkins, tight end, Appalachian State. That's one for Move the Sticks. That's right. No, they
Bucks
don't
have been
have
going out to
it.
dinner since early round 6.
Yeah. I would like to get some dinner. I didn't really eat breakfast. I had a tiny little bite for breakfast at like 6 o'clock this morning, and I don't even know what time it is. It's 2 o'clock now. Yeah. I'm getting hungry. And I wonder why they jumped up now. Like, I'm looking at the teams coming up. Got Indy, Atlanta, Seattle. Round 6, pick 213.
For summer series things I'd like to see, floor ceiling per team. So people like the floor ceiling thing.
Yeah.
And then return of team support score along with rankings for the core areas.
Oh boy. I'll have to get back to
That's
calculating
EJ's
that.
department on that one.
Yeah, I got to get back to calculating that. We did all the analytics last year instead. And the support score. Yeah, I'll have to look about updating that. I want to update it. If we bring it back, I want to update it because it was good, but there were definitely, having run through the entire process a couple of times, there were definitely things I wanted to tweak. So good suggestion. Thank you. All right. They keep saying the pick is in and putting all these headlines up there about Bears news I already know.
Yeah, I'm
but
waiting for it to flash in.
yeah.
Power score. Power score, and then
Yeah.
there was the other
TBS.
score. We had like 3 different scores a few years ago.
Yep. No, power score for sure. I want to redo some things. I want to reweight power score based on having run it through several times, which is the best way to do it. Release it, run it through, see where it's good, see where it's lacking.
Oh, Neil's in the comments. Editor Neil here saying, hello, Brett and EJ. Great job on the draft coverage, fellas. When we say Neil, roll it. That's Neil.
That's Neil.
Everyone, Neil.
Yeah. Oh, Jordan Vandenberg.
Oh, yeah, baby. Let's go. Let's get
Everybody's
excited about
been
the
like-
213th pick of the draft.
Dude, everybody's been like DT, 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 DT. You got him. All right.
They listened.
Unreal ball of potential. Like, that's what this is. You want to talk about ball of clay? This is ball of clay. Doesn't have any idea what he's doing right now, but absolutely flattens people anyways because he's such a wild athlete. So they apparently just didn't love my Caden Proctor, but they will. Is that raise me? It's not. they'll lower me a Jordan Vandenberg. I don't know. It'll be a lot of fun to watch his progress. I hope that he can be made to work in this defense because, again, athletic score I think was a 10. Like, he's just bananas.
Yeah, it literally was a 10 flat.
Yeah.
Stephen
we had a
Boston,
super
yours for
chat
$20. Instead of ceiling floor with wins and losses, I'd love for you guys to do what a successful versus unsuccessful season would be like for each team, which we kind of did something sort of similar to that last year. Player development, record, culture, etc.
I actually kind of like some version. Obviously, somebody wants a ranking. They want an expectation.
They want a number.
Yeah,
right.
They want a number, and I think some combination of the two approaches probably works. Right? Maybe it's sort of one of each of like we pick a win total that we think would be our preseason line for their win total, not the one that is their betting line, but what we think, right? Or we higher, lower, whatever, and then add in a piece of, but their season will be successful. So like if a team's win total over under, for instance, was like 4.5, right? They might win 5 games. They might win 4 games. I'd be more interested if we know it's a developmental down year for that team. Like, what a successful year would look like, not just like, oh, they won 5 instead of 4, but like,
Well, I think it's a spectrum, right? I think we can set what is ceiling, what is floor, and where on that spectrum is the line of success.
yeah, I also kind of want to put success in outside. Well, anyways, we'll have spirited discussions about this, which is good. Like, that's how the content gets better. Like, that's the only way the content gets better. So thanks for that suggestion. Kel's super chat for 10. Been following you since my nephew was born and he just got married.
Wow.
He's 7. She's his 6-year-old neighbor. They bicker like they've been married for longer than EJ's been alive. Oh, Kel,
good.
love you so much. That's fantastic. That is fantastic.
That's good.
Love it to death.
Connor for $10 Summer Series idea. Description of the players already on the team, not just the new players. How did the rookies of the previous years play? Just a general depth chart overlook, maybe cap management. That's an interesting one. Setting the stage not just with the numbers,
But like
with the
where they are in their
personnel.
curve. Yeah.
Yeah, of like, okay, here's what they did last year, but did it actually work? Who's the key pieces?
Yeah. I'm thinking back to night 1 when we talked about, well, the Niners did all this to stop the run. Everybody in the comments was like, didn't work. Like, well, yeah, but they tried, right? The guys got hurt, and we could say all that. I like that. That's a good one. I think we can find creative ways to frame that, and like, we want to give you all this information, but like, each episode can't be 3 hours long. I know everybody wants it to be, and that is the ultimate compliment. Like, hey, you made an hour and a half episode on my team, and it was only 50% long enough. That is a tremendous compliment, that you were entertained and educated for an hour and a half, and you just want another hour and a half. Everybody does. 32 teams, 3 hours. We're just not at a place where we can create that, like, physically
Yet.
like, but we can't do it by ourselves. That would be a team of people, because just from an hour's perspective within the summer, like, we're already pretty maxed. We go pretty hard to get Summer Series done as it is. Yes, with some more support, we could change that, but it's about using that, let's just say 90 minutes per team, the best we can, and giving you the information we think is the most prescient, and sort of leads towards what you want to know, without just filling it, right? It's not about filling the space, right? We don't want to overwhelm you with a bunch of numbers that aren't relevant. We want to talk about specific numbers and where we really think success is coming from.
Yeah. And I think when we did the identity pieces last year, where it's like, okay, what's the identity of this team? I think we can make it where it's not just like, here's the scheme trends, but like, here's the players that have either necessitated or driven those scheme decisions, right? So like, when we talk about Seattle, what's the identity of Seattle? It's like, oh, they were nickel so much. That's really where we talk about Eamon Worry, right? So I think
Connected
talking
to the
about
why.
cornerstone
I like
players within the scheme and why one leads to the other. I think that can be a way to kind of shake up the identity portion.
This is fascinating. So we had the question earlier about Harold Perkins Jr. and would he get drafted? He did indeed get drafted. He got drafted by the Falcons, which is fascinating because they have Jalen Walker at weak side linebacker. So you're just sort of leaning in, like, keep getting guys who we don't really know where they are, wildly athletic, can blitz, can cover. Yeah. It'll be fascinating to see how they balance that out.
So I'm going to trade this so I can get Atlanta.
All right. It is now officially, sorry. We got a $10 super chat. That comes first. Who the hell is Rubio? Summer Series short series idea. Series of 8 or 9 2-minute episodes on why Cleveland sucks. Okay. Like, if that's what
how much are you paying us for that? That's what I want to know.
How much you really want? That's fantastic. I'm gonna check and see. We had My favorite episodes, this is from Aegis for 10 euro. My favorite episodes were the 2.5 hour dissertations on the UDFA class from EJ. The super deep dives into play calling are also huge. What roles were missing and how it was addressed in the offseason. Yeah, I think we roll that in. I don't know that we'll be doing deep dives on UDFA because, again, I didn't watch 350 guys this year like I used to. I watched just under 250. So, yeah, I loved that. It was if you're familiar with the phrase "kill your darlings," that was a darling I had to kill. I loved being knee deep in the UDFA class. I thought it was amazing. And when I look back and when bootleg started to take off and I started running the business, I had to look back and say, what am I really getting out of all that extra work? And the answer was not very much. You're just kind of patting yourself on the back for knowing like every player in the NFL. In terms of payoff or things that we could really turn into content, it's extremely limited in terms of ROI, right? In terms of time you put in to watch that many extra guys. It's fun, but I had to go, well, that's something I got to give up because I got other stuff to do now. Punter.
Packers just traded up for a kicker. Trey Smack, appropriately named, out of Florida, has a 60-plus yard leg, and we all know that these days, when the average starting field position is 5 yards more than it used to be, everybody's starting at the 30 now instead of the 25, and we're seeing teams go for it on fourth more because naturally they're going to end up more in no man's land, more like you're entering into these go, no-go field goal decisions more often from 55-plus yards. So having a kicker with a leg like Trey Smack, I can actually, it's the rare circumstances where trading up for a kicker actually makes sense because the Packers did not feel like they had that range in them last year, accurately at least, and now they do.
All right, we're talking about punters and kickers. It is time. Chat, it is finally time. We've not done it for 3 days. 3 days. Type into the chat where you're watching from. There's a couple thousand people here. This is one of my favorite parts of the entire year, not just the draft. I love seeing when we used to get audio tracking. When bootleg started, if you weren't here at the very beginning, we were audio only. We did go up on YouTube, but it was just like a slate with the title on it. We didn't have cams. We didn't have live stuff. So we were audio only, and we would go into the hosting service platform. And one of the coolest things was they had a map with dots all over the world. And I kept a list for like the first year and a half of all the countries. I got up to 160 countries that had listened or downloaded our content. And I was just like, this is out of hand. This is kind of cool. This is crazy. So put in the chat where you are listening or watching from. Hit it.
Oh, Kel says Rochester, New York for the last time. That's sad. You're gonna like Charlotte. Right. Charlotte's a cool town.
What do we got? Oh, we got Genk, Belgium. Let's go.
I saw
Portland,
Spain,
Oregon,
Germany,
yep. Ventura, Lakewood, North Dakota, College Park. Let's go. Terps.
Pittsburgh,
right
but
neighborhood
from London.
Of Boston. But from London. Yeah, got to put that in there. Clarion, Pennsylvania.
Prague.
Auckland, Belfast, Flagstaff. Let's go, Lumberjacks. That's right, Northern Arizona. Flagstaff, great town.
Germany, Canada, Adelaide.
Indonesia. Let's go. Massachusetts, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, Dusseldorf, Long Island, Bellingham, Columbus, Ohio, Edmonton, Buffalo, Brooklyn. Pullman. We got Cougars in the chat.
Tacoma.
There you go. Right around the corner. We got Stuttgart,
Dublin.
Serbia.
Which one?
Yeah. Australia, not Austria. Got it. Mars. Cool. You got good Wi-Fi? That's awesome. Eindhoven. Wow. Sydney, Charleston, Lawton, Oklahoma. Hell, Cleveland. It's like a game of GeoGuessr in here. Yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Hold on. They got coordinates. Let me plug these in.
Russia. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Raleigh.
There you go. Blacksburg, Virginia, Pueblo, Colorado, France, Ottawa, Canada. Oh, love Ottawa. Used to do
Upstate New York,
Canadian
just south of
Marathon.
EJ's hometown. That's really in the middle of nowhere then.
Dude, just south. Like you can't be more than about 20 miles south, or you're in Pennsylvania. Where are you at? Go on, tell me. I'll know. Probably played you guys in high school. I mean,
Lagos, Nigeria. That might be
out
the
of it-
furthest.
yeah. Rolla, Missouri. There you go. Manhattan, Kansas. There you go. San Juan, Puerto
Maldives.
Rico. Maldives. That's impressive. On the beach. Okay, that might be the best viewing location. Yeah, I would like to be there.
Sounds like Freeville to me. Is that Freeville? Was that near Camden?
Yeah. No kidding. Wait, EJ, where are you from? My girlfriend is from Allegheny, Olean. No, I grew up in a tiny little town called Candor, New York, which is in between Owego and Ithaca. So on 96
It's out there.
EJ, just west of Sayre. I was born in Sayre. Fun fact. So born in
Pumpkin capital
Pennsylvania.
of the world, Morton, Illinois. How about that?
That's claim to fame. Southampton, in the UK, Florida. Is Diego Pavia going undrafted? Yes,
Probably
he is. No, yes, he is. He's going undrafted.
Little St. James Island. Oh, wait. Oh. Ugh.
Victorville, California, closest place to hell. Their words, not mine. I've driven through Victorville. They're not wrong.
Have you
in
ever
the
been to
summer.
Barstow?
Oh, man. Hunter S. Thompson. Oh, Eva Beach. Let's go.
Hometown of JKS.
Binghamton. Oh, Binghamton. I have all my second cousins grew up in Binghamton. A lot of family in Binghamton.
Delco. In the house. Eagles fan.
Yeah. Not even a dart throw. I assume he's talking about Pavia. No, not even a dart throw. He's not getting drafted. More Germany, Ireland, in Paris for work. Let's go.
Lubbock. Now that's the most remote one yet.
Yeah, Lubbock is out there. Fayetteville, Vegas. Another one
Faster to
from
get to the
Rio.
fucking Maldives than Lubbock.
Oh, Chester County. Let's go. I had a boss from Westchester. Yikes. Austin, Texas. Let's get it. Austin's a great town. Warwick, Queensland, Australia. Sweet. Nottingham.
Humboldt
All right.
County.
Yep.
Point Nemo. Yakima. A lot
Yakima.
of Washington.
Let's go. Appleton, Wisconsin. There we go. Elgin, Kennesaw. Brooklyn. Oh, Tacoma via Kahuku. Okay. Bills,
God,
please
these
take
things are
Red Murdoch.
flying.
That would be really cool. I would like that. So Red Murdoch, for those of you that don't know, back in football, inside linebacker from the University of Buffalo, broke some of Khalil Mack records there. Funny enough,
We got another
Red's first
Not
first
even on the
actual
list.
name. Yeah, Red's first actual name, Khalil.
Really?
Yeah, it's Khalil Murdoch.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. San Marcos, H-Town, Knoxville, Racine, Wisconsin, Tokyo. Let's go. Youngstown, Ohio, Rockford, Alabama, Puyallup,
From Philly.
right over there. Not that far.
Was that where we got on the ferry? Was it Puyallup?
No. That was well, if you're talking about the Anderson Island ferry, that's down by the golf course.
Okay.
Stillicum.
Stillicum, that's what it was.
Yep.
Where Mecca's from, right?
Yeah. Stillicum High School is Emeka Ibuka's high school, and we drove right by Talise Fuaga's high school, which is Mount Tahoma, to get there. So, yep, bunch of NFLers, heritage. Toriano Pride goes to the Bills. Toriano Pride Jr. in the corner, Missouri. Yeah, I know. Well, I would have liked the Red Murdoch pick, but They could probably use some corner depth as well. Antarctica. I hope your Wi-Fi is awesome in Antarctica. Dayton, Ohio, birthplace of pro football. Here we go. I played a basketball tournament in Puyallup once. I went to the gym and nowhere else in the whole city. Okay. Fair enough. No, if you're familiar with the Hewards, Brock Heward, Damon Heward, those guys are Puyallup legends. Their dad was the coach at one of the Puyallup high schools for a long time. And right on time, they show Washington Husky highlights because that's where the Hewards went. Brock does radio up here 5 days a week. Brock and Sock show. Damon, I think Damon lives in California with his family now. I'm not sure. Somebody told me like 6 months ago and I forgot.
Edinburgh, Scotland, 2 whiskeys in an Isla cask strength and a Tennessee rye. Doing both. That's a mix right there.
Oof. Yeah, I was gonna say one or the other is awesome. Panama City Beach. EJ's thoughts on the Southern Tier. It's home. If you know the word Southern Tier, you probably grew up fairly close to me. It stretches all the way to the across the bottom of the state, about 3.5 hours to the right below Buffalo, over by Letchworth State Park. But yeah, Southern Tier is home. Summertime, one of the best places to be in the world. Really like it there. Wintertime, you can have it. It's fine. I don't need it. It's all good. Shout out to Tacoma's
Appreciate the coverage,
own.
gents. 1 domestic on me. Appreciate
Oh,
you.
very nice. That's very nice. Shout out to Tacoma's own John Kitna. True. I want to say Lincoln Abe, John Kitna. Didn't he play at Lincoln? I feel like it was Lincoln. Yeah, I feel like it was Lincoln High
Aiden.
School.
For $50. Hey guys, just bought my first house and have been spending the last few days cleaning and fixing stuff before moving in next week. Thanks for keeping me sane through it all. Hello, moving buddy. I'm moving at the same
Hello,
time as
man.
you. It
Oh,
sucks, doesn't it?
Congratulations on the house, Aiden. That's awesome. That's really, really cool. I'm glad you got to listen, and I'm glad you're getting to work on your own place. It is different when you own it. It definitely feels different than fixing up other stuff that you are just, in renting, borrowing, whatever. That's fantastic. Whoop.
Normal the band for $20. How much is Mr. Irrelevant worth? Could a team in the 7th trade with the Broncos straight up for straight up 7th, number 2 something for $257? Just got back from a crawfish boil. Well, I'm jealous of you because I'm fucking starving.
I'm pretty hungry. That lands normal. That lands.
As for what's Mr. Irrelevant worth, it depends on how expensive the priority UDFA you want is, because it's not that uncommon for Mr. Irrelevant to make less than a lot of the top paid UDFAs. So if you want to save money on a guy, you just draft him.
Yeah. Jack Andrews finally went.
Yeah, the medicals were significant.
Such a good player. It's terrible. I mean, I'm glad he got drafted. If his medicals were clear, we could have been talking about him as high as the top of today, 4th round. He's a great player. I wouldn't have even blinked in the right situation if he went to the 3rd round if he was healthy in the back end compensatory picks. I really like him. Ooh, big defensive tackle out of Tennessee. Tyree West goes to Detroit. Christopher Nichols said the brewing company, specifically Southern Tier Brewing, they are over closer to Buffalo. I love that they exist. It's my favorite thing about them because they try wild shit all the time. That is their MO. Cherry smoke, Maplewood red, like that's a Southern Tier type beer. Like, I just love the creativity. Some of their beers, a lot of their beers aren't necessarily to my taste. I want them to keep making them just because they're independent brewers, few and far between these days. I love the fact that they're out there doing their thing, just as wild as they possibly can.
Tyree West also not on the list, so I replaced it with the other Tennessee DT in the list in case you guys see Dominic Bailey up there and be like, wait, he didn't get drafted. I know.
Yeah, I know. All right. Well, we got to work on a list for next year, but this honestly, Rail killed it. This tool has been really cool.
Yeah, he
We'll get
built
somebody
this
to
in
run
6 weeks. The
yeah,
whole
we'll
site.
get somebody. Yeah, we'll get somebody to run it next year, but it's been fantastic, and hope y'all have enjoyed it. I think it really adds something. I've used it throughout the draft to look back. Man, I hope Andrew stays healthy. That's all I want. That's all I want.
I linked it in chat, Mockingboard. Again, if you guys want to get ahead on 2027 draft stuff, they've got hundreds of players already. You can write reports on them. You can look at other people's reports on them. Already do 2027 mocks. There's going to be like fantasy in it as well. Very cool site that he somehow only built in 6 weeks without even vibe coding. He actually like coded like our ancestors
Like our ancestors in a cave.
with a box of scraps.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Tony Stark built us in a cave with a box of scraps.
If the draft ended right now, who are your top or favorite UDFAs? Who are you hoping the Bears and Texans add for camp? John Michael Gillenborg still hasn't gone. Freaky athletic, big body tight end.
Dallin Bentley, I have not seen go off the board. Tim Keenan, Dami Tucker, Xavier Harris.
Burks.
I mean, Eric McAllister, without a doubt. Bishop Fitzgerald, come on, something's going on with that. Like, he should have been drafted by now.
If I recall correctly, there was a medical thing there as well. I can't remember what it was.
It didn't pop up on mine. Jeff Caldwell, for sure, just as a late round dart throw. Daquan Wright, the tight end out of Ole Miss, one of my favorites. Honestly, I had him higher than a vast majority of the tight ends that have gone. Jamari Taylor, I understand why he didn't get drafted. Not super toolsy. I don't care. I'm betting on him. He was one of my gems. I think he's a great football player. I think he's going to earn it. And remember, lots of UDFAs earn it every year in the NFL. Just because they don't get drafted does not mean they're not good football players. Landon Robinson out of Navy. Lander Barton, the linebacker from Utah, still on the board. I haven't seen him go, I don't think. The tackle I talked about, Lili Faamoe from Wake Forest, absolutely. In the tackle scarce environment that we live in, I'm taking a shot on him. Devin Marshall hasn't gone yet. That is criminal in my opinion. He better go before the end of the draft. Very, very good football player. Cole Wisniewski we talked about earlier. I know J. Michael Sturdivant, wide receiver from Florida's got a bunch of fans. Who else? Aaron Anderson, the other receiver that I still would have drafted before Savion from LSU. Quintavious Hutchins, kind of a one-trick pony out of Boston College. Edge,
Good
DPR.
trick,
Good trick. I like it. So this is the, again, take a late rounder on him. Priority UDFA. You were a Jam Miller guy, or was I talking to somebody else? No,
That
you
was
like
me.
Jam Miller. I don't.
There's one of us.
Yeah. Robert Henry Jr. I like a lot out of UTSA. Andre Fuller, the corner from Toledo. We talked about his safety, all draft process long. Andre Fuller didn't get a lot of love. Who else?
Did you know there's a Nathan Voorhees in this class as opposed to Jason Voorhees?
I don't think I did. Noah Whittington, running back from Oregon, like him a lot. Oh, Jaron Kanak, the tight end from Oklahoma, a little bit, or Kanik, I guess. A little bit undersized, but moved really well at the combine. Was very, very quick. I could see him as a receiving option tight end. Renee Conga, interior defensive lineman from Louisville. I'm somewhat surprised he hasn't gotten drafted yet, but again, we could see that happen here. Your guy, safety.
Oh, Robert Spears Jennings just went.
Yep.
To Pittsburgh. Again, Steelers fans, you're doing fine.
You're doing fine.
You're okay.
They're there. You're doing fine.
It's like the world's ending over there.
It's
Like, why? You rebuilt the offensive line. You had a dart throw at quarterback.
Yep.
You got Jeremy Bernard, very solid player. You got a punt return extraordinaire in Weegen. Like, okay, the Dalen Everett pick is like the one where I was like, meh. But like overall, you're fine.
You're fine.
You know,
Is it
I'm
really
being
fine?
sincere because I'm going up an octave.
I was gonna say, if we keep saying you're fine, does it really mean you're fine? Or are we just trying to
The
calm you
higher my
down
voice, the more I believe it.
so you don't go into shock? It's gonna be an Animaniacs episode before we know it.
You missed my super chat because I sent it as you asked for locations. Oh no.
Oh, whoops.
It's like stepping
Yeah, that
into a
got
raging
big.
river without floaties.
Yeah.
Honest expectations for Halfley and Sullivan. Also, shout out BW440. Brett, please do a whiskey review of your wall behind you as I'm dying.
Oh, don't do that. Don't die.
Expectations for Halfley and Sullivan, they are going to completely turn over the roster within 18 months. They're already doing a lot of that. I think they just want to go with a volume approach and just see if they can find dudes that can play. They don't care what position. They don't care what draft capital is spent. They just know the roster is in such dire straits that they're like, come one, come all. Like, we have job openings. Everybody apply. Like, you and me could go compete for wide receiver 5 on that team. So they're going by pure volume. They want to turn over the roster as much as possible. They want to see what's workable by next year's draft and what's not, because next year's draft is the big show. That's where a lot of like really, really premier talent is going to be in the first round. They want to know what they have to address before then, especially quarterback. They want to figure out if Malik is something that they can work with long term or not. And I think that, you know, with the amount of talent they brought in this draft, they're going to have at least a decent idea on if they should make a move next year. But 2026 is tryouts, EJ.
I would love seeing a sign over the first like OTA that basically said Miami Dolphins tryouts.
That's what it is.
I understand. I just somebody'll Photoshop that for me, I'm sure. Of course, they'll, Twitter will label it as AI, but whatever.
Ashley Atchison for 1999. Thank you once again, Ashley. I'm sorry I can't stick it out to the end, but just wanted to say thank you for your incredible draft coverage. Your hard work is greatly appreciated. Your viewership is greatly appreciated. Again, it's a lot to do a 6 to 6.5, sometimes even 7-hour stream, but it's also a lot to watch it and stick through it for that long. Not to mention also being here day 1, day 2. Like that's a big commitment that we ask from the audience to come hang out with us for 3 days, and you guys did it. So again, we would not be able to do this without you guys, and we do not a 6-7 reference. I did the step in between to avoid it. But again, we couldn't do the stream without you guys being here, or else we're just talking to nobody.
Which, to be fair, we were doing before this all started, but it's way
Fair.
more fun this way.
Remember we were doing
It's
day
me.
3 streams to like 80 people?
I do.
Now
I
look
think
at us.
about it.
I got
think about it
1,600, like
all-
7 hours into this thing.
I know. I think about it all the time. I hear from small creators and they're like, I don't even get 100, and I was like, buddy,
We were there.
we didn't get 100 for a long time, and we just cracked 100 on Bear Era on one of our live streams a couple of weeks ago, or a couple of months ago at this point, and it felt like the world opened up, and it's reliving those days. But yeah, I do remember it, and I do not take any of this. Oh, look at all of you. 89.2 for subscribers. Come on. Let's get to 90. 90 would be awesome. 90 would be tremendous. Then we could say to all those advertisers, look, 90's it's
It's like almost 100.
it's 100. Come on. Less than 10K to 100. It's 100. Just fudge it.
Just Photoshop it.
No, because then it gets labeled as AI, and we don't want that.
That's true. We had another one that was on the list, Jaron Kanek, so I put Lawson Lucky in there, but they just took a tight end, Jaron Kanek out of Oklahoma.
I like Kanek. This is fun. I was just talking about him. One of the guys, he was at the combine. He got a combine invite. undersized, but really quick. I really like the way he moved. It was different than a lot of the other tight ends. Gave him the C,
wait,
which
he
is my
was
little
there.
mark at the combine.
Whoops.
Yeah. Oh, you found him?
There we go.
Yeah.
Found him.
No,
We're good.
I like Kanik. I want to see what he can bring. And again, they have a guy, Chikakonkwo, that has some of these qualities, but Kanik, he caught my eye. Yeah, he's one of those guys at the combine. I was like,
Well,
"Ooh."
Chig's
I know
Chig's gone now. Now
moving
he's
on.
in Washington.
Yeah, right. So they're replacing that role. And again, completely different front office is drafting Kanik than drafted Chig, but you know, point stands. Sometimes organizationally, these things carry over, and they got another one. And I think he's got potential. Like, he's not going to be a centerpiece of your offense. He's going to be a special team for you because he can really run. He's got good size, but you know, package player, goal line, little fullback H-back action, hit it.
Dane for $10. Who's your favorite draft from a team that did not have a first round pick this year?
Ooh, you have to remind me of which those are because my brain is fried.
I know Buffalo didn't.
Well, Buffalo traded out. They had one initially, so how are we counting?
Cincinnati didn't.
Cincinnati's draft, Cassius Howell, Takario Davis, Connor Liu, Colby
I mean,
Young,
Buffalo
Parker.
got TJ Parker, great. Igbenuson, whatever. Bowery, great. Skylar Bell, awesome. Elam Zor, amazing. Kilgore. And then Zane Durant and Toriano Pride. Like, there's like 2 picks there that I'm not totally in on, but everything else I am.
Yeah.
Let's go Buffalo.
No, and started extremely strong. I know you don't like the Igbenuson pick. I like it better than you do, but the whole Skylar Bell, Alarms or Jalen Kilgore, like triple from 125, 126, and 167. That was just, that's like a mini heater. It's just like, we're gonna get super hot here. Go to the
Out
playoffs.
of pettiness, I choose to believe that wasn't Brandon Bean.
Right. He'd left the room and they just said, no, get him in quick before he comes back.
It locked him in the bathroom.
Yeah. Broke out. He's like, who'd you pick? Oh, good job.
Lauren for $9.99. Hey guys, thanks for all the content. Loyal viewer for years. Now that the draft is almost over, what are your 10 favorite picks for Dynasty?
Oh, that's a whole nother conversation. I mean, Jordan Tyson, if
Obviously
he stays
love.
healthy. Yeah, Jordan Tyson, if he stays healthy, is he's got to be up there. Like, Shuck is built to chuck it to him.
Jadarian Price got to be top
Yeah.
4,
Yeah,
considering destination, role.
right. And I know a lot of Seattle fans are down on that pick. You shouldn't be. He's going to shoulder the load for y'all. It's going to be. Trust me, I said Charbonnet was good when you picked him. I had a better grade on Jadarian Price. Like, he's also going to be very good.
Between Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston in Cleveland, how much earlier are you taking Casey than Denzel?
What do you get for special team stuff? What's the scoring system?
Depends on the league.
Yeah, if special teams is a thing, it's definitely going to give him advantage. I would say he probably already has an advantage. Denzel is more. I don't want to pigeonhole him, but I do think he is a narrower role. KC wins all over the field. I know people always say the drops. It's like reflex. It's like when they hit your little knee with a rubber hammer. People go, KC Concepcion, and you just like, drops. You're like, stop. Like, don't do it. We all know. We watch the film. We get it. But very productive player. He might have the edge just straight up if you add in special teams because of your league. Like, yeah, even more so.
Specifically, the dynasty aspect of
Landon
it.
Robinson to the Bengals.
Scribbling in the Niners starting in 2027 could be super fun.
It's starting in 2027. Good God.
He's going to be wide receiver 4 this year, but
Yeah. No, I get it. No, Landon Robinson, super explosive defensive tackle, undersized, out of Navy. There's always the service requirement thing, which can be problematic, but boy, he's a ball of energy, just burst strength. He's super squatty, gives a lot of taller tackles problems, and look, feasted on a lot of subpar competition, but that's exactly what you want to see at somebody in a lower league. You want to see them eat, and he did.
He is undersized to say the least, but he's got juice and he's got bend, and he's just kind of an awkward profile for people to block because he is so short and bursty. It's just not necessarily like a body type and skill set that a 6'4" guard is used to having to deal with.
Yeah.
So
He's a handful.
kind of an intrigue. And again, it's 7th round. Bring him into camp, see what he's got.
Oh, there it is.
Kuwatch.
That's right. Oh, I love this pick. Dan Morgan. This is a Dan Morgan pick, and I absolutely freaking love it. Jackson Kuwatch, Miami of Ohio linebacker, former Ohio State commit. I'll bring up my little sheet on Kuwatch because it's worthwhile to talk about the profile of the player for sure. Inside linebacker rankings. Jackson Kuwatch, 6'4", 232.
Big boy.
Had 124 pass rushing snaps, 5 sacks, 4 quarterback hits, which was one more sack than Caleb Larmsor, and the same number of quarterback hits. 45 stops. Places him 4th. Yeah, 4th in this class of inside linebackers. 249 coverage snaps, was only targeted 14 times, 0 penalties. NFL passer rating allowed in coverage 82.1. Very good for somebody of his size. Can really move. I'm going to look up what his pro day numbers were because he was not a combine guy. But he tested extremely well. I love that pick for them. I think that's going to be a steal. Jackson Kuwatch, 6'4", 232, just over 9-inch hands, 30-inch arms, 10 split. Again, remember, he's 232. 10 split. 1.5.
That's absurd. That's got to be 90-something percentile.
Dude ran a 6.95 3-cone at 232.
Yeah.
4.64. Guy ran a 4.64. 36.5-inch vertical, 10-foot broad. Love that profile. He's fun on tape too. It's not just an athletic marvel.
Jets took VJ Payne.
Well, there you go.
Here's the question, though. Safety or linebacker? He's
I
kind
had
of
him
both.
in that. I mean, again, he's on our sheet, and that's why we kept dimebacker, nickel, safety, star. They're all on the same one for us. So he was on there for me. I would say like nickelbacker, or probably nickelbacker is probably
Or just big nickel.
big nickel. You don't like Nickelbacker?
Too close to Nickelback.
I was going to say, sounds like a fan of the band. That could be a bad thing. Nickelback fans are going to come for me in the comments, I'm sure. Is that a thing? I think that's probably a thing.
There's a couple of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. They sell a lot of albums. That's the
Still
thing.
hanging
It's
in
the
there.
most hated band ever, but they sell 1 billion albums, so somebody's buying those puppies. Like, that's the thing that always cracks me up about that.
Hey, Creed
everyone's
came
like,
back
I
around.
hate him. Yeah, they're like, I hate Nickelback. I'm like, yeah, they're selling millions of albums, so somebody loves them. VJ Payne, 6'3", 206. So got to put a little bit of girth on him. 386 snaps in the box. Very good against the pass. NFL passer rating against 57.4. That is very nice. And snaps per reception, 21. So he's up there in pass coverage. I actually was surprised by those numbers. I saw him more as a sort of impact guy on the stops. You know, he had 16 stops, which it doesn't sound like a lot, but a lot of safety nickels, whatever in this class had around that 20, 21, 22. So he's right in the range there, but also quite good against the pass. It's that 6'3" thing that shows up on tape. You don't have to figure out which one he is more than once. Like once you see him, you're like, oh, that's him.
Everyone clowns on Nickelback, but suspiciously knows how to sing along to How You Remind Me perfectly.
This is what I'm saying. Like
Frederick for 2. Nuss's fall giving Carson Strong vibes.
yes,
I would say even more so. Nuss was more highly thought of than even Carson Strong was.
yeah. Carson Strong was again. Oh, Heidenreich, let's go
To the Steelers.
Yeah, they're doing the hometown in the draft thing. Let's go. Dude,
He's a good player. I like out of the 2 Navy kids that just got drafted, I like Eli way better.
Yeah, in terms of projection to the NFL, Heidenreich, I get it. And I mean, I get it right now. Like, he has a ready-made role that is
Oh,
very
he's walking
popular.
out. Let's go.
What a moment.
This is fucking cool.
That is a draft moment right there. Let's go. He's going to remember that forever.
That 2 Navy men have been drafted in the same draft.
Is he from Pittsburgh?
And he is
I don't know.
from Pittsburgh.
Oh, yes.
And he has his terrible time.
This is so cool.
And the fans are going
Yeah.
nuts. Let's take this moment live on NFL Network.
That's great.
Oh, this is fucking awesome.
Yeah. That's amazing. Raj hugs him. and
Kamish is
says-
out there. Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Raj hugs him and says, I had you drafted. That's awesome. That's really cool. I'm glad he gets that chance.
Man, what?
He's gonna be a good
that's
player,
so
too.
cool. Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah,
Is like
just-
this is not a normal 7th round pick. Like he's
No, just
legitimately
get him
really
a-
good.
Just get him a quarterback, man. Like,
Can he throw?
I'm sure he can. He can do everything else, literally everything else. Yeah, I mean he's gonna play, he's just his want to is tremendous. He's gonna play special teams for you. He's gonna do whatever you ask. Pittsburgh's gonna love him. Like love him. Yeah, that's an awesome moment. Really cool. That draft hat with the uni is so tough. Yes,
It is. What a look,
Agree, agree, Womble. Let's go.
Why is
Fantastic.
McAllister still available? He got hurt during his pro day. I think it was a broken foot. Is that what it was?
Jones fracture in his foot, but that's not the only reason, which is kind of a bummer.
Oh, I didn't know about the other one.
Yeah,
That sucks.
no. Tremendously talented football player, one of the best wide receivers in this draft, and I am not kidding you. In certain categories, he is top 4 in this draft. Like, very, very good player and has a unique skill of pulling through a tackle. And for a guy that runs backside digs for a living, if you pull through the tackle, there's only one coverage player there, and you are gone. And his yak reflects that because he did it over and over and over again. And you stop kind of going, oh, it's a coincidence. You're like, he does this, I don't know, like 3 out of 5 times, and he has a backside dig and just goes the other 30 yards. Yeah, ridiculous. Now, Heidenreich, super well built, compact, but quick. I'd say quicker than fast. Tremendous hand-eye, tough as nails, and just versatile. Line him up in the backfield. Line him up as a fullback. In the slot, out wide. I don't care. He wins. The whole reason I brought him up, I think way back in like October, just on the main bootleg show, was like, can I interest you in an Eli Heidenreich? Has more receiving yards than rushing yards. And he's a running back. And everybody's like, what? And you're like, yep, 100%. And he paid it off. He had a great pre-draft process. What a tremendous moment for him in Pittsburgh. He is going to be an instant fan favorite for the Steelers. It's really, really awesome.
And I'll bet you the Steelers were like, we are not leaving here without drafting him in front of his hometown crowd.
Come on, man. That's the best. Super good. Really, really good.
Arc CD for 5. In crazy drafts, nothing better than being a Bucks fan where we might not hit home runs, but we always get hits. I don't know, man. A couple of those are home runs.
I was gonna say like Bane, and then grabbing Scott like to play together again. I don't know how you don't think that's very close to a home run. Like that might be off the top of the wall, but like that's real close.
It might be inside the park, but you're getting a run.
Like there's a just short joke here, but I'm not gonna make it. No,
James for $20. I just came back in to ask if I missed Heidenreich getting drafted, and y'all start talking about the pick. Go back and watch the walkout, man. It's probably on Twitter already, but like, oh man, all-time draft moment.
Perfect timing. No, I mean, back to the Bucks. Reuben Bain, outstanding, A+. Trotter, I think it's a very good pick. It's going to be slightly underrated. Ted Hurst, love the upside. Keontae Scott, like we said, paired with Bain again, drafted later than his talent would indicate for sure. DeMonte Capehart, wild upside out of Clemson. Billy Shrouth, starting guard in the NFL if he's healthy right now, all day long. And then Bauer Sharp, whatever. Who cares? It's at 185. Take your shot. That's a really good draft, man. There's a lot of players in there we really like. Like Billy Shrouth was one of my favorites. Keontae Scott was one of my favorites. You love Ted Hurst. Reuben Bain was, top of both of our lists, different categories. That's a seriously strong draft.
Man, Dunker, Weejan, and Heidenreich all in one class. It's the most Steelers-y, and I mean this as a compliment, it's the most Steelers-y, Pittsburgh-y class ever.
They're playing to type.
Yeah,
oh, and they got Nowakowski?
Yeah.
Okay. Dude.
I'm telling you, man, they have a type.
Printed. He is DNA printed Steeler. That's crazy. They went Aller,
right.
The Penn State kid. Come on.
Ryan for $4.99. In a vast sea of people that cover the draft process in its entirety, you guys are always my favorite. Appreciate the passion and in-depth analysis, guys. Again, we appreciate you being here. We will have even more in-depth analysis when we're going draft class by draft class, not just in our favorite draft classes episode, but also in Summer Series, where we can really kind of stretch our legs a little bit and kind of go into how these guys fit. And so that's the thing is it's 18 hours of streaming, but even then we're skipping off the top of the waves for 3 days. The real in-depth shit's in 2 months.
Yeah, we're going to take a break and get something to eat after this is done, but then we're going to both go right back to the draft class because it's very hard to keep track of what every team is doing with every pick. We miss some, and we'll go back, and that's why we don't do the recap episode till Monday. We want to kind of let it sit in and just read all the classes, think about all the things you were asking about in Summer Series, like, hey, how does this fit? Where are they in their window? Who does this replace? Where are the opportunities? Dynasty kind of plays into that as well. Oh no.
Keenan to the Rams.
That defensive
That's a
line.
fun one.
That defensive line. Oh, man. Keenan, I love Tim Keenan, man. The frame is non-traditional. He is a handful.
He's just a circle.
And he is a circle of pure muscle that does not want you to do good things. So, again, lateral is not really his game. He is a straightforward player, and he's just good at it. He's a brawler, man. Absolute brawler of a player.
Snorlax. He's just there. You got to go around him.
Yeah.
He's not going to come get you, but you got to go around him.
Yeah. He'll come get you a little bit within like a 3-yard circle, but that's about it. But yikes. What they're doing is future-proofing that defensive line because they're going to have folks they can't pay for. They have so much talent. They're going to have to let some of them go. And again, 7th round talent is highest form of cost controlled talent in the NFL. It's even cheaper than UDFAs typically. So love it. Love it. Oh, Zach Durfee from Washington. No kidding. The edge.
I was wondering if he was going to get drafted.
Dude, he jumped out of the gym at the pro day. I forget what it was. I'm going to look it up. I was like, again, if you haven't been to pro days, you're not right up next to the vertical jump. Again, we get that opportunity at the combine, but that's not everybody. At pro days, you're typically farther away. And you kind of have to look over a sea of people. And so you just kind of see guys popping up like popcorn. And, I was talking to somebody else and I looked over and here goes Durfee. And I think it was 40 something. Cause he skied. Zach Durfee,
And
39.
Baron Morton just went to the Patriots.
yeah, again.
So again, the Nussmeier thing, it's not just the cyst.
No, shout out to the person in chat either yesterday or day before said Baron Morton was the best quarterback in the draft. Well, now you get no chance to see that because
Drafted over Nuss.
Yeah, not going to get a chance to play. Durfee's vertical was 39 in the end. They credited him with 39. They didn't give him 40, but again, he's 247. He jumped 39.
Wait. Baron Morton was Chris Sims' QB3 in the draft?
Yeah, but that's Sims.
Real?
Yeah, I mean, Sims always does that every year. He picks guys way down the board and says they're the second or third best player in the quarterback class. He does it every year. And more power to him. If he believes it, cool. And I think we were talking to Connor. Connor was like, "No, yeah, he believes it. Like it's not a bit. Like
I'm not saying he doesn't.
Well, for years, before I knew Connor, who actually works with Chris, I was just like, what is this guy doing? But he does it every year. He just grabs kind of a random handful of quarterbacks and says, this is what I like about this guy. And therefore, again, he's just grading on a different scale. It's his scale. I'm not saying he can't justify it. And he's had some hits. Cool. But, again, I'm not at all surprised by that because Chris
More
does
so,
that
I just want to
every-
go back and listen to it because I'm like, how did we arrive at that conclusion?
Yeah, that is the fun part, is to go back and figure out the why for sure. So Durfee, a very talented athletic edge from Washington, 6'4", almost 6'4" and a half, 247, 31 and a half inch arms. Again, very explosive. I was like, why haven't I heard about this guy? They're like, kind of glass cannon, had trouble with injury, couldn't stay on the field. So again, he's going to get his shot, right? He got drafted. He's going to be in a camp. Go prove it.
Under 236 is Seattle.
Andre Fuller, let's go to the Seahawks. I was just talking about him when we were talking about best available. This is Emmanuel McNeil Warren's corner from Toledo. Toledo, bit of a under the radar DB factory at this point.
Quinyon,
Yeah.
McNeil Warren.
Yeah. And they had corner last year as well. So, them and Cal, Cal has a little bit more success, but I actually really like that. He's going to get a good chance to compete and be part of that amorphous rotation that the Seahawks always use in the secondary. I'm going to clap for that pick. I like it a lot. Oh, burp. I don't know why I'm burping.
Chase
I haven't
Roberts to the
eaten
Colts. We do need a wide receiver. Please, football gods. Well, if you want to go up and get it, type. He's it. Can't guarantee the DB's going to be more than 6 inches away from him, but he'll catch the ball.
Here you go. And
Right, how many
what's
whiskey
the title
bottles do you
of the
have?
position?
I stopped counting once I got to 200.
Yeah.
But one
guess
of my
what?
summer projects is going to be cataloging it all because I have an app that's for that. I just haven't done all that yet.
Well, guess what? You're going to have to handle every bottle on that shelf within the next week. So
Good opportunity, honestly.
perfect opportunity.
Just scan it and go.
Yeah. Do it. All you have to do is scan it? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, well, sometimes if it's one that
UPC
like
thing?
doesn't scan, then you just like search and find it, and then you like record when you bought it, price you got it at, what level
Sure.
it's at, so you can track when you need to refills. You can track the price you got stuff at. I can't.
It's all right. That's really cool. I mean,
find it,
I
but-
don't have any need for it because I literally had to run out yesterday because I didn't have any in the house. So not the same problem, but okay.
When will we get Brett Stumble, where Brett shoots absinthe and runs a 40-yard dash? We'll get that when I'm not completely sure that I will blow out my Achilles the second I try it.
Right. Yeah. Let's
As of
use
right
that
now,
as a basis.
I would.
Yeah. Not great.
Echo says,
we
EJ, I
didn't-
know you dig deep on UDFAs. You should watch a game of Tanner Wall, heady deep safety who had 6 picks in a season and a half in 6 INTs in a season and a half of starts. Dirty Dan 2.0.
Okay. All right. I'll take it. I'll take it under consideration. I'll absolutely. I love those recommendations, especially after the draft. Before the draft, there's just no time. Like you get, even a month out and you're looking at what you have left for time, what you have left for prospects to get in all the work. We kind of did the amazing mystery tour this year of like the last week before this week. So last week, I recorded at least 2 pieces of content every single day, whether it was on our channel or somebody else's. There were days I recorded 4 and 5. So it was fun. We ended up in a lot of places, had a lot of great conversations about the draft, but that all takes away from time we're watching prospects as well. So when somebody reaches out and goes, "Hey, I've got this crazy kid from Utah Ag and Tech, like check him out," and you're like, I literally can't. I don't have the time. After the draft, it's fun. I like to go back, and it's like if you have to read a lot for work and then you have a book you really want to read for fun, and then you go on vacation and you're like, aha, I don't have any stuff I have to read right now. I can read this book that I've been saving for 7 months. Feels like that when I get to watch those little like snippets and highlight reels of tape of guys that played in the back or whatever. They're a lot of fun.
Did either of you watch Sair Wright from Nebraska? I like him. I'm curious if you think he's worth a 7th round pick. Much love. I do, particularly at safety. So he's played all over. He's played outside. He's played inside. He's played free safety. I'm really intrigued by him as like a full-time conversion to free safety, especially with how safeties are expected to cover these days. I absolutely think it's worth a 7th rounder. I don't know if he will be drafted, but like I would not besmirch even say like the Texans coming up in a few picks from throwing a pick at it. I also know that I'm pretty sure Jacoby's still on the board. Hold on. Or
Who,
wait.
Thomas?
No, did he go?
No, Thomas went a while ago. Yeah.
Did he? Oh, fuck. Because I know they liked him too.
Yeah. No, he's off the board.
But I mean, like the Eagles could take him. Chiefs could take him. There's a lot of places that could use a corner safety hybrid type. So most recent pick. Oh, Max Llewellyn went. Actually, Seth McGowan went, and then Max Llewellyn went to Miami.
Oh, so Seth went where?
Seth went to Indy. Llewellyn
Okay.
went to Miami.
Okay. Look out, Mr. Inside Spin Move. I swear to God, like I've never seen a player so reliant on one move that's so like that's not true. I've seen players reliant on one very good pass rush move. I can't remember one where the only one was inside spin. And it's just deadly. Like he literally, as a limited athleticism guy, like sets everything off his inside spin because he'll burn somebody with it 2 or 3 times. And then they're like, well, I have to respect it. And they start cheating inside. And then he can get around outside with his length. I'm not going to say bend because it doesn't exist, but whatever. Not important. He knows what he's got. He works off of it. Good for him.
In a pick that changed hands 5 times, pick 239 went from Philly to Jacksonville to Cleveland to Chicago and then finally to Buffalo. Tommy Doman Jr., punter out of Florida. 2 specialists drafted out of Florida today. One of them's a Bill.
It feels somehow appropriate to me that a punter was drafted with a pick that changed hands 5 times.
You take him. No, you take him.
All right, run, Rich, run. What do we got? 676. Nice work. In a suit, as always.
It's always interesting to me that they moved that from combine week to draft week.
Yeah.
Or give him more training time.
Maybe. No, that's fantastic. That's really cool.
R State's $4.99. Another draft weekend almost in the books. You guys make the best weekend in the NFL calendar that much better. Cheers. Appreciate you, R States. I would say draft weekend, okay, acceptable, best weekend. Second best weekend? You would think I would say Super Bowl? No. You think I'd say week 1? Also no.
Oh, no. Not for you.
Division round weekend.
Yeah.
To me,
Divisional.
second best weekend of the entire year.
Yeah. Yeah. We get a lot of the, it should have been the Super Bowl game.
Third best weekend is like mid-October when the season's in full swing and you get an international game and you're waking up at 5:30 because the game starts at 6. You got your coffee. It's a misty morning. You have like 12 hours ahead of you of football. That to me is third best weekend. Like that perfect crisp mid-October with like a Germany game or something going on.
And by crisp, he means like 68 degrees.
That is crisp by my definition, yes. 62 is where it starts to get cold.
Yeah, I know. You're all like, sweatshirt weather. I'm like, shorts. Oh.
Connor Godowski for $5. Apparently, Caden Weegen was at a golf course when the Steelers called him to draft him. He said he was expecting to be a UDFA. I was okay with it, honestly, considering the value he brings to special teams. Like, he was the most electric punt returner in college football. If he is worth 30 yards of field position per week, like that could translate to one extra scoring drive per week that he gives you, and that point swing matters a lot.
No, good on him for being at the golf course. Guys that, are down the board, like, why sit around for 3 days if you don't think you're going to get drafted? Many draft picks have been like, nah, I went fishing. Like, I was on the dock when they called in the 7th round or whatever. Like, yeah, sure. Like, spend your weekend, man. You're going to be very busy from this point out. Enjoy your time with your family. Get outside, do what you want to do, because it's going to happen or it's not. They're not going to not call you because you're sitting in your living room or not draft you, right? So I spend it however you want to. Max Llewellyn 6. We'll call him 6'6". And yeah, just stiff and linear, which again, stop me if you've heard that about Iowa edges before or defensive ends, but man, that spin move is lightning. It's so good. And it popped up like a jump scare. I watched a bunch of his tape and I was like, yeah, I know what I'm seeing. Whoa, okay. And then he did it again, and then he did it again, and then he started working off it. And I was like, okay, this guy knows what he's got. He's got one move. He knows it scares people. He scares people with it. And then he drops off and goes the other way.
So we had another player that was in the system, Parker Hughes, linebacker at Middle Tennessee State. So I swapped him out for A.J. Pena. But again, just in your head, pretend that's Parker Hughes to Jacksonville from Middle Tennessee State. Doesn't even have a picture on NFL, by the way. So I'm not the only one.
I kind of want to. Okay. Borkature. Early. No doubt. I know you like the player. It was freaking early. It was really, really, really early. Jalen Husky. I like that pick. Albert Regis. I like that pick. Pregnon. Love that pick. Wesley Williams. Would have picked the other edge first, but okay. Tanner Koziol. Okay. Now he's just pandering. I get it. Josh Cameron, also like that pick. CJ Williams, no idea. Zach Durfee, dart throw based on athleticism. Parker Hughes, I would imagine the same thing. I didn't watch Parker Hughes, and nor was I at his pro day. At least I could say that about Durfee.
You didn't go down to Middle Tennessee?
I didn't fly to Middle Tennessee for the pro day or wherever they have their pro day. I don't even know if they have a pro day there, if he went to another larger schools this close. So, like, again, Jaguars, Borkature, I get it. I understand. We talked about the run on wide tight ends yesterday at the top of today, why it happened. Husky, I like. Underrated player. Regis, really like. Pregnon, yep. Koziel, Cameron, got it. But, like, the Wesley Williamses, Borkature, Wesley Williams, CJ Williams. Again, these are now we're talking about when we get to CJ Williams, we're talking about 203. So do whatever you want. Like, I'm not saying it's going to work out. I'm not going to get mad about it. Ooh, Devin Eastern, the DT from
I was just
Minnesota,
about to bring that up.
to the Hawks. Yeah.
I would love to get you to go on another soliloquy here, EJ. Arlo Collier for $9.99. Not sure if you gents have seen my super chats, but that's no sweat. Been a fan of Brett for 8 years and bootleg for the last 3. Welcome. What are the thoughts on the Bears draft? I did not like the only one defensive line pick. I think that is a fair criticism. The fact that they only hit DT once, and even though we liked the DT they did, they waited until late into day 3. But Bears have Dylan Thieneman, Logan Jones. Obviously, Thieneman, one of the steals of the draft. Logan Jones, I was comfortable with that value. But again, I'm a Logan Jones guy. Sam Roush, again, that was where people were like, okay, we really do need to get pass rush. But Sam Roush is a quality of player that I think, like, if you feel like you really like the defensive tackle depth in this class, again, I'm okay with it because it means that we have a plan for, like, the post-Cole Kmet world. And honestly, Cole Kmet, trade bait to me. Sam Roush, Colson Loveland is our young tight end duo. Totally cool with that. Xavier Thomas, off the rails a little bit. Malik Muhammad, again, I'm a Malik Muhammad guy. I thought that was appropriate value. I think he's a good fit for DA. Keyshawn Elliott, again, we're talking about pick 166. Fine. Again, if we were doing linebacker, I would have done it when all the really, really good linebackers were still on the board, which was round 2, round 3. And then Jordan Vanderberg, again, really like the player, one of my gems. But it's really, to me, the crux is the Xavier Thomas over a linebacker or a DT, them waiting until round 5 and round 6. It's not that I didn't like their first 3 picks, but once you get to the 4th pick in a row of ignoring those 2 things, that's where I'm like, all right, Ryan, let's be real.
Yeah, I'm not wild about the process. I like a lot of the players. Obviously, Thieneman dropped into their lap, and they took him. They get credit for it. He was there. He was a big need. I think he's going to be a great player in Chicago, in the system. Awesome choice. Logan Jones, love the player. The value for me at 57 was rich, but I love the player. Said several times throughout the process how much I liked him. After I watched his tape, really liked the player. It's got some limitations. 57 was just early for me, but I'm not sad about the player, but he's also not going to play this year. He's going to sit. So your 57th overall pick in the draft. Ooh, by the way, who wins the Heinz 57 catch-up? I forgot to tell you that. That's Logan because he was pick 57.
Perfect for it, by the way.
Yeah. He was like, I'll take all the ketchup I can get. I was like, I'm so surprised. Again, like the player just early. Sam Roush, 69th overall pick, early for me. Love the player. I think he's super useful. I am going to trust Ben to find good use for him. That's awesome. Early for me. Again, it's opportunity cost. It's not picking Sam Roush. It's what else was on the board at 69. What else was on the board at 57? What could you have got later at tight end? What could you have got later at center? Could you have gone DT earlier? Were there any edges left at 57? Now, Pohl said no, and I buy that because the edge run went a little bit earlier, and they would have had to go up about 10 picks, and he said that was too cost prohibitive. I actually backed that. I'm like, cool. You looked at what it would cost to move up for the players that were there, and you said, that's too much. I'm cool with it. What you did with the picks, it's the process thing. Xavier Thomas, out the window completely. Way off the board, 200 picks different from basically everybody else. That's an I'm smarter than everybody else pick. I trust Ben. If that's Ben's choice, you maybe take his hand off the stick at that point in the draft. I think there were other options that would have fit. Now, Xavier Thomas could turn out to be the greatest returner. Well, one of the greatest returners in Chicago Bears history. It would be a long line. There's a bunch.
One of,
if he's top 5, he would be outstanding. So Malik Muhammad, I just don't like the player. I see the fit. I shouldn't say I don't like the player. Again, I thought it was early. If we're talking about process, the opportunity cost of Malik Muhammad at 4th at 124, it's not wildly off like Xavier Thomas. It's only slightly off. And again, if they love him, okay, fine. It didn't really move me. Keyshawn Elliott, I like it. I don't love it. He's a good player. A good write-up on him. Again, in the fifth at 166, sure. No problem. Vandenberg, love the upside. Not going to grouse about pick 213. I can grouse about the fact that opportunity cost, right? You had other choices. Like you could have gone DT earlier. You could have gone corner earlier or even later with some players that are still on the board that I maybe like better. It's about when you spent the resources. And yes, the most critical piece of that is Xavier Thomas. You could have got him at 213. You're not going to convince me that Xavier Thomas wasn't going to be available at 166. He was. You spent a fifth on Xavier Thomas, I'd be like, I don't love it. That's still really early for me, but I see the return value. Cool. You didn't. You spent 89 on him. Like that's the sort of unconscionable part for me.
If I can interrupt.
You can. I'm
Cole
done.
Wisniewski's an Eagle.
I see that.
Love it. Hybrid safety that I think should convert to linebacker. The closer to the ball he is, the better. And I think he's really more of like a dime backer type. Now, will he get on the field in front of Zach Bonner, Jahad Campbell? No. But he'll play special teams in the meantime, and if Bond or Campbell go down, I truly do think that he can play inside linebacker for you. Like, he is a big, big safety. He's basically modern linebacker sized. And I don't think that he moves the same as a real, quote-unquote, honest-to-God safety. But as a linebacker, I like him a lot.
Shades
by the way,
of.
speaking of linebackers, Aiden
Yes.
Fisher went to Houston. I liked him better than the guy they took 120 picks earlier. Just saying.
Just saying. And your guy, Jay Miller, is a Patriot now. But
Oh,
no,
did he go to New England?
Yep. In terms of Wisniewski, shades of Reed Blankenship coming out.
Bigger, though. Much bigger.
He's heavier. He's not a lot bigger. Reed was not small.
I'm not saying Reed was small, but
He's
Wisniewski's
heavier.
a fucking tank.
Yeah. No, I bet he's what, 15 pounds bigger? What is he, 220?
He might be 225. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, 220. But he's 6'3", 220. So you give 225 as a linebacker.
Yeah.
Like, he's just a big, big dude. So you look at David Bailey, you look at J. Rod, you look at Romello Height, you look at Gil Howard, you look at
So,
Wisniewski. It's
Blankenship-
like, yeah, no shit, the Texas Tech defense was so good.
Yeah. Tons of guys. Blankenship over 6 foot, just a hair, but he was 203. So 17 pounds. Like, yes, he's heavier. And he's got what'd you say he is? 6'3"? Is he a true
Yeah,
6'3"?
like 6'3" and a half.
Oh, 6'3" and a half? Okay, he's got 3 straight inches because Blankenship was 6'1.5". I actually thought he was taller. I thought he was about 6'1".
3 inches and 17 pounds. That's a whole different weight class.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's up there.
Yeah, we shall see. I said shades of, not same player for sure, but shades of. And again, I thought Blankenship was a bit taller. I thought he was a full 6'1". He's not. He's like 6 foot and a half. So I was gonna say 2 inches and 17 pounds. Like, I get it.
All right, Broncos pick is in, and then it's the Patriots on the board again, and then we got 10 picks after that. We are almost
TikTok.
there, folks.
TikTok.
C4 Snipes 999. Thoughts on the Colts draft so far, including this selection. This selection, I believe, was referring to McGowan. I believe is what that was referring to.
Oh,
I've
Seth
been watching
McGowan?
you since high school. Now I'm just about to graduate college. You guys are just fucking killing me today, man.
I know. I love it. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep twisting that knife. It's fantastic. I mean,
Hey, Brett,
I'm
what was
looking
the
at
Big Bang like?
God. Oh, that's funny. Seth McGowan started out at Oklahoma, got dismissed from the program, had an incident, ended up with a little bit of prison time from it. Apparently scared straight. Had to go back to a lower level of football, realized that football was kind of all he'd ever had, said he didn't want to lose it again, ends up transferring up to Kentucky. And the folks I talked to at Kentucky said, we've never seen that guy, the guy from Oklahoma. He has been absolutely true blue for us since he got here, straight up. Good runner, powerful. I like the vision. I had people early on say, "Oh, I love Seth McGowan," and I was like, "Oh, okay," but something may cause him to drop in the draft. I got to his tape and then got to sort of check references on him a little bit, and everybody said, "No, we've never seen any of that." Seems like that whole situation turned him away from that way, and is a good runner. He's got some nice burst. He presses the hole really well, gets up, makes people commit to blocks, then has enough, jump to get outside and can take off. Doesn't have the greatest top end, but well built. Is not like super small for the position. I like him a lot. It was just really a question of on-field, off-field stuff, and if that seems to be cleaned up, they could get a really good value from him.
As for the rest of the Colts class, their first two picks were early for me, both C.J. Allen and A.J. Halsey. From a movement skills perspective, I'm not seeing C.J. Allen at 53 and Halsey at 78 especially. Like, I think there's certain roles that they can play where they'll be just fine. Obviously, they're both great tacklers. They're tough kids. They're smart, everything like that. But I worry about them, basically being out in deep water by themselves and not drowning. The Jalen Farmer pick coming back in the 4th round, I like that one a lot. Big fan of that one. Betcher I thought was a better value at 135. I think he can be a player for them. The Gums pick in the 5th round at edge, they had to add to the room. I thought they would do it earlier than this. But as far as value for the player, I was totally on board with that. Same thing with Curry, 6th round at 214. I think they're mining for gold and seeing if they get something out of it. And they're hoping that their actual premier pick that they recently invested in Latu can kind of anchor the room for them. I still think that they're a candidate for maybe doing a mid-season trade. They don't have a first-round pick to give up, but if things are going south, I could see them being a team that reaches out and tries to acquire something mid-season. And then EJ just talked about Seth McGowan. So overall, it's like not a bad class. Not my favorite class. I feel like they had an opportunity at 53 and 78 to get some really good value, and I just valued their players differently at the top.
Yeah, we got one as well to touch on the Raiders draft class briefly. Obviously, Mendoza at the top. Lots been said about him. Don't need to talk about him. Traden Stukes, love that at 38. Thought it was good value. Good player. Karen Crawford, we talked about as an edge. We both like him a little better than consensus. They got him at 67. I thought that was very good value. Trey Zune, they have him listed as a center, probably where he'll end up playing at 91. I thought that was appropriate. One of the best pass blockers in this class. Jermod McCoy, again, starting off the day, they take a shot on him and the injury. Even if he sits out a year, if he comes back and he's healthy, the fact that they spent pick 101 for him is going to feel minuscule if he lives up to even 85% of his talent. Mike Washington Jr., they want the explosives. They get him at 122. Dalton Johnson, safety from Arizona, very talented Arizona backfield. Traden Stukes' teammate, by the way, plus Genesis Smith. That was a heck of a secondary. Hezekiah Massas, cornerback, Cal, one of your favorites. I like him a lot. You like him way more than I did in terms of rankings, though. He actually went about where I had him valued, 175. I thought that was appropriate. Anywhere in the 150 to 180, 85 range, I thought was great. He landed right in the middle of that. I think that's totally appropriate for a player of his value. Malik Benson, the wide receiver from Oregon, smaller, quicker, goes at 195, 20 picks later. And then Brandon Cleveland, the interior defensive lineman from South Carolina State, at 229.
What are you on here? Here we go. Safety at Illinois. And then we got Patriots, Quintavious.
Oh, the Patriots took Latavius. There you go.
Yep.
Low moving costs.
Taking the
Boston
BC
College.
kid. And Carson Ryan, BYU tight end, went to the Browns.
Oh, okay.
Echoes on Cloud 9 again.
Yeah.
I want to get to one. David Bresson for $10. Michigan's tight end rooms in 2022 and 2023 are absurd in drafted talent. 7 draft picks, 1 top 10, 2 second round, 3 fourth round, 1 fifth round. This is what the 2022 Michigan tight end room was.
Yeah.
Colston Loveland was a freshman. Marlon Klein was a freshman. You also had Max Bredesen, freshman.
Yeah.
Eric All, senior. Luke Schoonmaker, senior.
Yeah.
And Matthew Hibner, sophomore.
Oh, Hibner was there. I forgot.
It's like
Where'd
six
where'd
NFL
Barner
tight ends
come
in one
from?
room. Huh?
Wasn't AJ Barner? Or was he?
Barner was in 2023. He transferred in,
Oh.
I believe.
Yeah. Okay. All right. There you go. But still, sick. Like
Yeah.
every tight end in that room basically going to be an NFL player. That's crazy. For a college tight end room, that's off the charts.
Yeah. 2023 was Barner, Hibner. Obviously, Loveland was still there. Bredesen was still there.
Oh, there it is. Nuss goes to the Chiefs.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
Dart throw on like, hey, if we can work it out, if we can get you healthy, we have a legit option as a backup down the road if Mahomes goes down again. That is
Also,
super-
isn't Andy friends with his dad?
Maybe. That apparently is the storyline, like team decision makers being friends with prospects' dads.
It's
no,
happens more than you think.
yeah, no, ridiculously cost controlled. If this works out, this is the lottery chip from the entire draft. If you get a quarterback even worthy as a backup at 249 and he plays reasonably well, if he wins 50% of his games as a backup, you won on a level that is hard to comprehend from a salary perspective in the NFL.
I'm seeing if he ever had crossover with Andy. I mean, he's QB coach in Philly in 2024, but by then Andy was already in KC. I mean,
Yeah.
Doug's been a coach forever. I'm sure they just know each other.
Yep. That's amazing. Metier, Louisiana. Look at that.
And Doug's from? Do you know?
Doug Nussmeier?
Yeah.
You mean from like where he grew up?
Yeah.
Now I'm echoing in something, or I was.
There we go. All right, fixed it. Because we've been on for so long, my headphones are starting to die. Lake Oswego.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Oh, Rayshon Benny went to the Ravens. Oh, that's such a good one.
Yeah,
Speaking
I hope
of
he stays
Michigan
healthy.
players.
Yeah, he was on my medical list. Back and ankle.
But really, really powerful interior
Yeah.
defensive lineman.
Yeah, the only
I
reason he's
love
here
this
is
tape.
because of that. Yeah.
Yeah, but boy, as far as like a position or rather alignment flexible interior that can play 3 to 5, just absolutely rock you in the run game.
Yeah.
Great fit for Baltimore. Love that. Also, I'm pretty sure Jesse Minter knows him very well. Obviously, Michigan defensive lineman, Jesse Minter. Like, if he knows him very well, I'll say that.
For sure. Cody Gerard. I love it. Just pour it on, Cody. For $5, I started watching you as a junior in college. Had a whole career, went back to school to switch careers. I'm 2 weeks from getting my master's.
Fuck you guys.
Oh, y'all, I love you so much. I take so much crap about this. This is fantastic. I love it.
I'm
It's
wasting
great.
away.
You're not. You're not. Get over it. Oh, Cody's back. She said, yes, I am officially engaged. Cody from yesterday. Let's go.
Thank you for making it in before the end of the stream to tell us that.
Dude, I was going to say just under the wire. That's awesome, man. Congratulations.
That's awesome. Congrats to you, Cody.
Well, that is a first. I don't think we've ever had like a semi-live engagement on a draft stream. So that's pretty cool.
That's amazing.
Guys sharing their W's in the chat. Let's go.
Just remember, Cody, during this process, the best part is doing the food tasting. Take your time.
Only you, Coleman.
The food tasting, the wine tasting, the cake tasting, like go to all the tastings. Do the tastings. It's the best part. I'm not even kidding.
All right. All right. Wow. That is an Eagles getup. I'm impressed.
Or if you're even not really that big into weddings, do the courthouse thing, take the money, have a badass honeymoon.
Yep.
It's always an option. Just saying.
My advice would be do it however you want to do it, not how everybody else wants you to do it.
Yes. Also, don't invite anybody that you really don't want to.
Oddly specific.
It is your wedding.
Oh.
Ooh, Eagles took Bernard. Or Bernard. Freaky athletic, IPP.
Yeah. Again, IPP, yeah.
His exact, hold on, let me populate him first real quick, and then
Yeah, this is a pure, like, let's see what he's got. And
again, doesn't cost you anything, roster spot wise.
Ooh, Bernard, look at that. He's there. He's literally at the draft. That's crazy.
Oh, he's coming out?
He's coming out wrapped in his national flag.
Numbers available because people need to see him, and we do. And they need to see him and just watch your eyes pop. Because this guy's not played, and you're saying, what? Played basketball until he was 19.
Yeah.
Got involved in it. This is another OCU manure, isn't it? In terms of the international pathway.
OC's killing it.
Yeah. No, he's got a good program going on. Jumbles Gaming for $2 went from just out of high school now at dad with a career.
that one really hurts. You laughed
I love
me.
it.
You were in high
so
school and
good.
had kids before him.
So
before I
good.
did.
So good. Oh man, what a moment for you, Bernard. I don't want to minimize that. That's unreal. That's so cool.
Big day for the IPP, man.
Yeah. No, bigger and better all the time, and it should be. Like with all the attention that the NFL gets and the level of competition that it is, which we both know is extremely high. It's a dream, right? And when guys achieve it from anywhere, I don't know if you watched any of the European League of American Football this year, the sort of new Euro League.
No, I didn't get a chance to.
Yeah, I only caught up to it through, strangely enough, YouTube updates from a former NFL quarterback who was playing for I believe it was the Madrid Toros. And I just kind of got to see the league from that perspective. But looking at all those guys, because they have pretty strict rules about, they don't want to just be a last stop for cast off NFL talent. They want a lot of national talent. They want it to be a true development league. And watching those guys, young guys from Germany and France and all over Europe, really all over the world, because there were African guys playing in that league as well. It's cool. They're super pumped up. It's like seeing football through fresh eyes, right? They're just trying to achieve. They're just trying to be out there, be part of a team, win games, earn a spot, all this stuff. But they're getting to play with, guys that have played in the NFL, and certainly NFL coaches are over there coaching. And it's a fascinating sort of offshoot. And I love it because the NFL has needed a true developmental league for a long time, ever since the death of NFL Europe, the first iteration. And programs like this and leagues like that all over the world are just fun to watch because it just brings more people into the game. You saw how many international fans are there, how many international fan clubs there are. You see all the support when there's international games. These are well-established, really smart fans. We had a chat earlier from Italy about the Bears. I went like 4 or 5 years ago. I got an invitation to go on a Bears podcast that was hosted in Italy for Italian guys. I had no idea what to expect. Honestly, one of the most fun times I've ever had on a podcast. Incredibly knowledgeable fans. We get to the end of the podcast and one of them goes, "Oh, I should give you the title of my book." And I was like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, I published a book of Bears history in Italian. It's been out for a couple of years and I've sold it." And I was like, "You wrote a Bears history book that's published in Italian?" He's like, "Yeah, it's been translated to like 3 languages." I was like, it was such a fun podcast. I still talk to a couple of those guys. Just amazing. It just really, again, opened my eyes to the passion, the depth of fandom all around the world, and not just like expats who learned the game here. And no, folks from other countries just going, "Hey, this is a cool sport. This is a cool league. I'm going to pick a team and I'm going to, organize a fan club. I'm going to write a history book." Fantastic. Just some of the coolest parts of the game that we cover for a living.
I started watching Brett content as an undergrad, now have done a master's, a PhD, got engaged, not on a draft weekend, and been a 10-year track assistant professor for 3 years now. God damn it, EJ.
I can't tell you how much I love this. It's fantastic. It's really making my day 3. It really is.
First one of you that says that you became a grandparent or a parent and a grandparent while watching me, I'm going to smack the shit out of you.
Hey, man, you should be pleased that your success has been sustained. It's a true gift. True gift.
Connor says, "Congrats, Cody. My fiance just left me because I love football too much." All right, everybody, balance. Have to have balance in this life.
That's right. Everything in moderation, including moderation.
Went from just out of high school to now a dad with a career.
Yep.
I started watching at the Big Bang, and that was the heat death of the universe. Anyway, why no Lander Barton yet, or Burks or Trey? Burks, I think it's got to be medical.
Not sure that it is.
I didn't hear about anything else.
No, I was really low on Burks. I just don't love the tape. I don't. And everybody said, "You're crazy. He's going like day 2." I heard day 2. I was like,
I've seen competent yak guys go way before this.
I just didn't love him. And yes, there probably is something. You're correct, because on pedigree alone, based on, again, production and the school he was at, yes, probably should be off the board. I had him, again, I said I did 28. He was 28th on my list. I went to plug him back in. I couldn't put him any higher. I didn't see it with him. He's one of the guys. I'm not saying he's not going to be a good pro. Oh,
Bernstein.
huh. Yeah, that's funny.
Second Northwestern offensive lineman to go in this draft.
Yep. All right.
We'll have to text him about
that. Yeah. No. We had a conversation about it the other night. He said, do you have a grade on him? I was like, I do not. I watched him because he's on Caleb's line, but I didn't. He's one of the guys that I watched but didn't do a full write-up on. I was like, I do not. So now for summer series. There we go.
Oh, here it is. Deion Burks just went to the Colts.
Oh,
I love that value for them. I would like to know why it took so long, but from a value perspective, that's their best value pick this entire draft.
Just pulling it up. Okay, Deion Burks, 5'10", 180, so not ideal size. You want to guess what this is? An anti EJ Snyder special, I guess. Do you want to guess what his yards per route run is?
I don't know. It's tough because he is such a catch it and run kind of guy, and those can be all over the place. What is it?
It's 1.45.
Okay, so
It's
what
lower
is
than
that?
a lot of tight ends.
45th percentile around there.
No, not for a wide receiver. Not for a wide receiver that gets drafted. It is the only, I'll give you this. It is the only, there are two guys on this list with a yards per route run that starts with a 1. And the other one's Jeremy Bernard. And you know why that is, because they used him as a kind of everything. He was half running back.
But that's the thing is like Burks had that as well. Like I got to look at his A dot. It couldn't have been very long because I felt like
A dot was
so many of the
8.6.
I don't recall that seeing a deep shots to him very often.
No,
Like at all.
8.6.
He felt like he was mostly used for yak.
Yeah, again, stats don't make the player, but when I watched the film, I was wholly whelmed. I was like, okay, I don't know what I'm going to write as a superlative. Again, very good athlete. It was just, he's a good college receiver. You have to be a great college receiver or have some untapped crazy trait like Jeff Caldwell, who a lot of people say, oh, he wasn't actually all that good a college receiver. Yeah, but the physical potential says he's not at his ceiling yet. Whereas Burks, pretty maxed out at 5'10", could get a little heavier, sure, but he's in terrific shape. He's a really good college receiver. That's what he is, and that's it. And in a class this deep, again, 27 people I put ahead of him. Does that mean they're all going to have better careers? No. Does it mean he could be the 10th best receiver out of this class when it's all said and done and the Colts got an absolute steal? Totally could happen. 100%. But again, we do pre-draft analysis and about projection to the league, and there was nothing outstanding. There was nothing terrible, but across the board, tape, analytics, size, there was nothing that stuck out to me there as exceptional.
Dansby is not on the list as well, so ignore Brent Austin to Seattle to stand in for Michael Dansby.
Yeah, we're getting to
left.
that range here. Yeah, I was gonna say 256. We're in that range, folks. So yeah, I was lower on Burks than a lot of people. I know a lot of people that really liked him. We'll see.
Started watching with Brett's Purnell McPhee breakdown 2016. How would you recommend finding film for college players? Fucking nightmare, man. Like,
yeah,
one of these
100%.
days, it's all going to be in a central location, and XOS is going to back off and stop trying to burn down YouTube channels who use it.
Yeah,
it's a fucked system right now. I wish it was more accessible. I wish there was one place for people to get it. I wish it wasn't a black market item. I have no idea when that will change.
Yeah, I don't either. There's a huge market, and people already realize there's a ton of money in it, but right now it's such a fractured system between all the conferences and alignments and rights. People don't know how to value it. They don't understand that if they released it in a uniform way, like, for instance, a system like NFL Plus, where you can go on, pay a certain amount, get basics, pay for premium, get all 22 coaches film, whatever. Like, people don't realize, I think, how many users would just do that for college football and how much they would pay to do it. I think if they did, we would already have that system, because it's not that they don't want the money. They're just worried about a great many things. And as we know, college athletics does not manage a lot of things super duper well. But that makes trying to find it, get it, have it, use it extremely problematic. There just isn't a better way to say that.
So Denver's last pick
First last
yet
pick.
to come in.
Love it. First last pick. Smart money is on Corleone as Mr. Irrelevant. I hope so. That would be awesome. I would like to see him get drafted. Good player.
Come on, guys. Dallin Bentley, Utah tight end.
Oh, yeah, let's go. Broncos collecting tight ends like Thanos collecting
I was
gems.
going to say it's at least the second one they've done.
Yep.
All right, Mr.
Yeah.
Irrelevant. Take your bets, everybody in chat. Who we got? My guess.
I like Dallin Bentley. He's a good player. Oh, by the way, that quarterback that we were talking about on Draftsman's Eve, that's him.
Nadami Tucker. I think that'll be my guess for Mr. Irrelevant.
That's who I'd take for sure, just on the upside.
He's also a very Broncos-y type edge. Undersized, speed, bend.
Yep. Put him behind Nick and let him learn what he can. Broke tibia and fibula on only career high school reception. Oh, that's horrendous. You put that up as a stat.
That's a weird nugget.
That is a very odd draft nugget. Okay, last pick is in. I love seeing CD and DJ on the bench together with Rich. That's all-time stuff. Appreciate that, people. So Broncos draft Anyadam, Coleman, Cage Casey, who they're listing as guard, Justin Jolie, tight end from North Carolina State, Miles Scott, the safety from Utah, and then Dallin Bentley, the tight end from Utah. Or sorry, safety from Illinois, and then Dallin Bentley, the tight end from Utah.
Found Brett when Le'Veon Bell was an active Steeler. I'm pursuing my bachelor's and have a 6-year-old nephew, plus in a 2-year relationship. Yeah, JJB, you've been around on bootlegs since day one.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Jumbles for $2. I can become Grampy Jumbles to a stranger. La Panda Lord. I remember Brett's commentary on Houston switching from the Oilers to the Texans. Best longevity in media. LeBron type shit.
Yeah.
And then Breaking Bad for $20. Thank you guys so much for all the content. I've been following Brett since my freshman year of high school, and now I'm a first-year grad student. Grad student in what?
Yeah, it's a great question.
Because if you're a grad student in, like, engineering, that means you probably were also in college for 5 years. I mean, you're on year 10 of listening to me yap.
Oh, which is fantastic. I love it. I love it. All right.
And then
The
Grand
Mr.
Fuck the
Irrelevant
Broncos has been following since
Brigade.
2020 when I made the move from California to West Virginia and was looking for a podcast to cover the 39-hour drive. So that was what, like 2 of our episodes?
Yeah.
With the 257th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the 51st Mr. Irrelevant, drafted by the Denver Broncos. The 257th pick is Red Murdoch.
Oh!
Yeah. Let's go. He got drafted. I know he would have rather been a UDFA, but that's awesome. We talked about him earlier. Khalil Red Murdoch, linebacker from Buffalo, absolute tank of a player. Hits like a ton of bricks. Not great in pass coverage. That's not why you're getting him. Broke some of Khalil Mack's records at Buffalo. I like him. Found him pretty early. I mean, come on. I was a Dolac guy, Red Murdoch guy.
Oh, yeah. No, you always have a soft spot for
linebackers.
Buffalo.
Yeah, their running back's pretty good this year. Al-J Henderson, he's probably going to be a UDFA. Like, shout out to Buffalo. But no, Red Murdoch, legit linebacker, 6'1", well, almost 6'2". I thought he was straight up 6'1". That's 6'1" and 7/8. Almost 6'2", 232. Not necessarily the fastest, but man, when he shows up, he levels folks. I mean, classic hard-nosed linebacker play. Still plays for it in the NFL. Glad he got drafted, but yeah, all the highlights are him just erasing people. Fits the run very well. Good eyes, good angles, strong. I like him a lot. I thought he might have even gone earlier, but Broncos get a value at 257. Anytime after about 210, 215, I would have taken him. Like great football player. So, and again, I didn't undervalue him because he didn't cover the pass. I've gotten over that hitch in my life. And yeah, Denzel Perryman is responsible.
and to a degree, Nick Bolton.
Yeah, to a degree, Nick Bolton.
With that,
Shoo!
my friends, our bootleg family, it has been 9 hours since I have had a meal. So I am going to go eat with my wife and then go literally and figuratively touch grass. On Monday, we're going to be recording our favorite draft classes episodes. So that'll come out sometime this week. And then you won't see us for a little bit because we're going to be getting ready already at that point for, we're going to, again, touch grass even longer.
Breathe.
And then we're getting ready for summer series. So we might, pop in here and there, during like OTA season and schedule release and everything like that. We'll have some episodes, but the cadence of releases will be sporadic, I guess, because we're going to be preparing for the journey that is the summer series. Again, if you guys have suggestions and everything like that, feel free to leave them on comments on the episodes that we do post, because we want to make the summer series that you guys want to watch. And we do have some big plans for it already, but we want you guys to be part of that process, especially if you're a patron. We'll probably put out a suggestions post pretty soon here for things that the patrons want added to the summer series. Either way, before... Oh, we got one more super chat for $50 from Kyle. Thank you, Kyle. Started watching around the time I got knocked out of the nuclear engineering grad school. I've had an 8-year career at a tech company, and they laid me off in December. You guys helped keep me sane through the tough stuff. Thanks you for everything. Thank you, Kyle, for being here.
That's awesome.
Again, for all 3 days, and for really all the years of viewership that you guys provided. Again, we can't do this literally without you guys. You are what pay our bills, because your eyeballs attract sponsors, and the sponsors give us money, and the money puts food on our tables. So we wouldn't be able to do this without you guys, especially everybody that gave super chats this weekend and directly funded the show. Thank you for that. And we will be putting out a call for suggestions for summer series pretty soon here. We will see you guys this coming week with our favorite draft classes episode. And for now, EJ, I'm going to go eat some cheese.
Glad we got through it. Thanks for being here, y'all. We'll see you soon.